Welcome, crew. We're back here, day 2 of competition for the Coldwater Classic, and it is a go. As another beautiful morning, you can see the winds light out of the northeast, probably strengthened throughout the day. My name is Peter Mel. Good morning, Adam Replogle. We could be calling you the action all day long today. Looks like the men's are in the water. Finish out the round of 64 and then into the women.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great little day, Pete. Obviously, the swell has dropped a little bit, but still highly contestable. A little grindy.
Very, very fortunate that we have some southern hemisphere swell in the water. There is a few sets there. There will be some times it'll be awfully quiet. It's going to be 25-minute heats, top 2 waves. So it'll be one of those days that you got to be on the 2 best waves and somehow got to be in that rhythm.
Yeah, no doubt. Usually it is a wave catching contest, as you can see right there on your screen. Here's what we're forecasting for the day: 2 to 3 foot west-northwest direction. But underneath that, there's an underlying 1 foot, say, south swell. So usually that is the best wave at the lane when it's pretty small. It usually has a little more wall off the cliff. We could see a couple waves off the point that collide with a nice little slot wave. But yeah, it's a wave catching contest.
Got to be creative. You know, this lineup, there's waves all over it.
Yeah.
So if you understand what waves look good, you're going to be out there, and hopefully you're in the spot when it comes in. The tide you saw there was, mid-range tide. Once again, there's a bit of a difference today, another couple inches extra in regards to the high and the low coefficient. But ultimately, pretty mid-tide all day long. We saw this kind of easterly chunder wind in the morning. We still have that this morning as well, so that's going to play a factor. But, geez, it's still beautiful and gorgeous here.
It certainly is, Pete. Look at there. It looks like I said yesterday, it looks like a golf course down there from the air. A beautiful-looking aerial view, drone view of Steamer Lane right there. Really stoked to be here announcing this heat right now, Pete. Round is 64, so we're halfway through this round.
Jacob Zake will be in the white. He'll be in the green. Tyler Gunter, our number 1 seed here, number 15 in the ASP North American rankings, finished runner-up at the Jacks Pro. He'll be in the red. Also, the young upstart, Taj Lindblad. Watch him, one of the best surfers here in our ASP North American region. And then Wheeler Hasberg, which a new name for me. I was calling him Hasbo. I'm sorry about that, Wheeler. Yesterday, I realized there's an R there. So Hamburg from Canada. So he
Cool.
was able to get through yesterday's heat. Let's see if he can do today. Jacob's AK, quick waver already, 1.5. He surfed pretty well yesterday. So the 2 seeds we haven't seen yet in this Coldwater Classic, Tyler and Taj. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah. There's also a name from the past, too. I remember Lindblad, his father there. I know Taj's father. That's another second-generation surfer, maybe third for all
Mark?
I know. Yeah.
I'm sure he's here.
Yeah, let's watch this now. This is Zeke's entry. Wow. If I remember correctly, that was done just recently online somewhere.
And okay, so let me ask you this. Was that during the heat? And he tried to pull it? What happens if you break your ankle right beforehand?
Jeez, you're clipped.
And then Zeke's doing, yeah, so I think that one, actually, that's funny. There is a score there, a 1.5.
Well, I believe that was for the wave after. He did catch. He was on his on the way there. But yeah, hands left the rails.
Right?
Huh? Yeah.
But did he actually, that's a funny actual rule. I mean, you wonder if, cliff jumping into a wave and riding out of it would actually be considered a maneuver.
I would think that is something that would be considered. It's sort of insane, but it's something that you should consider. Obviously it would sort of shake up what we traditionally see as an entry into a wave.
Again, beautiful views. Santa Cruz, California, day 2 of the Coldwater Classic, Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, hey, look at this, Pete. You're noticing right now where these 2 surfers are situated. They obviously have 2 different strategies going here. Without a priority at the moment, we're finding a couple of surfers up off the point, and then a couple almost over table rock. So there's quite a bit of space in between them. So hopefully these surfers are able to spread out a little and take advantage sort of the arena out there. You'd say there's a couple different takeoff zones out there right now, Pete, and it looks like 2 of them are off the point and 2 of them are nearly by table rock. So a couple different little takes.
That's an interesting analysis because you're right. There is still 2 swells. They're definitely on the smaller side. The bigger sets are going to be definitely out of that south direction, which is probably where the 2 seeds are sitting. They're kind of holding court.
Yep.
With Jacob Zeke, he's already instilled fourth priority, so no matter what, he has to give way to the other three surfers in the water.
Yeah. Pete, we were watching it for quite a bit prior to this first heat, and there was some lulls. There was a couple of lulls out there that if it had happened during your heat, you would have been scrapping to get like 3s and 4s to advance. So I'm curious to see how long it takes for this heat to get rolling, and then as far as getting some keeper scores, and what people's backup strategy is. If Plan A doesn't work.
Yeah, getting creative, right, and finding a way to be able to find those 3s and 4s in a lineup that sometimes might not even have a wave, right?
Yep.
So today will be one of those days. Yesterday we were very fortunate, being that we had, the northwest still there and also these southerly angled sets. But here we go. Looks like,
Yep.
I will say that when the sets do come, there is probably 2 to 4 waves in each set. So
that was interesting right there. That paddle out the back, chess match, and look at. All the way on the inside.
This is Wheeler.
Yeah, nice little wave here for Wheeler.
Wheeler, from Canada, obviously no problem wearing the hood. And look at that. Crispy.
Really like that turn, Pete. Nice snap. Some variety here with that little layback. Come to the inside section and again. So excellent surf wave there, Pete.
Was awesome. Now Zeke.
Nice snap. Another combination of major maneuvers right there. Blast off the top. A lot of spray as this wave comes to the inside. So, hey, the quality of waves, Pete, might not be that many, but right now we're seeing really good quality of waves. You can see Jake on a nice little wave, giving some variety, a little choppy there on the inside.
The 2 seeds, not on the wave out the back. And now Tyler's going to pull the trigger on a wave that's probably less than stellar, but wants to get moving.
Yeah. And, some of these waves, even though they're a little smaller, Pete, they actually have a nice little wall. So there's plenty of opportunity on those south little sets. This one obviously a little smaller, but Tyler doing a great job just keeping his board going up and down. Don't want to be sitting after you hear your fellow surfers have gotten a wave. It just doesn't feel well, so it's good to get up and rolling.
Well, the strategy working for the 2 surfers sitting a little bit further inside. Felt like they got the better of the exchange here. These set waves outside, not as big. Did have some good line on it, but ultimately felt like Wheeler probably got the best of the exchange there, and then Zeke, and then these 2 surfers here. So they're going to be fighting it out now, paddling back out, and this could be one of the only sets that happen in this heat. We are doing 25-minute heats. There is 18 minutes. Fingers crossed that we're going to see a couple more sets, but there's moments there where we'll have 20-minute lulls. Yeah,
no doubt. Well, and you know what? I remember years ago, Richie Collins would paddle off from the stairs, Pete. 3 of his fellow competitors would be up off the point, and he would paddle in from the inside out and catch those waves, these guys could easily out-hustle each other and be a little too deep if they're off the point with these south swells. So you could find yourself, by default on the inside getting the best wave. Yeah.
Well, that's what happened with Wheeler. He was literally by himself, and Jacob had to give way. He was the only one closest to Wheeler. But look at the cleanliness of the face here. He was inside. It stayed nice and open. He showcased a bit of variety here with layback, little drift of the fins, and then a punch of the final move. So 3 solid moves there for Wheeler. Waiting on scores here. Again, this is the first thing in the morning as Zeke takes off a little under the lip, but he gets back to the open face, and he does some work here too. Yeah, that was a nice recovery off the entry of that wave. He gets a couple of claps off the lip here, but was almost, belittled a lip by the previous wave. Curious to see what it shows. I'm sure it's going to be, maybe the second highest score of the heat so far. But just seeing this young man's form, Pete, he's got a really good technique and seems really compact. The tank, as his friends lovingly call him.
Yeah, stocky guy for sure. Low center of gravity, I like that. And here's Taj. As you see this little cliffhanger right here, that power ball right off the cliff right there is a lot of energy. So you'll see him staying back on this wave, Pete, trying to stay as close to that energy as he can. There's no power way out there on the shoulder, so he's doing a really good job of just staying nice and tight into the pocket and maximizing the opportunity here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here because you have all 4 surfers picking up a wave in that set, so it's a very important exchange in regards to how it fits in the scale of the scores.
Yeah.
And that's why the judges are getting the replay here off the broadcast, so that was all 4 waves given to them back again.
Your board becomes pretty sticky too out there, Pete, with this wind like this. It have a tendency sometimes to want to kiss your rails with water. And so waves that are ridden really clean here are going to stand out.
I totally agree with that. And with a little bit of that east chop, you're right. If the whitewater touches you, it could actually slow you down a little bit here and there.
Yep.
Or you do an off-time turn, puts you behind the wedge, and next thing you know, you're struggling to get speed.
Or you push a little too far out the back on your turn, and that wind just keeps pushing you out.
Yeah.
It is.
I did see that in the warm-ups earlier. There was a lot of turns that were pushed a little bit too hard, even out the back. And even I actually saw Nat Young on a section do the same thing, just pushed a little bit too hard. The energy wasn't there.
Yeah.
The wind's blowing out the back a little bit, and he wasn't able to do it. He did adjust the next wave and annihilated it. So, that's why those morning surfs are so important in your heats, to be able to kind of feel the energy.
Well, there you go, folks. Wheeler's first wave is 7.5, so nearly an excellent wave. Which is going to really set the bar pretty high, because he definitely ripped that wave, Pete.
That's huge. Hasberg, this is a tough heat too. I mean, these two surfers, Lindblad and Gunter, as the seeds are standouts, on the North American circuit. And Hasberg, a new name in my eyes. Haven't seen a lot of him, but obviously the judges enjoyed that last wave of 7.5. And wow, what a start to be able to get that basically by sitting inside as we watch this wave again.
Yeah, nice little setup turn right here. And here's where the wave starts to steepen up, and he starts to do some work. Like you had mentioned, nice variety in this turn. Great release off the top there with a little body English. And here's a nice layback. And this end section right here really, I think, put a lot of points on the board. The judges really like to see the commitment on that last turn.
Every turn was crisp. It was it kept the speed going. There was no hitches in the rails, so I love the score here. I mean, it could have even gone a tinge higher, but ultimately now everything else is going to be scaled off of those off that wave.
Yeah, looking now at Jake Zake's wave, I do think that Wheeler's wave was underscored a little bit in comparison. If you look at the
point
a 1.5 difference, I would have given it 2 points. I think but that's why I'm not a judge.
Well, and maybe one of the judges did. I mean, if you look at the judges here, I mean, Wheeler has a 7-0, to Taj's or to Jacobs. That's basically a 1.5. The first judge did. The second judge had only a point difference, 1.5 for the third judge.
Okay, here's Jake's wave right here. Let's see what he was able to do in comparison to Wheeler. So this is a nice carve here, Pete. Really sort of off a little bit for a second. And that was probably the best turn of the wave right there, a little blast. But it keeps going. There's another nice turn. I just don't think it had the variety and the commitment that say that Wheeler had, even though he does something that Wheeler didn't do on the end of that wave. There was a lot of turns there, and obviously had the judges thinking about that score.
Gotta love it. We still have plenty of surf. I'm very fortunate that this spot here can take any swell direction. You get north wind swell. Yeah, there's some waves out down an inside peak that'll be breaking. You can see that little wave there that broke basically right in front of the scaffold is a very small northwest angled swell. But then you get that south angle coming. That's what that 4-wave set was able to give to all these surfers. So I do like the fact that this southerly angled swell has a few waves in each set.
Yep. As you see right here, Zake, unfortunately, not able to get out into that green face. Love that aerial view from that position in the water, Pete. You really got a great view of positioning coming into the land, but then you also saw the university in the background. It's a nice shot.
How good is drones? Just the advent now for broadcast, it just brings you a whole new perspective. I mean, you're talking about the years that you see Wheeler here. Smaller inside wave with some speed.
Thought he was going to ramp out on that first section. I really like that wrap right there, Pete.
Wow.
So I think he's throwing away like a 3. So he's sitting on a couple of great scores right now. He's taking off his hood. He's obviously pretty warm out there at the moment, probably.
Oh, right. At this point, he's burning.
He's burning up. But yeah, Pete, what an event this year. Looks like we got a lot of support from the city of Santa Cruz as well. That's really cool to see them as a main sponsor here. I'm sure the city of Santa Cruz, too, is starting to really realize how much revenue surfing brings in. Remember years ago, they sort of started to quantify the value of certain surf spots on the Gold Coast. Maybe Santa Cruz is doing the same here now, realizing how much heads are coming into beds, how many people are coming into town to go and surf, and it's a really massive draw. There's a couple sneaky little waves right there. If been positioned properly, there could have been a potential score right there, and those are full little cliffhangers. As we can see right here, here's Wheeler on the replay, Pete. He's on a small little inside wave. Lots of speed right here. Looked like he was almost going to teleport in air but decided just to do a little float. But I really like this carb right here, and great rebound off the soup.
So just a little bit of info in regards to Hesburgh. Living in Encinitas, but Surf Canada national junior team member. He's only 15 years old. So youngster,
Really?
yeah, he's a youngster here. This is a big deal for him to be surfing as well as he is. But he's going to Encinitas, going to Santa Cruz Academy.
Mm-hmm.
This was something I found on the internet here, March 22nd, 2021. So he's probably 16 now. But
Right.
that just goes to show these youngsters, this is the type of event where they get to kind of make their stamp. They're getting the WSL judges looking at them. They're throwing scores out there of 7.5s, and that just right there will boost your confidence. And he's going to get another good number here.
Yeah, no doubt. I was talking to my cousin yesterday, and his my nephew Cooper, great little surfer, but 15 years old, was down here yesterday and saw some of the young surfers that he was competing against in nationals, and that really inspired him, motivated him to realize, hey, look, man, these guys are doing it, and that's what it takes.
Another little tidbit on Wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
He is the Canadian national champion for 18 and under, and he did that at 13 years old.
Amazing.
Right?
And,
so
on what coast is he?
Talent.
East Coast or West Coast? Do you know if he's from say where the Brewilers are from, or where Peter DeBruce
I would
is
imagine that. Yeah, no, it's a good question.
or East Coast.
Ivermore. So he's from the BC. He's on the West
Cool.
Coast.
Right.
Is where he was born.
We spent some time up there. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And such a great surfing culture, too. I mean,
Mm.
it's just, they love it, and they ought to be so dedicated to be able
Oh
to.
my gosh, Pete! Remember we would go up there. Those guys were so hardcore. I mean,
Nuts.
nuts, really
Yeah.
nuts.
Actually, I think Sepp Breweiler is actually coming down this week.
Oh, right on.
So he'll be around. I think he might be even here now.
Classic.
Brother Raf. They've got an incredible surfing family. Kids are all growing up now, so they're running Tofino.
Yeah, they are. And look at that wind, Pete. It's starting to pick up right there. You can see the flags right there, sort of.
It's straight east wind, right? That's
Straight-
blowing offshore or up the face.
It's blowing upside offshore, up the face. We'll see what that does if it does increase. But you'd notice that the buoys south of us and even north of us weren't that strong, so
Yeah.
it shouldn't really get too heavy.
I mean, but that's what happens when you have like this winds. All of a sudden, there's the actual land on site. That actually starts to dictate where the winds are coming from. You have a valley; it's going to start feeding through the valleys. I mean, I guess the predominant is this northeast wind blowing up and down this entire coast. But then you get the geography of the land that you're around.
Yeah.
If you've got a river valley or whatever, that's going to steer the wind. Even the cliff faces steer the wind slightly. So you got to be aware of all that, and that's why. Yesterday we saw all those wind changes really make an effect of the wave itself. Sometimes it cleaned it up, and other times it added chop.
Yeah, it seemed like the surfers who were able to adjust to that condition change did the best yesterday.
Have you had a look at over at the other side of the cliff there, that big chunk that fell off the?
Not recently, no.
I mean,
No.
it happened like it kind of been right around the time that we had that little 5.0 earthquake.
Right.
I don't know if that made it fall, or whatever, but there was a big chunk that fell over on the other side there
Oh, that's a bummer.
and it's right, and there's the big cave that runs almost underneath that surf museum, the lighthouse there.
Yep.
And they've always, if you go down, there's an actual basement in there, and if you go down there, it whistles. There's definitely caves that get some air blowing through there, and
Rad.
it breathes.
Yeah, that's a historical landmark right there in Santa Cruz, California. Now a surfing museum. So if you want to get any little history on the surfing culture here in Santa Cruz, hop in there. They're great information and got all kinds of history.
So cool. I mean, again, I think that's why the city of Santa Cruz being such a big part of this event specifically. There's a ton of history with the Coldwater Classic, a ton of history with surfing here in Santa Cruz as a whole. You think about the industries that were started here. I mean, O'Neill was one of the first to develop the wetsuit and commercially sell suits, and and that happened because of the love of the sport of surfing. That happened in the late 1800s when we had the Hawaiian princes come here and do their dancing on the ocean right down there by the boardwalk.
Yeah, that was the first inspiration.
Really
For
was.
sure.
There is a photo in an old newspaper of those princes, doing that, and that was the royalty, and they were. That's what they did in Hawaii, and since they were coming to an academy here, just over the hill actually, they came and spent their summers in Santa Cruz. And you see there's the wharf there, and just on the other side of the wharf, that little cliff there, that's actually the Santa Cruz river mouth, San Lorenzo river mouth. and that's where it happened in the late 1800s.
Is that where the cliff fell in here, Pete? Is this what you're
No,
talking
it's actually just if we can back up, if somehow we can get our operator to move back a bit. It's
on the
big
It's Beach,
chunk.
on the It's Beach side?
Beach side, yeah. It's actually the cave that goes directly underneath you can see it goes underneath. There's the wharf. Other side of that is the San Lorenzo River mouth. That wharf obviously has been used from way back for timber. Was a big, huge industry back here. Fishing obviously was a huge industry back there. And also entertainment, tourism. You know, you think about the boardwalk and what the boardwalk's been able to provide to this whole town. You know, there's not many places, except for maybe a couple on the East Coast, that you get to come and ride a roller coaster and check out the view from the beach. And then spend the day at the beach, go surfing, and then go ride a roller coaster. It's just an incredible venue just to be able to do that.
It sure is, and it's free admission. Anybody can go down and just walk into the place. Yeah, it's actually a family affair down there. There's something for everybody. I've been going down there quite a bit. Recently, my girlfriend has been given the opportunity to do some merch for those guys down there, so it's really nice.
Oh, that's killer. All right, ZK, what's he got for us? Beautiful carve to start this wave off. A bit of ribs on the face, so you got to get your timing perfect. He's been able to do that, though. That's his third turn now. Mixing it up, a little layback to finish out. So last wave for him was a 1 point, or sorry, the first wave was a 1.5, so this is going to add to it. Now Tyler Gunter on the back end.
Yeah, here's Tyler on a nice little inside wave. Looks like he's getting his weave on nicely, but I was keeping my eyes out on the back, Pete. I can see some more waves coming. Potentially some of the better waves that we've seen in this heat so far. We have 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and looks like we do have a paddle here for, looks like Wheeler again, who's been on some good waves.
Good timing, really is. He's in that rhythm. He's been able to get himself uncontested waves. Had a 3.17 on his earlier one just to try and find a solid backup. This one starts to die out here on the inside, unfortunate for him, so he's going to have to deal with just what those few maneuvers on the outside were. So I imagine it's probably not going to lift his scoreline too much. But with that 7.5 at this point in the heat, looking very good to keep a heat win, and it would have to be considered a bit of an upset.
It would be, yeah. And, you know, just watching the surf over the screen here, P, there's some decoy waves out there. There are some bad waves to take off on that look like they're going to be good. They sort of look like they're going to have a wall, but they're almost from that northwesterly direction in comparison to the south swells that have those walls. So the person who's able to identify the difference and find that wave that gives them multiple turns is going to do really well.
Ooh, there was a little bit of stumble there, but Taj kept it together. A little late coming around it, but he did complete these maneuvers. And let's look over and see ZK on the next one. And with ZK, this is going to be a nice backup for him, a 6.0, and then now a 5.73. That puts him in second position. So in this, you know, you saw that first exchanges went to Wheeler and Jacob, and then now even the second, because we're waiting on this last one for Tyler, and it actually came in at a 4.83 for Tyler Gunter. But now he's in third position. And Taj Lindblad, a 3.77 for his last.
Yeah, I really like this wave, Pete. He was able to turn right back into the pocket quite a few times. And I think their judges really appreciate when you get that nose wrapped all the way around into the pocket. They see total commitment in the turn.
4.8 for Wheeler Hasberg. So he is solidly out front now.
Wow, that was a great score. So he's in the driver's seat now with 2 minutes remaining. He can now try to just go back up there and try to hoax people into some bad waves. Looks like Taj has priority here with a minute 50 seconds. He needs his best wave of the heat so far, nearly a 7. When you need a 7, Pete, you almost have to go surf for an 8 to get that 7. So that's a pretty big number right now in a tall order. I
would agree. This is, with a minute and a half to go, this is going to be a major upset with the two unseeded surfers in heat number 7 right now in number 1 and 2, and big scores needed by the two seeds in Tyler Gunter and Taj Lindblad. 6.9 for both of them.
Both of them, yeah.
Wow, yeah, it's a big deal. And the best opportunity, though, for right now with a minute 20 to go is that Taj Lindblad has first priority, whereas Tyler, unfortunately, has third priority.
Yeah, that would be a position if I was in third priority. I would nearly get on the other side of Table Rock as we see some of the
wildlife
down here, huh?
He's just cruising right there next to the speakers.
Bird.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of wildlife here in Santa Cruz and in this region. It's one of the best things is that we have obviously the marine life, and then you obviously can go straight into the mountains. I mean, we can go see redwoods. We can go up the coast and see, you know, trail riding. I mean, it's all within just about a 20-minute drive either way, and you can just get yourself into the mountains on solo.
Yeah.
Or you're up the coast solo. Or you're in the ocean enjoying these waves that we have to offer here. So just a beautiful piece of the coastline. And, you know, we've all traveled around the world a bit, but nothing like home, is it?
No. And I'm really starting to see a lot of international people, Pete, a lot of Europeans and people coming here, not just for surfing, but have mountain bikes, you know, people hitting these mountains. But there's all kinds of stuff to do here. In between Monterey and here, you got
a ton.
All kinds of stuff to do. As you see right here, the countdown, unfortunately, going to be a little, unfortunately not able to come in. Years ago, if Doc Scott would have been running this event, he would have not blown the horn and let us catch that wave. But unfortunately, right here, the hooter blows, and that's going to be a wrap on.
It's a hard 25 minutes, and I will say it was a hard one for the top two seeds in that one. And unfortunately for Tyler Gunter and Taj Lindblad, they'll have to take a loss here in the round of 64. But congratulations to Jacob Zake and to Wheeler Hasberg. Great performance, and they're moving on into the round of 32. Start of the next heat already. Andrew Jacobson up on the backhand. Quickly on into a wave, so nice work there for Andrew. Into another set, so we're going to stay with it before we go to a break here because we don't want to miss anything. Tori Meister, former winner here of a Coldwater Classic. He is our first look at the seeds of Tori Meister and Griffin Colapinto. We got a championship tour surfer, so the action is on.
That's really cool. Look at Tori just grinding it out right into the kelp. He wants it, Pete.
You talk about versatility. You talk about somebody who can do it all. Tori Meister is one of them. Insane two-rider, great big wave rider, and he can grovel with the best of them.
And here we go. Wow. As the seeds come out, we see some level increasing, Pete. As you see this world champion surfer right here, Griffin Colapinto, just getting his first wave in this 2022 Coldwater Classic. Really great to see this caliber surfer up here for this event.
Wow, nice finish. I mean, again, this is another one of those versatile surfers that knows how to do it all. Great backhand, great forehand. First time at this Coldwater Classic and a new logo on his board with Quicksilver. So just making a shift.
Ouch.
As Adam seeing one of the good surfers from Billabong moving over to Quicksilver. Same, kind of.
Same. I mean, yeah, nowadays, same. But look, Pete, on the screen right here, round of 64, heat 8, a massive heat for some people who are really trying to do well. But Griffin Colapinto's already there.
Yeah.
So he's obviously down here to steal some points.
He is. And just to enjoy Santa Cruz. I mean, he's one of those surfers that loves making this journey up here and spending a week or two and just enjoying the surf in this region. Gets to challenge himself.
Yeah, he's up here quite a bit.
Test some wetsuits. Here we go. This is a youngster, Hagen Johnson. So he's got a big heat here against some big heavy hitters. Let's see what he can do. Nice size wave. First section up and over right in front of Griffin. And a second one pushing too hard. Bummer there for Hagen. That was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, that fault will cost him.
Yeah, we were talking about that, Pete. A little too much pressure off the top as you see Jacobson on his backside on a great-looking little wave. Let's see if he's able to get vertical on this section.
He's got a great backhand out of the Malibu region, so a lot of right-handers that he gets to surf. Taller, lankier surfer. Energy kind of wanes there, unfortunately, for him. A couple turns on the outside, though. Plus that first wave, he was able to get the 3.33. But Griffin Colapinto already a nice number thrown in there for him, a 7.5. You know, Griffin definitely surfed the potential of that wave up in my eyes.
Yeah, he did.
And that's what championship tour surfers are going to do, right? They're going to take the level and they're going to rise it, especially when you look at a wave like this. You know, just good, well-timed, you know, sets it up, didn't hurry the first turn, finds the section, nice wrap here. There's a second turn, I think, that one there, where you're just like, that section didn't call for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And he just did the full arc, dug the rail. I mean, literally that wave potential looked like a 4 max. and obviously surfed it up. Those 2 carves, just really good technique. Plus, he got the finish on the inside here. Look, he just added to the score by drifting the fins there. That third major maneuver really put that. It probably added an extra point to that wave. It was 6-5 before all that, and then all of a sudden, bam, that finished. He made it a 7-5. So judges unanimous. Even 2 of them went excellent.
Yeah, I really like that end finish. That little finner right there was nice.
4.5 for Tori Meister's first. Andrew Jacobson's second wave, a 4.17. So advantage to Griffin. Unfortunate there for Hagen. That wave went into a 2.67 and up and riding. Griffin
up and riding. Unfortunately, right there, slipped off. Maybe got a little ahead of himself, Pete, looking at that section down the line.
That's what happens.
But, you know, I'm also noticing he's not wearing booties either. So sometimes you do get a little slip foot coming off that cliff.
Let's see. Let's take a look at it here. He is running no boots, but there's the table rock section. Oh, yeah, you're right. There was a definite slip there. Got that foot moved over to the rail and just went right off of it. Lots of people on the cliff. We were talking about, you know, some having somebody there to help you out. Don't know if anyone there for Griffin or any of those competitors in this heat.
Well, I heard he's traveling with the 10-pack. So I'm sure he's got some of his cronies up there giving him some information or just in support. I heard they have you rented a whole house, I think, over on the east side. There's a bunch of them in there.
Yeah, all the San Clemente crew. I mean, I had Cole and Jet stopped by the shop last night. Andrew Jacobson stopped by the shop. They were both, you know, looking for some tidbits and info. Matter of fact, Jacobson actually had a stripped screw in one of his boxes, and had to use some of Anthony. Yeah. Oh yeah, Anthony was there, my son, and he was able to work that one out without getting the drill out, which is good.
Yeah, you know, I've had a lot of success just screwing it all the way through the box.
Yeah, but the problem was the fin was in it.
Oh, yeah,
right. So you couldn't screw it through. And ultimately, you couldn't back it out, but then they got the brainchild of actually you hold the fin and pull the fin up a little bit, and that'll add pressure, and then that backed it out. So
nice.
Yep. So that was, you know, one of the tricks of the trade. Sometimes, unfortunately, you know, your fin systems have screws in them, and they get stripped out, and you got to figure out ways to get them out when they're stripped.
Especially those ratchet tools, Pete. Guys are going real quick, you know. Obviously, upsides to some using those other systems, snap-in system or FCS2s, where you just snap it in. But yeah, sometimes people get those screws stripped, and it can be a nightmare. It can be a challenge getting them out sometimes.
That's right. You got to go to your local surf shop and find out somebody who can get it out of there for you. Yeah, and that's just one of those things. Yeah, either Adam or myself can do it. I've done a few strip screws in my time.
Yeah. But I sometimes actually, you know, will get just the size up sort of Allen wrench and weasel that thing in there sometimes. I mean, there's all sorts of tricks.
There is, you know, and then also if you strip the box, you ever use a toothpick to get that thing to screw in there? Yeah, I say all the tricks of the trade getting passed around. Just stay online. You can learn all the tricks.
Yeah, and you can do a lot of shimming. As you can see right there, the backside of the lane, you see those nice walls coming there, Pete? That's that 1 foot. Those are that south swell waves that are picking in up over off Sabre.
Anyway, how do you tell the difference of that? What makes you say that that's the case?
Well, I just see waves sort of moving from left to right and sort of moving up the
angle of the swell.
Yeah, angle of the swell. And then some of those waves that push almost up into the cove of the lane, up behind these surfers. There's a little cove up there.
And I also think that another distinct difference would be the fact that the lines are longer and straighter, right? Because they're coming from so far away that they get more groomed.
Yeah.
You know, they're coming like the northern hemisphere swells are going to be a shorter interval, shorter energy, whereas the southern hemisphere are coming from the other side of the globe, and so they end up being a bit straighter and more groomed as they move through the ocean.
Yeah, look at that. Griffin gets a 2.57 basically for one
turn.
And so he's in a nice position right now. 17 and a half minutes remaining. Tori Meister needs a small score of a 3. It looks like Johnson's needing a small score of mid-range score of 4.8.
You know, I think the surfers today that limit their errors, right? Like you get your opportunities and you can't make mistakes with them because you probably aren't going to get as many opportunities as you had from the day previous. So you can kind of get away with an error here and there. That's I think where Hagen, unfortunately, that was a big one because he's just in second priority right now, but had he completed that ride, gets himself, a number that's in the same range as Andrew or Tori, he's right in the heat. Unfortunately, now that 2.67 is kind of a bit of a handicap. It's going to hold him back because who knows in this next 16 minutes if he's going to get 2 opportunities.
Yeah, true. And
so limit your mistakes today. Capitalize on the opportunities.
Yeah.
I guess that's a kind of a good recipe for all heats.
Yeah, the person who does the least amount of errors it looks like it's gonna do pretty well. But yeah, you have to take advantage of the opportunities when they come. You know, and given now that everything is within priority, it's sort of hard to really do something scrappy. You know, towards the end of the heat, it's almost solidified sometimes what's going down. Years ago, if you were in third or fourth place, coming towards the end of the heat, you'd go sit next to someone sometimes that was first or second, because you could potentially be a bomb and blow up, give them an interference or do whatever. It's nearly impossible to do that now.
Jacobson trying to add a few more points to his total, sitting in that third priority, so you can kind of have that situation of taking smaller waves in hopes that maybe something transpires, as we see also Hagen. And with that second priority, he knew that he had to get moving quickly and goes for the air reverse. And can he pull it off? Oh, that was close. And that's exactly what he needed to do on a style of wave like that.
Yep.
Go big. He was able to keep the board under the feet, but did not ride out, so he will not get credit for that maneuver.
Yeah, that wave comes together, converges. A little wedge right there comes together from right to left, so it's really hard to ride out of those unless you're a little early. But you're right, Pete. The maneuver choice on that wave, there wasn't much on there if you just stayed below the lip. So to get any score out of that, he had to go above the lip. So great try there.
How important do you think that air reverse is to have in your arsenal?
Well, you know, not as important here as it is in a say a beach break. I think where you know you have to have that. Well, let's look at just normal turns. There's probably 4 or 5. There's 6 turns maybe, and then there's a X factor above the lip tricks. And you have to have that when it comes down to, say, beach breaks. But we've been seeing guys, do traditional surfing in this event, just like that do pretty well. The lane is a wave catching contest, but really this was a one maneuver wave. He had to go for this to get any type of score. In the context of the heat, I'm not sure where that would have went in relation to those 7s and 6s that have already been scored. But it definitely checked one of the boxes in that criteria.
I mean, for considering the potential of that wave, scoring-wise, dropping in a closeout kind of section, that type of maneuver is going to maximize the potential of the score, right? So, he pulls that down, bit of an inversion. I mean, you see that could be even go to a 5. It could be, second highest wave of the heat.
Yeah.
Especially since he was able to get the quickness in the rotation. He got the tail high, which means that, it wasn't where the tail stays below your shoulders or everything. Right. It actually got the board up and inverted as much as you can, and that makes the difficulty higher. It's I guess it's no harm, no foul because he didn't pull it off. But I liked his choice there, and I believe that you think back into for examples, you mentioned venues on tour and where it's important to have that. For example, Portugal, Super Tubos would be some, because not a lot of times you're just going to be getting barreled there. Right. You might have those heats that you're going to have that type of
no doubt.
maneuver
Could be windy,
to be able to.
Could be chunky.
You
could
get
be
8s
small.
and 9, and we've seen it with Felipe, we've seen it with Italo, with Gabriel. All those guys that have that in their arsenal can take off on a closeout and potentially get a 9.
Yeah, well, it is a massive point of difference too if no one's doing it in that event. So it really does. I think, pre the event, usually the head judge will tell you sort of what they're sort of looking at, and sort of where the X factor is a variable of potentially getting a really high score because we're not going to be seeing a lot of it. But
well, we touched on today. I mean, in the lane specifically, of all of the elements within the judging criteria, whether it be speed, power, and flow, whether it be innovation, progression. We'll get back to that in a second here as we see Hagen giving himself another opportunity here on a smaller wave.
Hagen's taking advantage of not being in priority, so he's sitting underneath everybody. No one's even looking at these waves because they don't want to jeopardize their priority, and he's putting some numbers on the board, Pete.
Oh, this is going to be his best wave yet. So ultimately, that is a smart move there by Hagen. He's in a situation where he has to do this because he sits in that 4th priority. Is to start rolling the dice. And maybe these things have some energy, and that one did. It had some energy through the inside for a smaller wave like that. He maximized the scoring potential of it. He's going to get a number that's going to be now probably around that 4 range, right? I mean, he was able to surf this wave pretty well.
He certainly was, and like I said, no one else was looking at this wave, but he hadn't put up a score yet. So this, a score.
They're looking at it now, though. You can see they're both looking back on it.
They are. They're going, wow, he actually put together, some turns right there. So it might have been, for him, it's getting his primary score. All these guys that might have their backup score already, but let's see what the judges.
They're going to give it to. It's going to be a mid-range 4. He just put himself right in the heat, a 4.77. So there, top number besides the 7.5. Yep. So he surfed that wave, the potential it had. The other surfers didn't look at it, and now he's in the heat.
Yeah, and there's no priority changing for him yet. He hasn't had any. It doesn't matter. Him going on that wave. So let's see.
Griffin with priority 2. takes the first wave of the set.
Nice, Pete. Really like that release out of the tail. He just stays so connected to his board all the time. And it looks like at any moment he can do that, Pete. But just blast his tail out the back of the wave. And again, so two perfectly well-ridden waves. A small little slip in the second wave, but right there he's
Can
showing
you
us why.
describe that difference of, I mean, because it does look distinctly different than his competitors. And it's, you know, it's very subtle, but it's very distinctly different.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, he's just got it, whatever it is. You know, look at it. He just.
I mean, you
stays-
try to describe it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's our job just trying to understand it. But I mean, literally, it's because I think to me it feels like it's
Technique.
effortless, right?
Yeah, it's technique, it's mechanics, it's you know, you can see he's stoked even riding this wave. He knows exactly what he's doing, where he's going, in the rocks in front of him, everything. He's hyper aware of what's going on. It looks like he really enjoys competition surfing. You know where you watch some people surf and you could say they're sort of fighting it? It looks like he
or
really
stressing about it, like
Yeah.
trying to manufacture it, whereas
Yeah.
he's just kind of free and loose and
Yeah.
carefree, right? So I
Yeah.
guess that performance is being presented, and it's hard not to understand because it is a distinct difference. It's going to be another good number. Yeah, there it is, a 6.83. So, like, you know, potential on that wave was he surfed it right there, got the number needed, and now has a very large lead, 14.33 two-wave total, 10 minutes to go. So, just a blueprint of how you want to surf a heat here at the lane.
no doubt. And now I believe he'll be freed up, Pete. We're gonna
Even
see
more so.
Even
Now,
more so, yeah.
So
like
the two solid numbers are there. Now all of a sudden, watch out. If he gets
Watch
himself
out.
a set wave, we
Yeah.
could be in for some fireworks, which is
Yeah.
exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, beautiful shot right here, Pete. Shows us why and how we're able to keep that wind down with all that kelp. That kelp really does help us with our wind here. And
It's a beauty and a curse at the same time. I mean, for the most part, if you're catching the right waves at a break here in Santa Cruz, you're surfing in an area that there isn't a lot of kelp. It's when you
True.
start taking waves that push you into the kelp in these regions that there's more of it.
Yeah.
You want to stay away from it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, all of those things, that kelp there is connected to the bottom, which of course helps to alleviate some of the chop that you're seeing. So I mean, it would probably be even windier if we didn't have that kelp with that east wind.
That's dampening that east wind for sure.
I mean, that's literally, so you got south and east off of each other. That's the south, you know, we're looking directly north there. And, you know, you can see that east wind just coming cross over the top of that.
Yeah.
It's almost southeast, the wind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's sort of a screwy map here, being on the edge of this bay. You don't directly look to your right and that's north, and you look to your left and that's south. It's
actually the opposite.
It's opposite.
Yeah, if you're looking out to sea, it's south.
Yeah, and so yeah, some people for years goes, God, you guys get south swells up there. I'm like, nope, we don't. But no, we face due south. Our point breaks get really good on south swells.
It's crazy. Like, you'll sometimes actually, you know, during some south swells where you'll look at trestles and it's 4 foot, and then up here it's 6 foot.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it's literally we're not as close to the energy source, and you'd think it would be bigger in Southern California, but here, just because of the angle and the certain type of bathymetry that feeds these swells into, I mean, a lot of times just the difference between, say, Pleasure Point, which is, you know, a mile to our east.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as today, let's bring this up too, is that the women will get in the water after this round of 64. So stay tuned for that. We'll get to see the first trialists get into the water.
That's exciting.
But you know, the east side, you know, will focus. Some angles will be bigger on that side of town, and it'll be, you know, smaller over here at the lane. And then their swells, it'll be the exact opposite.
Yeah. I remember years ago I was educated by a guy named Jim Denovan. He said anything less than 205 at Pleasure Point sometimes does not hit us.
Yeah.
And then you look at 205 at Steamer Lane.
And it's bombing.
Yeah. And then as the interval sort of drops, even with the 205, you get out of the 17, get into the more 14. Sometimes it picks it up over there. So it is sort of, you know, maybe where the swell starts, even though it might hit the box at an angle, it's where maybe it starts. Where the swell comes in.
Great mention too of Jim Denovan. You know, his another character out of Santa Cruz that is you know, produced some things that probably didn't even know he was from Santa Cruz. As we watch it, Griffin's two waves here. This is the 7.5 and the 6.83, and just some amazing work. But back to Jim Denovan and the fact that Jim is literally, you've seen his sand art. He has gone into the deserts. He's done some sand art where he produces these pieces on the beach. And they're amazing. And you probably didn't know he was from Santa Cruz, but Denovan, if you can, see some of the work that he's done. And plus, he's a great surfer and one of the most astute in regards to knowing when the waves are good and how the waves are good and why they're good.
Yeah, no doubt. And here's the second wave of Griffin that really like that little low pounce off the whitewater, Pete. Some people would have taken the high line. He took the low line. But that
to
off
keep
the
his
top,
speed,
yeah,
right?
that off the top to release on that second turn was insane. And just right here, he's really loose and flying, Pete. This is sort of a gutless wave. Griffin staying well connected to his board and really showing the judges that he's got complete control and can do basically whatever he wants on a wave.
Been with the Mayhem surfboards for a very long time, so talk about equipment with Matt Biolis and Griffin Colapinto, and that is a beautiful relationship that has been lasting for a very, very long time. I mean, ever since Griffin was a youngster, he's been riding those Mayhems.
No doubt. Now down to 6 minutes remaining, Pete. We're still got plenty of time. This could go either way right here, but looks like we're having
breakaway.
Breakaway. Maybe Griff looking a little wide. Unfortunately, that wave backing off.
So again, there's still some of that northwest angled swell, which is now pushing into Middle Peak, and that was what Griffin saw there. He's trying to chase it down and maybe get a little bit of an opportunity outside of priority with 6 minutes to go.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you're looking for one of those little cutoff lefts. That you get that little ape hanger that comes off the cliff at the
air section.
The point that becomes a massive air section.
Sure does. You know, and again, that's understanding the lineup and knowing what opportunities could and conceivably be there for you. And definitely, yeah, one big maneuver left is something that, I mean, Connor Coffin, for example, Coldwater Classic at one point in his career, it was big, 6 feet, and he surfed the lefts, you know, and was doing multiple maneuvers on the big lefts and getting scores and getting through heats.
Yeah, that's awesome. Which is
Nate
rare.
Yeomans was there in that finals day.
Yeah. Oh, Nate's done incredibly well out here. I believe he won one of the Sponsor Me years that O'Neill's put this event on and got that sponsorship as well, just like Tori Meister did.
Who's in this heat right now, sitting in fourth. He's been very patient. He's got priority, 5 minutes to go. So he's playing the game he has to play, right? He knows that it's like a 4-5. He has to, if he's going to choose a wave, it's got to be better than the 4-5.
Yeah, I noticed he had the opportunity to potentially go on Johnson's wave. They got that 4.77, but realized that that wasn't going to, you know, you're not going to want to go for 2 backup scores. You know, you need to get if you already got your 4-5 and you chewed up some time trying to get up there on the priority list, you're looking for a 7-5 or an 8.
That's the strategy being played, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's the ideal is that Hagen was in a situation where he was able to kind of roll the dice, and it worked out great for him because he ended up getting the second highest score with the 4-7. Oh, sorry, now it's the third highest score. But, you know, in comparison to Griffin, you're fighting for second place at this point with 4 minutes to go. So he is in contention. He literally only needs a 3 in order to turn the heat. Well, now here's that Middle Peak wave, and Griffin's up and riding.
Wow, nice blast and release. Another wrap. These waves are going to sort of flatten out, but Griffin's staying right next to the pocket. Pete can't tell with that tight angle, but here he is again. So this wave coming closer into the cliffs gets backwashy and weird, but he's still able to keep his boards moving. Let's see what happens out on the back with Jacobson.
So Hagen had to give way to Jacobson. So Jacobson did not, got suckered into that one. Hagen now just in you know, strategically playing a really good role, and now Tori using priority here. Important wave for Tori Meister.
Oh, come on.
Jacobson is right now quietly holding that second place position. 3.27 needed here from Tori Meister. Do you think this is enough?
Wow, I don't know, but it was sort of a slow lumbering wave, but I like the release he got out of the tail. As we see now Johnson up and riding, who had been waiting, Pete. Let's see what this happens with this little wave. He's been playing a smart hand so far. Let's see what he's able to do. Is if he increases his, a 2 point.
He needs a 3.
He needs a 3,
right? He needs a 3. Jacobson did not improve.
Right.
He sold Jacobson that wave, gave himself the opportunity with second priority. You know, Meister sitting for so long, had to pulled the trigger, and sure enough, there was actually looked like a little bit of a better wave. So, I mean, Hagen playing that priority role, which is, you know, he's not even surfing waves, and he's that's how you compete.
Yep.
So smart.
Positioning. He's competing really well. And, two, I wouldn't be surprised if Tori got cold, Pete. He'd been sitting out there for nearly 10, 12 minutes without catching a wave. He also surfed this morning. You know, obviously Hawaiians have a little thinner blood than we do here. But he potentially was a little cold on that one. So we're going to see now.
It's an important exchange, right?
Yep.
It's 2 minutes to go. We may not see another opportunity. Hagen actually got himself back out for priority here with 2 minutes to go. He could conceivably take the lead. As you see, Jacobson's score is going to post here. And it's not going to change. If it does, no, it's not going to change anything yet. He still has one more number to come in. But there's a 4.03. Tori does go into second position. So now Hagen needs a 3.75 on this last one. And the score in is a 3.6. So not enough for Hagen, but he has priority, and he's looking at this wave. So, again, looking for a 3.76 at the moment, and here he is.
Let's see what he's able to do. Let's see that power ball behind him. It's going to push him out into the face of the wave. Let's see if there's enough opportunity out here as he's way out on the shoulder now. It doesn't look like there's much wave out there. But
Well, he did everything he could to give himself the opportunity, so I would say I'm putting my hands together. Good job, Hagen. You may not have made this heat, but strategically you gave yourself an opportunity in a really tough heat. It was just a little bit tough that last wave did not get it for you. So Jacobson's last one came in at a 3.33, so he's thinking to himself right now, the two seeds were able to keep it together.
Yeah.
And with a minute to go, Torrey with priority and second place, so he can defend this out pretty much to keep his spot in second.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Griff paddled in a minute ago. But you're still seeing a couple of waves here, Pete. We do have like, I think the interval is less than the duration of time left, so we might be able to see one or even two waves, Pete.
Right
be
now,
ridden right here. Yeah, of course.
I mean, Torrey can't just let this wave go, but there could be another one behind it. Oh, boy, decision time. He lets it go. So Andrew's going to go here. Needs a what does he need?
3.76.
4.37.
No, sorry,
yeah, 4.37. Not going to happen there, and good read there by.
And now Torrey is in position for what looks to be a nice little
closing
wave.
It out. He's going to close it out here. This is exactly what he needs to do. He's got priority. He's going to take this wave and probably surf it up. Nice work. I mean, this is, again, strategically, Torrey, very competitive, past champion here of the Coldwater Classic, and it shows.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he needed to do to basically give that set wave up and say, yeah, go for it, Andrew.
That was some veteran work right there. That's really hard to do, Pete, is let that wave go by. He realized that wasn't increase his four. So he did a great job.
Well, we didn't go to break the last heat. We're going to go to break now, so stay tuned as we've got another heater coming your way. The Coldwater Classic coming up. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic continues, and we've got our second championship tour surfer in the water, but this is Ian Crane up and riding on a nice size set wave here. O'Neill team rider. Wondering if he's wearing the Hyper Freak Fire. New model out at a dealer near you. As we see someone else is on fire, Ian Crane. Found himself a nice little set wave here.
Nice.
And that's the way you got to do it. Be able to get an early wave, not make any mistakes. Ian Crane did that. You see the kelp diving onto his board, but good surfing there from Ian.
No doubt. I'm surprised he got that wave. It looks like Nat Young's in this heat as well, so this is a pretty stacked heat, Pete.
Nat Young, I think, got a wave as well. Haven't seen that yet because you can see him paddling outside. So both the two seated surfers, Ian Crane and Nat Young, picking up their first waves. Sam Ridey and Jack Zoltan. Now we're seeing Sam Ridey had a good heat yesterday. See if he can keep it together here from behind. He's got to get himself to that open face. Finally gets there. One maneuver, and then finds himself behind once again. But now back to the open face. So not quite the rhythm and speed and flow that you would have liked. So just really that one maneuver.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy he got rid of that wave. As you see, this is the wave we didn't see of Nat Young, the local boy, past champion here, on a nice little wave there, Pete.
First backhand hook, and second now finding his rhythm. So he saw the line for this little southern hemi swell. pulled the trigger maybe a little early because Ian Crane on a little bigger wave, but we did see those first waves of the set become good opportunities.
Well, and two, I think they took into consideration that last heat, Pete, was sort of wave starved, so they saw some waves right away and got hustling. Nat Young wasn't going to let that wave go by. But yeah, I'm sure after kicking out and seeing this wave of Ian Crane, he might be thinking he should have waited one. But hey, look, 2 people advance out of the heat. You don't need to win this contest in the first round.
And even the first minute, right?
Yeah.
You gotta produce an entire 25-minute performance. So it feels like Nat and Ian Crane are going to pick up the 2 best of this exchange. The number coming in for Righty going to be in the low range, whereas the numbers coming in for Nat were pretty substantial, similar to what we saw from Griffin's first wave.
Nice.
That vertical approach on the backhand, that just CT punch that they bring. They have a little bit more lead in the foot. Obviously one of the most powerful surfers on the championship tour in Nat Young, and has produced himself a number of a 7.33. Ian Crane's going to get himself somewhere in the mid 5 to 6, a 6.0.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess the judges saw that maybe Ian was going a little lateral, going sort of parallel down the line with those floaters, more liking more the Nat Young, more vertical approach.
Bottom, yeah,
off the bottom, off the top. To me, that's the major difference, Pete. When the wave goes vertical, you see the World Tour surfers, they seem to go up and down really good with all that power. They don't let anything go by them when that face opens up. And also their maneuver choice. They seem to know exactly what maneuver they have in their repertoire to get the biggest score. And they're definitely focusing on that right now as they're trying to put up those big numbers.
And going top to bottom, going from rail to rail, to keep your speed, you have to have a great technique. That's the thing about going top to bottom that gives that difficulty, and that's why you see the scores elevate when you're doing that type of surfing, is because it is hard to keep your speed when you're moving to the bottom of the wave and to the top of the wave, and not like you'll see a lot of people when they're telegraphing an aerial, for example,
right.
they're gonna quickly twitch their board to squirt water through the concave and get that board moving down the line. And so if you do that in between every maneuver, not pleasing to the eye, does not really tick the box of speed, power, and flow. That balance of being able to go top to bottom, so challenging, and that's why we see Nat Young basically he was able to put 3 nice solid maneuvers together, transitioning from rail to rail, inside rail, back to the outside rail, inside rail, and keeping that speed and flow going, and earns himself a point and a third higher than Ian Crane's 6.0.
Nice. Nice aerial view right there.
That's the little goat trail you had mentioned, that little notch in the
crack
cliff right there. You can climb up and down right there. Slippery. And you got to be tall enough because you hook your arm. There's a nice little handhold, but you have to kind of slide yourself down, and it's a little sketchy.
Oh yeah, my 5'6" frame doesn't get down that.
You don't have the long enough arm, huh? That's why I can be able to do it, but
yeah,
it's still sketchy no matter what.
Yeah.
It's funny when you see people who have never seen that before. You stand there and then like the people watch you like literally slide down through a little hole and disappear on the cliff. They're like, where is he going? There is a little trail there.
To the perfect position off the wall. You saw one of those little decoy waves right there, Pete, just sucking up off the point, pushing up into the cove. And here comes another one as well. Pretty much a no-hander. Let's see with one of the surfers looking at it. You see it just sort of peters out.
Hey.
It sort of dissipates into the
you should
the
look
channel.
in the dictionary. I don't know if that's actually something that...
It's what we use when we're working with you, Pete.
All right.
But there's it's sort of gutless ways, but
that does look like a really powerful wave. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Petered out.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to you, does it?
Sorry.
Pete? You see in some of the contestants looking up towards the cliff sometimes, there is some directive being thrown at those guys, or some heckles. I remember years ago you would be
VC up on the cliff.
Yeah, well, and it's not uncommon to get bad information thrown out there, where you're getting some local people throwing some bad information out to these traveling surfers to try to throw them off. So there is some mind games as you see the local crowd.
Great story, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember the VC story? It was Wave Killer. You know who Wave Killer is?
Yeah.
And
Alan Sarlo?
Alan Sarlo in a heat, and VC up on the cliff. Let's see it, Wave Killer, yelling at him, just calling him by a nickname. And you think about trying to get into somebody's head as a competitor. That was VC yelling from the top of the cliff.
Yeah. And speaking of VC, here's all the memorials right here, down here at Steamer Lane. Saw Robert Waldemeyer, saw Jay and Sky and Raul. Yeah, you name them. That's basically our family, Pete, right there, as you know. So he's right here. Here's up in.
This is Zoltan. Zoltan, we'll call it. Not the O, it's an N. A. Zoltan, Jack. So he was sitting outside of priority here, and this wave didn't have a lot of energy. I'm sure Nat and Ian were happy to let him go, and now Nat.
Nat sees something in this little inside wave, Pete. And he gets a couple of hacks off. Like we said earlier, this has been a sort of a slow day, so I wouldn't be surprised if, guys, that was a great turn right there. Just taking off on waves to get those 2 scores and then really trying to bank some bigger scores towards the end of the heat. But like we had mentioned, you don't want to be left with 2 minutes left of the heat needing a 3 and not have priority. So a lot of these guys trying to just get those 2 scores on the board and then sit out there and wait for a wave of some substance.
Well, and especially with Nat, I'm sure he would have been probably pretty stoked on the 7.33. You know, in his mind, he's like, maybe that, that score would have been, mid-6 if in his eyes, but then all of a sudden they give him an extra, 7.33. That's a pretty good score. He would have been, okay, let's back this thing up right out of the gates, which he has done. Choosing a wave that probably wasn't one that he would have elected to really choose, but it did have enough potential there. And sure enough, he's probably going to get himself a mid-5 for that last wave and sit with 2. And you just saw right there at the bottom of your screen.
To your left there.
That's that opportunity. As we saw Griffin pick up a wave here at Middle Peak, and why not sit outside of it? Maybe something happens where a set, because a northwest set isn't necessarily going to hit the top of the point. It could be, it could move right to where he's at. Let's take a look at this replay here. It's waiting on scores. Yeah, the judges want to see exactly what happened on this one. I mean, the outside sections there was pretty average, but then it's set up on the inside section here, and 2 beautiful hooks. I think, he finds this one here, another solid number. Going to come for a wave with low potential, but obviously saw that there was potential on the inside, and he's going to turn that into a score, and it's going to be a second number.
Yeah, that was not just local knowledge. That's some veteran stuff right there, knowing you just need to back up your score right away.
And just make things easy. And then, that slow crawl around, he was sitting there at Middle Peak, maybe saw some bumps that were kind of headed that way, and then realized, now I'm going to go out, get myself priority, sit in the ladder. He's going to have to wait it out a little bit now that he's moving back out to the point. But there it is. I mean, it's another good number, 6.77.
Wow.
So
again, wave. So he's setting himself up too with the judges, Pete. If they're giving him that type of score for some smaller inside waves, that he's
wait for a set wave, right?
Exactly. I mean, to me, he's obviously surfing incredibly well, but that's 50% for Nat Young right there. If he really starts to waft that tail out the back, get some release, and actually throw in some state-of-the-art maneuvers, those are huge turns, huge scores.
Well, we get to hear from Griffin Colapinto as his first heat here at the Coldwater Classic went very, very well. Let's hear from him.
Further down the line.
Perfect.
Hi, we are here with Griffin Colapinto. He is the winner of our round 2. How did you feel out there today?
Felt good. It's morning. It's kind of always hard at the lane in the morning because there's that warble and the sun's in your eyes, so it was a little bit tricky with that, but we had a wave within the first 30 seconds, so it was nice to just get going right away. And it's always fun, that little hassle off the rocks, iconic, so it was good to get a piece of it.
Cool. Yeah, you were surfing really good. That little inside corner wave at the end, we were like, how did he see that coming? And how are you feeling going into the next heat? Any strategy?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, I guess tomorrow's supposed to be really good, so just get on some good waves and surf. Yeah.
Well, good job. We will see you later.
All right, thank you.
Right on, Griffin.
Nice work.
And he did. He went out there and he just strategically sound heat and great surfing.
Yeah, look at that. That was a great little view right there of some of the wedges and stuff.
Look at this. Nat was able to find his way back over to peak, and there is a set coming that way. So that's one thing I think the locals can identify is when you can see a little further out, probably more so than anyone else because you understand what those set waves look like and where they're going to go. And Nat's going to find himself a nice little solid one at the peak. Yeah. Floats the first section. On this smaller peak days, the wave will stand up a little bit.
We see what he's able to do, that little adjustment, Pete, to get back into the pocket of the wave to allow himself, if there was any vertical face, to get up into the lip. And here we go, Zoltan getting a finish off on that wave. So he's sitting on a 0 for his second score, so that's going to increase his cause. But look at that, Ian Crane with priority. He's been sitting there for quite some time, Pete, with priority. He got a great wave. His first wave was a 6, so he's obviously thirsting now for a second wave. Hearing Nat Young's score, I'm sure he thinks he needs to put up a number here pretty soon to allow himself some freedom to really bank a massive score, because who knows what Nat's able to do if he gets a set wave.
Well, and what an experience for Jack and Sam.
Yeah.
This is to be able to compete. I mean, I know that looking back on my Coldwater Classic experiences, my first one-on-one heat was here at the lane.
Wow.
In the
Who was
focus.
that against?
Oh man, Graham. It was Graham. Graham is his last name or first name? Was one
Graham
of them.
Wilson?
Graham Wilson. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he beat me. Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
And I remember that was the year that Josh Molkoy also made it. He was able
right.
to get. He was a low seed. He ended up having an opportunity, and he slipped off. Remember that?
He lost to Barton Lynch. That's
Barton
right.
Lynch.
Yeah, that was a really nice heat. But yeah, you're right. These young surfers out there right now that are building their confidence and going through the ranks and are low on the ranks, but able to surf against guys like Ian Crane, Nat Young, Griffin Colapinto. I mean, that's all the experience you need, really, to start a fire in you. To go, okay, look, I can play ball against these guys. I'm getting scores against these guys. Because at a certain point, at a certain level of surfing, Pete, anybody can beat anybody. You're just on the right waves at the right time, and the clock goes down and the hooter blows. So, it is really helps your confidence when you're able to beat someone who's better than you, and that's what surfing, competitive surfing, allows you to do. You don't have to be the best surfer to win. You just have to be the one on the right wave sometimes.
And you think about, and you look at like an example of Hagen Johnson, who is probably winning a lot of the division events that he's having in NSSA or Surfing America, and then now he's cutting his teeth into this the World Surf League. This is that time you're going to the transition into the pros and into that moment where you're going to have that extra pressure when you have someone like Nat Young or Griffin Colapinto in your heat. It just is such a great opportunity, because these are the guys you look up to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is where you're aspiring, is to be able to challenge for a world title. That's the dream. And, that's what Griffin wants to do. That's what his goal is coming into this season. He wants to win a world title. And he's there on the championship tour. He's grown through the ranks through Surfing America, NSSA. He's an open men's champion, there's a national champion. And, man, that dream is still being fulfilled, and this is the great start for guys like Jack and Sam. This is exactly what they want to be able to do, and they're competing at the Coldwater Classic.
Yeah, this does really elevate your level of surfing, knowing that you have to surf your best. Your concentration is just out the roof when you're competing like this. And here's a smaller wave on the inside for Zoltan. See if he's able to get out to that face. Now he's looking to get a pretty nice score. He needs a 2.8 to get into that second position, but relatively a small wave, Pete, in comparison to the other waves. I think that's not even going to be anywhere near what he needs.
Yeah, well, if he was paying attention, we saw Hagen actually pick up a pretty good number underneath the priority of others.
Yeah.
But that wave didn't quite have the same potential there, so it's not going to be anything to change his scoreline in my eyes. We'll see what the judges think here momentarily. Sam's been patient with that second priority, sitting behind Ian Crane. I think he knows and how important it is. He can't pull the trigger too early. And if he wants to, beat Ian Crane, which is pretty much what he's fighting for now, being that Nat Young already has 14 points, you would say that that's the strategy now, is to make sure that you get the next best wave over Ian Crane.
Yeah. Like what Nat's doing here, Pete. He's going to sort of force some competitors to think about the waves they're taking off on, because he's going to probably try to be baiting people in to take some lemons.
I mean, again, you're in a heat. You're always trying to do the next right thing. So ultimately, we saw Nat pick up his second score. He lingered around Middle Peak. He actually ended up getting a wave over there. But now when he gets back to the point, right, the other options are you sit off to the side and wait to see what the trigger be pulled by the competitors, and you move up the ladder. Or, in his eyes, the next best thing is actually start trying to bait, and get your competitors to bite on waves. I mean, here's an example of a wave right now. He could actually probably paddle for it. And the other part is if you paddle for a set wave and then they don't paddle, sure enough, you get yourself another wave.
Yeah.
And what's the harm if you're, fourth priority? I mean, he's third priority now, so he has to think about it a little bit more. But
look, he's got a pretty big score for a second wave there, so he's not going to obviously pull the trigger unless he's going to improve on that. But playing the cat and mouse game and baiting somebody in, I'm sure Nat's a gamer. He's a total gamer. He loves the game, And so
He's definitely
some
competitive,
of-
man.
some of
Anything
the,
you do with him,
yeah.
whether it's cards, ping pong, getting the best surf spot.
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt. Looks like there's a couple of bumps coming. Let's see if Ian Crane's able to put up that second score. He's been waiting quite some time. No booties. Could be getting cold foot, club foot. And
Nat does no booties too. I mean, Nat's like I don't think he actually feels anything though, because he's been a no booty guy for a very long time here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
Even the coldest of the cold, he actually straight up does not wear boots.
Yep.
I don't understand it personally, but
Well, it's hard. We have a lot of shale cliffs around here.
yeah,
Anybody hopping
it's like
off
having
these
little
cliffs.
tennis shoes. Get used to
Yeah.
it. Yeah, but he's definitely loves the feel of the barefoot on his wax.
Yeah. And two, there is something to be said about having that feeling. You do lose a little feeling with your booties, but you also increase grip. So a lot of guys around here thought aerials and booties were they went hand in hand, as you can see right
That's
here.
right. I mean, Barney was one that wore him in Hawaii.
No doubt.
All right, little tag off the top here for Sam Ridey. And again, if he's going to try and catch Ian here with 6.5 to go, doesn't need a huge number, and I think he's already gotten it. So he'll probably take over second here. Watch out for the kelp. Oh, you saw that coming.
Yeah, you did.
And now Jack. So how big is this number going to go for Sam in order to make Ian have to turn this heat? I mean, it's a 3.5 just barely turns it.
Right.
But a 4.5 makes him needs something at least a 2+. 5.5 makes it a bit of a challenge. I don't know if that quite went to that level. There it is, 4.07. So now Ian, he's going to need a 0.74, which ain't much.
No. But you know what I really see in this young man is he's got a beautiful bottom turn, Pete. See that nice sustained off the bottom, and poised young surfer, surfing with a lot of maturity. I don't know how old this young man is, but great surfer coming to the inside. We talked about the kelp on the inside, really hard to turn through that. Unfortunately falling off before he can put up an end maneuver. Doesn't really reflect well, but still he did a lot of work on that, so it's a nice, well-ridden wave. 4.07 for Ridey, that was nice. You see Nat Young just sitting out there patiently, and Ian Crane, now it's going to be up to the 5-minute mark. Now Crane's been waiting for quite some time. His feet are up and out of the water, obviously. Cold little clubs by now. But I don't think Nat Young has any circulation in his feet.
That's
well, he
why?
doesn't have any ankles. Did you see it just goes to calf to foot? It just is one huge calf to
Does
foot.
it even move? Yeah, it does.
I don't think he's ever actually been injured either. I'm not going to knock on wood, but he is such a beast from the waist down. Nat Young is such a specimen. Good friend of ours, Joey Wolf, who's been training him for quite some time, has done a great job with Nat, and a lot of these local surfers here getting them conditioned and prepared to perform at their peak.
So Sam, I think, is either 16 or 17, so another youngster.
Yeah, you can tell, young surfer here.
Maybe 18. Just trying to see where his birth date is.
See these little warbles now, almost like boat wakes, Pete, when these waves come in like this. As you see, it looks like Sam's going to take a dig on this little inside wave. Now, his lowest wave is a 2.67, so that's what he's trying to increase on. That was some nice commitment and some release out of the tail. Here it comes to the inside.
Oh.
And unfortunately throws the air away. Now here's Crano. This is his second score. Needs this one to count. So he needs a pretty nice little score, actually a 7.74, so not much. He's already got that.
Yeah, 0.74. I mean, unless Sam is improving on that 2.67, which he may have actually, but ultimately it feels like Crane is going to turn the heat here with that 3:30 to go. Very patient, just 2 waves ridden by Crane. You'd have to say that was, in that exchange, Crane's wave is going to be better than Sam, so ultimately he is going to keep that second position.
Yeah, he is. And it looks like Zoltan there again on a smaller inside wave. Just still building on those smaller scores. If I was in his camp right now, Zoltan's camp, I would be wanting him to sort of focus on trying to get a little bigger wave. But the boys have been sandbagging with priority for quite some time. As you see Ian Crane up and on his backside here, phenomenal backside surfer. He's definitely got the X factor as well. So him doing some traditional surfing right here and getting a nice little score. And looks like Sam here, Pete, again on a nice little wave. Now, Ian's going to potentially increase his total again, but this is a nice little wave. You see that nice little coping up by the lip, giving him opportunity, Pete.
I will say, though, Crano was able to get the 5.33, which made Sam need a 7.26 on that last wave. So
not going to happen there.
Yeah, and, you know, if Crano hadn't been able to get that wave, yeah, that's a different story. But ultimately, Sam now most likely going to be better than the 3.03. He'll add to his total. But don't see it being enough to turn the heat for Sam. Giving it a run, though, and it's not over yet. 2 minutes to go. So 4.70 and a 5.0 for Crano. Did pack a quick wave, but it didn't factor into his top two. So Sam getting his best wave with the 4.7, but still he needs a 6.63 at this moment with 1 minute 45 to go. And Jack Sultan looking for an 8.4.
Well, you're not comboed.
It's true.
You're not comboed. So
Never
it's
say die.
Yeah, it's a single wave deficit to advance. So, you know, some people, I mean, if you had priority at this time and you needed that score and you're sitting against two world-class surfers, you probably would take that. You know, like, hey, look, if I was given the opportunity to end the heat with 2 minutes left.
At least it didn't get comboed.
Well, that's my point is you're coming out of there needing only one wave to qualify to get through this heat, which is a nice feeling. You know, if you get sent to another nation, the combination, it's sort of painful. You can lose some sleep over those sometimes.
So true. Yeah, we are in day 2 here at Steamer Lane for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and some challenging conditions, but there is some surf out there. Looking at our forecast, you know, you think about looking out tomorrow, we have a new swell on its way. Matter of fact, I saw some factual information. Our outside buoy had some solid numbers on it. So that'll be here. It hit that buoy around 4 a.m. And that means it's a 24-hour away buoy. And if the angle is correct and all that, we're going to start to see that swell here at around 4 a.m. tomorrow. So it'll be a slow start, but building, and most likely some pretty good surf throughout the day tomorrow and the next day. But then Saturday is a question mark. You know, we will see the fact that southerly hemisphere swell that we had, or that we have been having here today, is kind of a very big question mark if we'll have any of that on Saturday. So Saturday is a question mark in our book. So we may try and finish up on Friday if everything goes according to plan. As we see the end to that one, Nat Young takes the win. Big numbers, 7.33, 6.77. Ian Crane, 6.0, 5.33. The two seeded surfers are through into the round of 32. Heat number 10 coming up next. And local boy, Sam Coffey, is going to hit the water.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the 2022 edition of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. The venue, Steamer Lane. Up and riding, our top seed in this heat, Rylan Rubens from San Diego. Loves the Black Beach zone. La Jolla. Spends a lot of time at that beach. Great surfer, little goofy footer. And now the next seeded surfer and local boy, Sam Coffey, takes off on this one. A huge arsenal above the lip, but also knows how to surf a heat, sits up there pretty high in the rankings at the moment, so he wants to solidify that. This is a venue that you feel like he is going to be confident, as he has surfed the lane pretty much any day it breaks. Myself, Peter Mell here, along with Adam Replogle, calling the action. And quick start to this one.
Yeah, great little start here. Round of the 64, heat number 10. A lot of local people here down here to watch Sam Coffey, I'm sure. The Coffey family, really well known around here. The father, Ward Coffey, great surfboard shaper and surfer himself, but also ran the Youth Surfing Association here in the high school for years, Pete.
Yeah, the Scholastic Surfing Association, which is all the high schools and competing here. You know, there's most high schools now have surf teams. So he was a big part of that, you know, bringing up the youth, also shaping, you know, many, many boards under the tutelage of Bob Pearson back in the day. As we watched Sam right here on this wave, I think he had some new boards I saw, at least on his Instagram. It doesn't look like that's the new board under his feet yet. But, yeah, going to a trusty one. But it's pretty good to have Dad shape you a few surfboards.
You tell me, Pete. But you could tell right there that he was looking really confident. Sometimes the confidence is in those older boards. Your footwells are all glued into it. I mean,
I know how you are about your footwells.
Oh,
You'll
yeah.
actually take a brand new board and cram some footwells in there, huh?
Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, but years ago when the foam was pretty hard on the deck, you'd have to get some rubber mallets out and start pounding on it. But now I'm watching.
There's some tricks of the trade, kids.
Yeah, but now I'm watching some. That's when surfboards were a little more inconsistent, so you had to get into the foam of your board to feel the board. But nowadays, boy, a lot of these young surfers are grabbing brand new boards and going out in heats, and some of the world's best surfers. It's not uncommon to see Kelly Slater grab a new board, never even ridden it, and go out in the heat.
Bud Freitas did that today.
Is that what
yesterday? Yeah, he ran a brand new Firewire.
Yeah, that man.
He liked the look of it and went out
good.
in his trials heat, and yep, this is the one. And ended up surfing the best we've seen throughout yesterday. Three solid heats.
I think he had one of the best, the highest point total of the day. As you see,
He did.
looks like
Highest of the event so far, still.
Yeah.
9.0, 8.1. So yeah, he was the man to beat definitely yesterday. Sam Coffey a 6.17. Quick wave for Rubens a 0.83.
Great start.
Sam looking at another little inside one. Sure enough, the south swell cliff action. Yeah, with that fourth priority, seemed like there was a bit of a sell going on there, maybe.
There certainly was. But yeah, you'd mentioned Coffey's ranking right now in the North America Tour. There's only been, you said, one, or has there been a couple of events so far? So there's some points out there. I'm always curious to know what the local guys are doing, how they're positioned.
20th in the rankings at the moment, needs to make top 8.
Okay. Well, he's got some making up to do, and you see the local boy right here, Sam Coffey, on his second wave. Third wave, actually, it looks like.
Little loose, 2 turns on that outside. Again, no harm, no foul. Building from the inside, trying to get a couple moves done. He knows this wave so well. He knew that wasn't going to have a whole lot of inside action, but he saw enough to get 2 turns done.
Yeah, but you can see some of the fellow competitors watching out the back, wondering what he saw that they didn't. And so he's getting them to think about it. If your fellow competitors are watching you serve, you're doing something right.
2.67 for his efforts, building upon that lead so far. No one else really has a wave.
It's cool now, Pete, as the swell, as you know, when the swell picks up out of that northwest direction, or even south swells, it breaks out there towards that rock. It breaks out there way towards that second big point right there. You'll get waves all the way off that and come all the way down. So this wave actually has about 40 or maybe 50 more yards of wave on it if it's a little bigger. So hopefully that swell that you're predicting for tomorrow comes in. We get some nice.
Wait, are you
long
throwing it
balls.
on me? I'm predicting?
No, I mean, you had just mentioned maybe.
I did, yeah. No,
Yeah.
Here
it goes.
Wow, again, that's what Sam does. Is that
this is where he does. Well, I surf with Sam a little bit.
Yeah.
He is on. Like, I'm a wave
Everything.
catcher. I like to catch a lot of waves.
so he's in your zone?
He's all over me. He's all over me, and he's everywhere too. I mean, he's everywhere in the
Like,
lineup.
wait a minute, were you just on one? Wait,
Yeah,
why are you in my inside again?
Yeah, he's like everywhere, and really, that's someone he's hyper aware of what's going on around him. He knows the types of waves that he wants to ride. But he's everywhere. He can surf. Alistair called me a seagull. I thought I was a bottom feeder, but I guess I'm a seagull.
Yeah, well, either way, you're not going to let any scraps go by the way.
Exactly, but he's not letting anything go by. Who's this Pete in the next heat there?
That is the white jersey of Kai Barton. Was able
Nice.
to surf through the first round yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Saw Nat there as well, so we're going to momentarily hear from him, I hope.
Yeah. Looks like they had Tessa up there doing some of the beach interviews. It's nice. You see Sam now paddling out from the inside. Sometimes he'll take a little wider berth to some more swell, but he's paddling right up the guts right now.
4.5.
Yeah.
So again, building, taking waves of
With
scraps basically, and then building on a score. So this is basically this is a kind of heat that Sam wants to surf. Really, get the first wave and then build from scraps, and then ultimately maybe work his way up the ladder.
Look at, he knew this little cliffhanger was a wave, right? It was a little chinger off the wall. Flea would have taken this little wave. But his board right now is allowing him to do these sharp little fast turns right in the pocket, adjusting really nicely. And sometimes, you know, your board will dictate what type of wave you'll take off on because you know you won't be able to get the score. So he's obviously has a board that can get the score on any wave.
All right, Rubens up and riding from the drone angle. Was able to skirt that one underneath the priority of the two other surfers. Dylan Horde, we didn't even mention Dylan Horde. He had a great heat yesterday. Also, Trevor Barry, who is going to be in the green jersey. They're waiting it out. But while we wait for this next set, let's head down to the beach and hear from Nat Young.
Hey, Nat. Congratulations on getting first place in your heat. So you are a previous Coldwater Classic winner. How does it feel to have the event back in your hometown?
Yeah, it's really cool that this event's back on. I think it's been 10 years since I've done it. I was 21 the last time I did it. So when I was younger, it was just like a fixture in Santa Cruz. It was every year, you know, this is something that we all look forward to, is coming down here and watching and then eventually competing in it. And it's really cool to be back here, have a lot of my friends in town. It's nice to have everyone up here in Santa Cruz, and yeah, it's going to be a fun week, so excited to make it through.
I saw your adorable daughter on the beach, actually, as you're paddling out, Rocky Rose. How does it feel to have your family here supporting you at this event?
Yeah, it's amazing seeing here. Obviously, this is the first time that she's ever been down here for this contest, and it's also the first time that my mom has not been down here for this contest. So, you know, it's a new life, and it's fun to have her down here, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the week.
Well, thank you, Nat, and good work out there.
Right on, Nat. As expected, getting through on probably the day that he needed to get through to make sure, you know, this is one of those dicey days that if you're going to be, you know, a local surfer, you want to make sure you get through those waves, the days that there's not a ton of waves, and Nat has done that.
Yeah, I'm sure Nat looked at the conditions this morning and realized it was going to be a little grindy and had a plan to go out there and catch waves right away. But you're right. When you see some forecast on the map that looks a little better than the day you're surfing, usually it's pretty motivating to get through that day to get into those better waves.
Ooh, big old south set right here, and there's no priority between Dylan Horde and Trevor Barry. So see who puts himself deep in the lineup. They're going to let the first one go by, and same with Sam. So Sam didn't see much in that one. Again, look at that. That's that kind of understanding that wave's going to die out and not have a ton of potential there. Even though it was bigger, doesn't mean it's always better.
You're right, but I think there was some opportunity there. Had they been outside and met that wave from the peak and attacked that first section and then got another
wrap or whatever,
and then finish it off with some cutties, there could have been a potential score there. If you're looking,
especially if you look at right now, we're almost.
You're looking at zeros.
Yeah.
For Horde and Barry, so that could have been a potential wave. But the way that these guys are positioned in the lineup now, they're looking for table rock waves. They're looking for the little, you know, waves that coming off the cliff there. So they're not really positioned themselves too far off the point. As you see, Rubens right there, right off over table rock. He's sitting with fourth priority. But sometimes having that position over there will work out in your benefit, as all three of those surfers are sort of jockeying for the position.
And they're also sitting a little further outside, and the energy can slide underneath. We've seen it happen all the time, especially at the table rock section. You know, that's that zone right here. You can even see if that wave were, say, a foot bigger, it's going to have a good line on it, you know, because that bottom's nice and flat in that zone right there. There's not a lot of kelp in the area, so you can actually surf through it. It's got a little wedge, you know, so there's some energy there.
There is. You know, with the size of the waves right now, you can see that little teeny wave is going into that kelp zone, Pete, and there's a ton of kelp right now on that inside part of the reef. So those waves that are a little wide, they end up there, but as we saw in the last couple of heats, Griffin Colapinto and Nat had no problem negotiating with that. As you see, the boys pretty far off the mark. Now that's that table rock sort of suck up section right there. The boys were trying to look at. But the tide pretty low right now. Up here, it looks like the tide is relatively low in comparison to what it was like this morning.
It does feel that way, and it's so
but
funny
it's not moving much.
It's interesting how you know, the tides are so funky now. It baffles me sometimes. You look at the times and you're like, wait a second, it doesn't even feel like it's high tide or low tide for that matter.
Yeah, so you see a potential paddle here. Yeah, there is very little movement in the tide, but you can tell definitely that there's a little change. I see it more with the wind now versus the tide. It seems like the wind's definitely changing
the seascape.
The seascape out
the
there.
Seascape, yeah.
But sometimes this angle too, this wind will give the lip a little more chippy, little things to work off of. Where if it was really clean and smooth, you'd be able just to be looking at turns. But with this little,
you're spot on.
Little chips on the
low
wave.
tides at 11 a.m.
Okay.
Right, so that's coming up. We still have another hour and a half till the low tide. 3.2. So we're seeing that is, and then look at this. There's a nice little northwest set heading the peak. Our high tides at 3:30 this afternoon of 3.8.
Wow. Okay.
So it's not a big tide change, but it is something that you'll see. Consistency.
Is this a left here?
Yes, it is. Rylan Rubens looking left.
So Rylan looking at this little left, historical little left here at Steamer Lane off the middle peak, coming to this section that rebounds off the cliff. Let's see if there's any end move. No, but he's able to get 3 turns off the top right there. And you see right here, Sam Coffey, local
Watch
boy.
out.
He knows what he's looking for.
Watch
you
out.
See it teleporting it.
Oh, it's so crazy because he pulls those off so consistently. Man, you know, and I thought for sure that was going to be a major section for him. It was, but it got away from him.
Yeah, you know, I would like to see that potentially over again. Had he just gone up and down on those sections
before getting the telegraphed error,
yeah, he might have been able to get something more than that 4 or 5 that he's looking for.
Dylan Horde.
But Horde up and riding. And we were talking about these little chips, giving him some opportunity to hit off the lip, but unfortunately, not really able to get that board up to speed to really start flying through those sections.
Now, Trevor Barry, first wave of the heat. So these guys have waited a very long time, almost 15 minutes to pick up their first waves in this one.
Yeah.
This one bowls up here for Barry. Got a little opportunity. He's going to stay with it. Oh, dig of the rail, kind of loss of momentum, but still on this one. Maybe we'll get a closeout section if he can get through the kelp. It's going to start playing a factor here as he gets into the shallower water, but over to the peak section and gets one more move. And considering that the low scoring of happening besides, you know, the best wave, a 617, everything else, you know, at least your competitor in Rubens, Horde, and Barry all going to be mid-2s, although we will see a pretty good number come in for Rubens on that left.
Yeah. As you see the paddle battle out the back. Now, years ago, they used to go around a buoy, Pete, to get this priority in position. It was pretty black and white.
How's it work now? Who's going to be determined here?
Well, it's done by allocation, but usually the priority judge is watching who caught the previous wave, who caught the wave before that. As you can see right now, looks like, yeah.
They gave it to, basically ties will go to the surfer that didn't ride the last wave, right? So ultimately Horde was the one who just rode the last wave. He tried to battle. He didn't get enough of a lead to get himself the extra turn. That's what you need to do, is you got to put yourself probably a good body length, you know, all the way out to the takeoff zone in order to turn it. Rubens stayed with him and ended up getting second priority over Horde.
Yep, so you can see some of the contestants getting ready for the next heat. This looks like a potentially good little wave, Pete. Let's see what Coffey is able to do. He has priority sitting right off the point of the lane. Does a nice wrap there. Keeping that board moving. Now he needs to improve on a 4.5. Let's see if he goes to the air, and he does. As you had talked about his repertoire of maneuvers above the lip, Pete, he definitely has that X factor.
Oh, you know what? And just by seeing the airbrush on the bottom, that is the new board. So he does have that new board under his feet.
Nice.
As we see Rubens now trying to improve. He just got a 4.0 on the left, and now trying to improve on a 2.93.
Nice how this little wave was coming right back at him, Pete, giving him that opportunity. Now that's that south little line in the set. That just steepens up that wave. Some of the waves there just sort of getting fat with that one when he was able to continuously blast off the top. So Rubens, you had mentioned he was from San Diego, California.
Yep.
Yeah, they got some great reefs down there, so I'm sure he's feeling at home over this rocky bottom. And these cliffs are very
similar, right? Yeah,
very
similar
similar
type
to
of construction.
the cliffs down there.
Geographical construction.
Yeah.
And it was important there, I think, that Rubens actually, by him getting that priority, was a huge deal, because if he improves on the 293, which I feel like he will, that opportunity for Horde, you know, if Horde probably would have taken that wave had he had second priority.
Yeah.
And it might be a different. And those are those little moments within a heat that aren't even wave catching parts of it. It's the strategy used. in regards to those paddle battles and how important they can become in a heat.
Yeah, as you, let's do this replay right here for Sam Coffey. Now he does a nice wrap here, Pete, just sort of getting the feet into his wax and getting rolling, but he's looking down the line right here. You can see him nearly, but he didn't look like he was going to teleport that at all, Pete. He didn't shuffle his feet all weird and sort of show the judges that was coming. If you've watched him surf enough, you know that was going to come.
This is from the drone angle, same wave here. See if you can see something from up top. But you had mentioned that there wasn't a lot of telegraphing. It was just a section. He does have just great, basically pop is what he has, you know, and that ability to not have to have the ton of speed and able to do that style of maneuver. This is a replay here of the second wave of Ryland, which actually did come out as a keeper, a 5.43. So with that left, which was a manufactured score in my eyes, you know, he had to paddle over there and identify it and surf it. And he did, got the 4, and then now the 5.43. This one here, a 7.10. So the local boy at this point, and now up again.
You can see he's loosened up now, Pete. He's going to start going for it.
That one missed the pop slightly, a little mistimed. No harm, no foul, though, with this 13.27 two-wave total.
You know, it's really nice, I'm sure, to have that maneuver in your repertoire. Like I keep talking about setting up the judges. You know, the judges see you do some traditional surfing, and you get up into the, you know, the high, above average scores, and then you show them some variety with the above the lip tricks. They really start to give you some nice points.
So right now, the locals have done pretty darn well throughout yesterday and even today. Nat, we got through. Looks like Sam's on his way through.
Yep. Get down to it. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this round of 64, heat 10. So we've obviously pumped through a couple of heats. And I've seen some well-ridden waves this morning. You know, coming here this morning, I thought it was going to be actually a little bigger than it was when I showed up early. Yeah, but it was a little smaller. But here, yeah, coming down today, the O'Neill Coldwater Classic T-shirt. This is an amazing little shirt here today. I want to get Kona in there, the Big Wave beer as well. Well, this is a beautiful memorabilia from the 2022 Coldwater Classic. Heard this was done by one of the O'Neill's sons. I think Timo's son is doing this artwork. So this is amazing stuff. All in the family. First name in the water here.
Get it on site here for sure. I know there's sweatshirts and tees.
Come down to get your merch. No doubt.
And maybe online. I think there might be the opportunity to find that stuff there too. Not guaranteed, but ultimately throw down a search. If not, call O'Neill Surf Shop.
Yeah, they got it.
Make them send it to you.
No doubt. But come on down too. It's a great day down here. It's actually pretty warm considering. Sun's out. It's not really working, but the sun is out. But look at today's the day you want to be down at Steamer Lane. If you want to come down here and show your local support to the local surfers, or just come down to see some really good surfing. Some of the world's best surfing is being done today down here at Steamer Lane. Got world-class surfers and some of the best in the nation right now competing to try to get onto that big stage.
It's so true. Top 8 of the North American region. As we see Kai heading out to the point to jump off.
Look at that. I think in the foreground there, that might be Dave Nelly Nelson.
It
is. A couple local guys.
Good read.
I only tell people's physiques. I can just see. I can see certain things on people.
He doesn't have a camera in his hand though, so he's taking the day off.
I'm sure. Oh, I don't think Nelly ever takes a day off. He's already scrubbed like 18 holes up at De La. And obviously some people here showing some support as well.
Yeah, that's eyeing up. They've got competitors coming into the next few heats, and that's it. Dissecting the lineup. That's what you do. Watching it all morning long, kind of understanding what you need to do, taking the strategies from surfers previously, trying to identify which waves are the ones that have scoring potential.
Or what waves you need to catch to maximize your ability and your potential. I see some guys take off on waves that I'm like, I can't get the score on that, and they could get a big score on it because they got say above the lip maneuver. Years ago, Chris Brown would do that. Little waves would go underneath people, and Chris would get it, and he'd put up a 6 or 7, eventually getting a bigger score later in the heat. But it's all about, I call it building a house, but it's just building on your waves every time you catch a wave. You want it to be better than your last one. And
it's considered a mistake if you don't really, right?
Correct.
I mean, unless you try something major, I guess. But ultimately, you're about every single wave you want to take off on. Generally, you want to be adding to your point total.
Yeah.
Down to 3:25 to go. There's looks like Alo and Joe Roper. Joe Roper spent the day at the surf ranch yesterday. I'd love to actually get a read on how he did because that was his first time at the ranch.
What?
Yeah.
So he was surfing up north the day before that, then went to the pool, hang out at the ranch for a little bit, and then come back up and going to catch tomorrow.
Yeah, he's in NorCal. So, yeah, he knows that swell's on the way, so he's not going to let
him.
He does not let a swell go to waste. I will say that.
Yeah.
Either he's going to, if it's Southern Hemi, he's down in Porto. He is one of the most on-it surfers these days. He is definitely one, and that's what happens. I guess if you're trying to chase waves as a, free surfer, he doesn't compete necessarily except for in the Big Wave Tour. But, being on the best of the best days, you end up becoming quite a bit of a forecaster, or you have good friends that are on your speed dial that will help you get there. But ultimately, he is definitely not one to shy away from a major swell and go chase it down.
Yeah, no doubt. It's in his blood.
It's true. I was actually able to hang out with Dad recently. I was down there at the boardroom show with JoJo Roper. Got to do a little Q&A down there with the young JoJo, but also hanging out with Dad as we see Dylan, unfortunately, there too far behind it and running out of time. That's a tough one, man, when you just are out of rhythm for waves. And this was basically two surfers in rhythm. As we see up and riding here, if anything's going to happen here for Trevor Berry, is it's got to happen right now. Good looking little inside wave here. It's smoothed out nicely. Two beautiful arcs. 5.93 needed to catch Rubens. Wow. What do you think, Adam?
I think that was a no-claim claim. I think he was really pumped on that.
He did have to chase it outside. I will say that.
I was going to say there was some downtime at the start of that wave. He did capitalize, like you said. He had a great combination of maneuvers in that section opened up. But you have to look at this in the context of the heat. Rubens' 5.43 was a well-ridden wave. So if you look at that in context, you'll judge as yourself. You see right here, he sort of has some downtime. Would have liked to see him maybe try to float that section, but still, that was a pretty long section. I don't know if he would have been able to travel that and maintain his speed. But yeah, the opportunity was right here, and you can see he gave it his all, Pete.
That was two nice turn and a third little punch. I mean, I like it. I think the inside work was definitely solid. I don't know if it'll be enough. 5.93, basically a 6.
Yep.
No inclination of this score yet. So there is a debate, or at least a thought process happening there before this score goes in. It's down to 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's down to, it's a nail biter now. Let's see. Rubens is sitting on priority. He needs a pretty big score to get into Coffey's position, but really the fight was going to try to fight for that second position.
Be nice to say if maybe they could showcase rather than Rubens 5.43 again, and that would be a way to throw it down some comparisons, because that's the score that you're going to need to better basically.
Yeah. And you can see it down to 15 seconds. You'll hear the beach announcer in the background.
Look, you hear me head judging. Barry 6.03 turns it at the end.
Wow.
Wow. So 3 judges said yes, 2 said no.
Wow.
But the average, 6.03. Trevor Berry, last second heroics, takes down the top seed in Ryland Rubens. So there you have it. Sam Coffey, Trevor Berry through the round 32. Coming up next, heat number 11 and a special guest.
Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic as we are moving through the round of 64 in the water now, heat number 11, and I am joined in the booth with the legend, Tori Meister, just came fresh out of the water. This event meant a lot to you over the years, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. This event is pretty much the reason why I'm a pro surfer right now, honestly.
And how cool is that? I mean, you did come in, obviously, with a goal to win that sponsorship. And for folks that don't know, basically O'Neill, during this Coldwater, it was an invite-only event. And they brought in surfers that were unsponsored, great surfers that needed an opportunity. And, of course, you were able to capitalize on that opportunity, winning a great sponsorship deal. And you're still here. How many years ago?
9.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going
right?
on 10, yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's amazing, man. It was, I remember getting the email, and I didn't even believe that it was true because, like, you know, hearing about the event and unsponsored surfers, you know, and it was just like, oh, we got a rider here. Big blow tail. Wow, that was sick.
That is Kyan Yang. Had a great heat yesterday.
Ripping this wave. Jeez.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. I mean, this wave's going to finish up here for Kyan, and what a start. You know, I think in regards to the heat that you had previously, but to finish up on the sponsorship and the email.
Yeah, it was really cool. I remember it was from Shane Skelton. He was working there at the time, and I was like reading it, and I couldn't believe that they were putting on something like that. And you know, I'd been unsponsored for like 3 years at that time, and it was kind of like my last hurrah on the QS. I think I was gonna take a break. I kind of had a lot of credit card debt and things like that. You know, it's expensive, and I was kind of like, all right, well, we'll see what happens in this event, and ended up, it was.
Now it's history
somehow.
and one of your favorite events.
Yeah, and
right?
it's definitely my favorite event. It was funny, I never really did that good at the lane before that event. And
amazing what a little drive will give you, right?
Yeah, now it's my favorite wave in the world.
And again, talking about your heat this morning up against Griffin Colapinto, and it was a pretty slow start. You had an early go, and then you had to wait it out for a little while, and we were wondering if you got chilly.
Luckily, I had booties on.
Oh,
so
good
yeah,
for you.
Yeah,
good
so
for you.
You know, I do
What's
what
your favorite
the
O'Neill boot?
locals do. You know.
Well, Nat's one though. Nat's the best local, and he doesn't wear booties.
That's true. Yeah, he's a freak. But yeah, no, I just got actually a pair of booties. I did a couple of sessions, free surfs out here, and I had the full, you know, numb elephant foot, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna put the booties on, and just it was nippy
better,
this
right?
morning. Yeah, I like it better.
Yeah. I mean, you get used to the grippiness part of it. All right, well, here's Jabe Srikowski. It's our first time watching Jabe here in this O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Here's your number 1 seed, sitting up there in the rankings pretty high, so an important event for him, wanting to finish in that top 8 of the North American circuit. Kyan Yang, we saw the score in there, a 5.17, so pretty good start for the youngster, being able to get himself through yesterday, surf well, and he's keeping that roll going. What are the tricks that you feel like is so important about the lane, and what makes it such a challenge to compete here?
I think just wave selection out here is very key. I got a rider here.
This is Kai Barton.
Nice, ripping that wave. Nice little finish. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, wave selection. The first few years I came here and did the Coldwater Classic, I would always just, you know, there's no priority, and I would always try to get scores under people and do things like that instead of waiting for the right wave. And it's crazy how much easier this wave is to surf when you get the right wave, and when you're on the wrong wave, it feels like your fins are falling off. And
right? It's so trippy. And what do you attest that to? I mean, as someone who's not living here, what is it about the wave specifically that does that to you?
You know, I think, you know, the refraction off the cliff. There's kind of a lot of energy right there. You're really close, and
it's like a wedge effect, right? You almost kind of tap into it, and if you're on the other side of it, you're feeling like you're in the mud.
Exactly, yeah, you're in the mud, and you know, you have that little table rock that can do weird things as well. Yeah. You have all the kelp that kind of grabs your fins when you're doing your bottom turn. There's a lot of little factors that are going on that.
Well, now we've got this nice east bump that's adding a little element today and making it, you know, with smaller inside waves.
Yeah, for sure. And those small waves up against the cliff, they're really hard to surf. But, you know, you pick the right one, and it almost moves off the cliff a little bit. And, I mean, I should be.
I want to hear your perspective on it, right?
The most, but yeah, it kind of moves off of it, and it has a nice line, and you're almost away from that. But you'll see some of the local guys, they'll surf those waves right up on the cliff. Like Sam Coffey is.
No worries,
yeah. This is a huge air right there.
All right, so this is Skip McCullough. This kid charges from the La Jolla Reefs region. Great surfer.
Yeah,
Doesn't mind a big barrel.
Skip's a man, dude. He's such a good surfer. Amazing in all conditions.
Kyan Yang over the Table Rock section was able to get that turn done, but then they talked about that Table Rock section. It does weird things to the wave, and that's exactly what it does.
Exactly. Yeah, it does.
All right, well, we've got a heat winner, and it's a local boy. Sam Kai Coffee has made it happen here. Let's hear from him.
Like a 1, 2, 3 punch. Bang, bang, boom.
We are here with Sam Coffey, the first place winner of the last heat. Sam, you did really phenomenal surfing out there. Your dad is a local shaper, Ward Coffey. What kind of boards are you riding from him right now?
Yeah, I just got 2 new boards, got a 5, 10.5 pintail and a squash as well. Went with the pintail today. It's kind of chunky and table rocks coming out, so wanted a little extra control. Yeah, it felt good.
Yeah, you look like you're surfing good. Do you have, random question from the audience, what is your favorite jersey color to wear in a heat?
I'd like to stick with the red, West Side red and top seed. So, maybe next heat I'll get it, but this time I'm fine with the blue.
Looks like it served you well. Word on the street is that you're a phenomenal baker. Are you whipping up any special recipes this winter?
Right now, just trying to, stay light. Don't want to be eating too much sweets before the contest, but maybe if I do well, I'll make something up and, get a little fat for the winter.
Awesome. Well, nice work out there.
I love it. Being able to find something new. I had no idea that Sam Kai Coffee was a baker.
That was amazing.
So I'm going to hit him up. Is it going to be chocolate chip cookies that he bakes? Is it cakes? Is it croissants? There's lots of things you can bake.
Yeah, I know his older brother was just in Europe for a while, so maybe he's getting on those European croissants or
New
something
recipes.
like that. Yeah.
Bringing it home. Hey, make me a berry croissant, please.
Could use one of those for these cold mornings.
That's true. I mean, the Whale Bakery, if you head up the coast, that's one of the stops in Davenport, and they're there early. They open up early. They do a turkey and cheese croissant. Oh, yeah, to get your day started.
Dude, that place is a spot. I went there yesterday, actually.
Right? It's funny. You find your little nooks and crannies around here.
Yeah, for sure. It's good stuff, man. And Sam is just an amazing surfer. I love watching Sam and his older brother, Ben, surf this wave. They're 2 of my favorites out here. And, yeah, he's very exciting. You never know what that guy's going to do out there in a heat. I remember we had the freak show here last year. Yeah, and he was just doing huge airs on waves on Table Rock that guys are struggling to do a bottom turn. Yeah, exactly. So he's going to be one to be. He's really exciting and grew up surfing this wave this whole time. So good to see him pull through.
So, Tori, talking about, I mean, you've been blowing minds. You love a pipeline wave. You love a grovel here at Steamer Lane. You love a big one at Jaws. I mean, what are the goals? What are you thinking you're going to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, right now I guess I'm moving into winter and just, hoping to do well at the Jaws event, hoping we have that event. That was kind of always the focus, to try to do well there. And you know how it is with big wave events. You never know when they're going to run, so you kind of just always got to stay ready for them. But I'm really hoping for a good Jaws winter. I know it's not looking too good with La Nina apparently forecasted, but last winter was pretty average.
Yeah,
but,
very average.
Yeah,
Your winter before was pretty good.
Yeah, it was for sure. So, yeah, look, I mean, always trying to put on a good performance there in that event, and then hopefully get over to Mavericks a couple of times and try to get a couple waves with you, Pete.
Right on. Anytime, man. Anytime. I mean, I ordered an 8.8 after your performances last year, looking at some of the waves you were putting yourself under, although I don't know if I can surf in that zone anymore. It's underneath in the pit. No thanks. I'll leave that to Tori.
No, you just get the best rolling of of the century.
At least I'm sitting out there. I'm not going to get caught.
Dude, that was no one's ever going to top that wave, man.
There will be. Guaranteed there will be. It always happens. Where are you based? Are you going to be out of the North Shore? Are you going to be out of Maui?
Well, I actually moved to Maui. Yeah, I've been there for about a year now. And then my dad's still on Oahu.
Yep.
My mom's on the Big Island. So
cool. So you're just going to be meandering through the island chain.
Yeah, just hitting the chain, So, and that's kind of the plan. Hopefully it'll be, a great winter. I know, obviously it said it was La Nina, and pipe was really good last year with the La Nina.
No,
so
true.
maybe that will will
happen
be a
again.
thing again. Yeah. So looking forward to that.
It's funny. You just
getting
got to
home.
find those little areas that you're gonna, kind of have those moments. That high pressure parks off right in between us. Next thing you know, it's gonna give you some westerly direction swells. Pipe's gonna be amazing. Hopefully that's the case.
For sure. That's never a bad problem to have.
No, it isn't. It isn't at all. You're right. And
Yeah.
especially when you're as hungry as you are, especially at the back door.
Oh, you
man.
love yourself a good back
Oh,
door.
we all do. I'm regular foot, so yes, you're right. Definitely into that.
For sure.
And then thinking about competitively, I mean, you're surfing this O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I mean, obviously, I think O'Neill wanted you to be here, and you're here for this event. But I mean, do you have any competitive aspirations at all?
Yeah, I kind of feel like I stepped away a little bit from competing.
It's not as important, right? I mean, it's fun.
Yeah, for sure. And kind of been doing the free surfing thing a little more and kind of surfing the waves that I really want to surf. It's the QS is insane. I did it for a long time and I had a lot of fun. I got to travel the world with some of my best friends and we had a great time. And, there's always that kind of goal in there of making the CT and it never really happened for me. So I guess that, and there I'm always like, that's something that kind of is nagging because I always did want to make
that
it.
chapter's closed, bro.
Yeah,
There's some stuff happening you could look
that's
forward to for sure, right?
For sure.
How about a Jaws win, right? That
Yeah.
would definitely seal that chapter. No worries.
Exactly. So I definitely think my goals and aspirations have moved towards the bigger wave things, and I find myself having a lot more fun doing that. And I guess that's where my goals are set now. But I'll throw the jersey on here and there. It's so nice to be back at this event, the Coldwater Classic. It's been a few years since they ran it, and it's so good to see it. Everyone get together, and here we got Skip, right?
Yeah, Skip
Little
McCullough
inside
just
wave.
trying to get a second number here. 4.83 is his first. That's the second highest of the heat. So he's looking for that backup and not wasting any time.
Yeah, geez, he surfed that wave so well for how hard that wave was to surf. I mean, you can see the kelp coming out of the wave as he's trying to do turns, and he just looks so spicy. Skip's such a good surfer, man. He's one of my favorites. Not just as a surfer, but as a human being. He's probably one of the funniest guys you'll ever meet in your whole life. And he charges huge waves. He'll send it on anything, and he'll surf a tiny wave at the lane
And give it 100%.
Yeah, exactly. And
Well, that was a good read. I mean, that wave probably looked like nothing. He was up against the cliff and identified the little wedge effect.
For sure.
And ended up turning it into a number. I mean, it's going to be probably rivaling Jabe's wave of 3.5 and Kai's of a 3.33.
For sure, that was smart. So yeah, and he's in the lead right now. This is a pretty slow heat.
Very slow.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see a lot of this throughout the day, right? I mean,
there'll be those heats that will have those southerly. I mean, we got a little southern hemisphere swell that's in the water. Thank goodness. I mean, we definitely have the backing off northwest stuff that we saw yesterday.
Mhm.
But there was those inclinations, of a longer interval southern hemi. We saw that today a little bit. So ultimately, with those south swells, there'll be moments that you'll get half hour, 40 minutes where there's not a lot of set.
Right.
Nothing. It'll be flat, and then all of a sudden you'll get a half an hour of where there's 4 sets in a row, right?
Exactly.
So I mean, that's the same thing that happens to lowers, anywhere that you're in those kind of a longer interval type of situations. There's going to be moments where it'll flurry, and then others where it won't. We're going into the low tide right now too.
Right.
Which,
Okay.
It's 11 o'clock is that low tide, and that starts to affect the consistency.
For sure, definitely. Yeah, that with those south swells, you definitely get that. But we're blessed to have a south. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
right.
pretty late,
We're in November.
We're getting into,
yeah. Generally, that's late for a southern hemisphere swell, which means that
For
that
sure.
activity, again, things have, seasons change, and ultimately sometimes those seasons will last longer down in the southern hemisphere, and that's definitely been the case. I mean, even you look at like the Gold Coast has been having such a great spring, and usually their springs are quiet, right?
Yeah,
and,
right.
And they've
Crazy.
been getting pumping waves.
Yeah, it's doing some weird stuff. We like it.
As long as you're in the right part of the coast.
Exactly, right? Yeah. It's nice when the forecasters are wrong in that sense, right? And you're in the right place. But the slot's actually kind of better on the south anyway, right?
Yeah. It depends. I mean, I like a northwest slot wave to be. It's just not as consistently, There's that'd be one wave in a 4-wave set that'll do that, but it's one magic wave, right? So you love a good true northwest slot wave, but ultimately, on south swells, that's going to be the meat of this wave. And luckily, we do have it through and get us through today, because tomorrow, the buoys are up on the outside buoy, which is good news. 14 at 16,
Nice.
hit at 4 a.m. So that means that by tomorrow morning, we should be seeing some sets start to show up here. So that's good. So good that you got through today.
Yeah, stoked to sneak through that thing. What are your plans for this winter? You got any things brewing up?
I've actually kind of liked not having anything going. So I'm
Nice.
here. We're running the store. You know, I'll be with John if we need to go up to Mavericks. I mean, I have one of the best quivers I've ever had as far as surfboards go from Channel Island, so I'm stoked on that.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah, and you know, so you know, ready to do that if it happens.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be one to be going and chasing down swells necessarily over to Jaws or anything like that, but you never know. If John wants to go, shoot, why not? It's a good excuse.
Yeah, dude, I saw you at one of that last Maui's little sneaky swell we had. That was cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's one of those ones that was kind of a special, like,
Yeah.
I saw the angle of that one. I was like, oh, I want to go surf this spot.
Yeah,
So-
that's a unicorn.
Yeah, it is, right?
That was fun.
Shikaki up and
Wow.
riding. So this is your top seed. Already has a 3.5, but he was able to find this one off of Table Rock and some smooth water.
Dang, this kid surfs really well.
He does.
So fast.
Yeah, he is up there in the rankings too.
Yeah.
Sits at number 5 on the North America Qualifying Series rankings. Again, the top 8 will move on into the Challenger Series, and so you want that full-time spot. We're about halfway through that season. This is our 3rd event, and this is important. You know, you want to keep that momentum. So Jabe going off the bottom there, nice compressed bottom turn.
Jeez, yeah, he's surfing this wave so well. Not going too high, throwing his tail out, looking super spicy and fast. You know, that's what the judges want to see, and that should be a really good score. I'd probably say it's close to the best wave of the heat, right?
Well, we'll see. 4.83 being that number. Actually, sorry, 5.17 being that number. You're right. Right on the money. We could put you in the tower. Jabe Shikaki, a 5.93, goes to the number 1 position with the backed up 3.5. There's a little stretched out line to see if someone's over there on the corner. Jabe takes a look, but decides no dice.
Yeah. Maybe those waves will get a little better with a little more tide, right?
You like some fuller water here at the lane for sure.
For sure. It definitely can be a lot easier to surf too sometimes. I've noticed with a little higher tide, the wave kind of, you don't have as much kelp and that Table Rock, and here you go again. He's ripping this wave.
I saw it and identified.
Yeah.
3 turns
Jeez
and a
Louise.
4th to finish off, so trying to better a 3.5, so no harm, no foul to be able to pull the trigger there, and he probably done it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he was paddling out, had a nice little line, and he's surfing really well and really fast. And, you know, he got last priority. He wasn't going to go get, those, most likely he probably wouldn't have got first priority. So that was a good call.
And up and riding.
Boom.
Kai Yang, we saw him get the first
Wow.
wave, drifts the fin. We saw him do that same style of surfing to great success at getting through. Now Skip. Doesn't want to be left behind. He's trying to better a 3.03, and it looks like he's got the better of the exchange as far as this set.
That was a nice wave for Skip.
Oh,
Jeez
a little
Louise.
hammer there.
This guy is such a good surfer, man. I love the way this guy surfs. That was insane. What an exchange. All these guys are looking so loose and so fast on their feet, man. It's crazy.
I love the 100%. Looks like even in 1 to 2 foot, they know and understand how important this is, and they're going to give it 100%. Skip there. Great answer to Kai Yang, and these guys have been battling it right now. Let's see what Kai Barton can do behind it.
Yeah, that was that little behind the chip there,
Behind
right?
the Table Rock
the
section.
Table Rock,
You
yeah.
get stuck, especially if you have one little rail grab at that moment.
Yeah.
It makes it nearly impossible to get by there. He's going to have to paddle hard to get himself back out into priority position.
Yeah, for sure. He might have a little wave coming though.
Oh,
here.
he might get lucky. He's got to watch out. Table Rock is right there as well.
Yeah, it'll get you. It's a fin grabber, that Table Rock.
Yeah, and a face smasher. I've actually had a nice little run-in with it, yeah.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. Got some scars from it.
Yeah. True Santa Cruz loc right there.
Yep, I got my scars from Table Rock.
I love that.
All right, so looking at scores here, Kai Barton just that 1.63, and Shikaki gets another 4.47, so did improve on his low score.
Yeah.
Waiting on Skip's score and Kai Yang's, which is an important exchange, being that both those surfers are sitting in that cut line. Skip sits in second now, Kai in third, but they're both adding numbers here.
Definitely. This is a really tight heat. Yeah, Skip's wave, I want to say it was probably my favorite wave of the heat. So this is a little backup score that he got at the end. And I thought this was a really smart move, which at the time it was. I mean, he bettered his league. He wasn't going to get first priority. You know, there wasn't a lot of waves. That was super smart. And then this exchange happened, this first wave.
So
his
we're waiting
last turn was really nice.
Waiting on scores for both of this, and this is why the judges are using this actually as replay here.
For sure.
So ultimately, this exchange important. The judges wanted to see this.
So well surfed, and then Skip just went out of body on this thing. Just insane. I mean, these guys, their timing on this wave is, you know how hard it is, Pete. It's such a hard wave to time, and the way they're staying low, they're not going too high, they're throwing spray, they're looking fast. It's like, gosh, I wouldn't want to be a judge right now. I wouldn't even know who's making this heat, honestly. It's really,
I feel like, if you think this is live action here, so
Look at this
ultimately
set.
they're going to wait to throw this number at it. But yeah, there is sets, and sometimes it starts out slow, and then all of a sudden you get 4 or 5 waves.
Good old South, right?
Right? That's exactly it.
Summer ain't over.
Uh-oh. I don't know who had priority there.
I don't either. Yeah. I want to say.
And that would have been a big mistake for Jabe if he didn't have priority there. But I didn't see any numbers being allocated to them.
Yeah, that was a tough one. We can't really see the priority disc from here, so maybe they know something we don't. But here's Skip on another nice wave.
Well, he stayed out of trouble, so this is good news for him. Look at that, up and over.
Wow.
All right, well, Skip, we're still
Feeling
waiting on a
it.
number. I feel like he won the exchange with Yang in that first one that we went through.
For sure.
And then that right there is going to add to his total as well.
Definitely. That was insane. Skip's got the rhythm. When Skip's got the rhythm, you better watch out because the guy is he's on.
Well, an interesting situation there with Kai Barton and Jabe Shirkaki. I, again, did not see number allocated to priority. So and they weren't really out far enough, in my eyes, to be able to be given opportunity to get priority. But then again, Kai had just gotten that short wave and was paddling back out, remember?
Right, yeah, he kicked back out, so I thought he would have had priority there.
Maybe, but again.
But maybe he paddled for something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff we don't see.
It's true. That's exactly it.
Yeah. But I think someone will probably get an interference
There was definitely something going on there for interference-wise, and so there will be a call. If it's a non-priority interference, we'll watch this again here. So they're both paddling, and there's no way to know who had priority in this situation.
They definitely saw each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so either one of them both thought that they had priority, or at least they thought they had right to the wave.
Right. And I'm not sure if White paddled for a wave before and lost it, or what happened there.
That's a tough one
If
to
Kai
understand.
paddled for it, that is a hard one.
Okay,
But
a
here's
lot
Skip.
going on right now. This is a replay of Skip's last, which, of course, we have yet to see the wave previous to this.
Yeah. Oh, Skip just ripped this wave. He read it so well.
6.4 for wave number 3. That was the wave previous. So second highest number of the heat.
Okay.
Jabe Shirkaki actually, with his last wave, a 6.77.
So he must have had priority there, huh?
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, they'll
Yeah.
still take some time. Skip's getting another number here, and he may actually go to lead because it's going to be his best number yet.
Nice. Wow, what a heat, huh? Started off it was a really slow in the midway of that heat, and then
flurry
all
on.
of a sudden, look at this, man. These some crazy scores.
6.9 for Skip McCullough. So now 13.30 total. Shirkaki 6.77.593. And I do not see anything in regards up. There's the interference. They're giving it to Kai Barton. So Jabe knew what was going on there, paid attention. Kai, unfortunately, did not, and he is going to receive a interference. And what that does, it is a priority interference because Jabe had priority over Kai in that moment. And with that,
here it is. Interesting.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he is going to receive a 0 for his second wave. Will be only scored on one wave, and that is a pretty much death sentence, especially when you have the two surfers in front of you already into double digits. So this is the most he can get for one wave is 10 points, and everyone else already has a point total of higher. So Kai is unfortunate. Heat's over.
Yeah.
Skip
Wow.
and Jabe are through.
What an exciting heat, huh? That
Pretty
was
cool.
Really
we
fun
got to get
watch.
through your stuff there for that moment in the middle. It was kind of slow. We got to talk about what we were doing, and then all of a sudden we got a killer heat on our hands.
Yeah, I told Delane to do that. We kind of talk. We need to catch up. It's been a minute. I haven't seen you for a while. So, and then flurry. And
All
that
right.
just makes it easy.
We'll be right back with more here from the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. And we've got another one coming up. Great heat underway. Nola Raposa, top seed.
And welcome back to this year's Coldwater Classic 2022. It's a beautiful day down here in sunny California. We are on round of 64, heat number 12 today. And we got a great little swell here, 2 to 3 foot out of the south right now. And sitting here with Tori Meister, going to have a fun little chat here and get through this heat, Tori.
Yeah, there we go. Sean Burns, local boy. Wow, looking smooth and sharp as always. Love watching Sean surf the lane, man. He's one of the best ever out here, I think, in my eyes. I really like the way he attacks this wave. He's so smooth. So always one to beat and fun to watch.
Yeah, and instrumental too on getting this event going again, Tori. This is all because of Sean Burns, basically, and I'm sure the group at O'Neill's was behind him. But as you can see right here, we have Nolan Raposa in this heat, Parker Cohn, Sean Burns, and Bo Rayner, in this heat number 12, round of 64.
Yeah, this is a good heat. This is a hard one for everyone, man. A lot of really good surfers in this one, and excited to watch. You know, that last heat kind of had fireworks at the end, and hopefully these guys get some waves. We have a nice little south swell kind of coming in and out here.
Yeah, it's
as they do.
It's a little grindy here on a south swell, a small like this. You can see right off the cliff right here.
For sure.
Here is Sean Burns with a nice little hack coming to this inside section here. Nice little blast. But you're right, he has great flow in this wave, Tori. He seems to really stand out here amongst his fellow competitors, having all that knowledge and all that power.
For sure.
Pretty tall guy too.
Yeah, he's a big boy, man. He surfs this wave so well. He's like the perfect guy to watch, especially as a regular footer. Nolan, thing just kind of ran away. But
Yeah.
Sean might pick it up at the end here, though.
Exactly, Sean on the end section here, just right off Table Rock, as you saw Nolan Raposa falling.
Jeez Louise. Just looking so good. The kelp is so hard right there. Fin grabbers, but man, he did super well to stay with it and still look sharp. Sean always looks sharp, man. He's a smooth cat, that guy.
Yeah, I noticed too right there, Tori, he made a board change. He's riding a Pearson Arrow, a Bob Pearson local shaper.
Wow, that's cool.
That is really cool. And these heats are 25 minutes, as you see right there on your screen. Almost 4 minutes has elapsed. Sean Burns coming out with an early lead. Unfortunately, there for Nolan Raposa, losing sort of priority there. I don't know if his hand left his rail, but he is sitting in second priority now.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like he tried to kind of stand up and just got washed away by that white water. But here's Sean. Is this this is the one he picked up on the corner of this thing, kind of back out. You love when that happens out here, you know, especially on slow heats like this, and you pick up a wave that gives you something. You get, you know, kind of a little 2-for-1, right? You don't have to go out there and wait with priority. And yeah, that was really smart. I know I was talking to Sean before he went out for his heat, and he's like, what do you think? Like, stay busy or, you know, wait with priority? And I was like, oh, man, it's so hard to tell, you know, like the bad waves are really bad and hard to manufacture a score, but it looks like he took the busy approach, and it looks like it's working out for him. Where in my heat, I kind of took the waiting, and I almost lost. So
yeah, you
never know.
Especially if you're making through in the heat with a couple of fours, you know, it is challenging, sort of grindy, where you guys are looking at your relatively small scores, trying to make something out of nothing.
For sure,
becomes a wave catching contest at that point. You're seeing guys who catch the best wave. The surfing and the ability is so high at this level that you need to be on the best waves. But you're right, nearly by default sometimes on a wide paddle out, if you're sitting in fourth priority, you can actually skirk waves. All three of those surfers could outposition themselves, put themselves a little deep, and you can get a nice little shoulder off the side.
For sure. Sometimes you get those waves that break further over than Table Rock, and they're actually way easier to surf.
Yeah.
That Table Rock kind of does a weird, funky thing, and here we got Parker. Nice wrap there. Oh, little fin grab. Here we go, Nolan on the backhand. Nolan just ripping, man. Look how good this guy surfs, man. I love the way Nolan surfs. So fast, so sharp. He's looked so good on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, really a fan of. I've always been a fan of Nolan, not just as a surfer, but as a person. He's just such a great dude. But man, he looks so good at Snapper Rocks in that first event. It was just insane, and I would really like to see this guy on the CT. I think he will shine. So I hope it happens for him. But yeah, Nolan looking super spicy. I think this is Parker on the wave. This wave was a little bit weird, kind of hard to surf, but he did well. It was just kind of went out to sea and had some weird chunks. Look at that weird whitewater. What is that thing, man?
You know, that weird little easterly bump is throwing those little chips down into the wave. Now this is Nolan Raposa's wave. If he stays really back on this wave, Tori, he's just going off the bottom, off the top, staying right next to the power. Obviously well educated when it comes to knowing what type of maneuver he wants to fit on the wave.
For sure.
And what type of maneuver scores best for himself. But you're right, that snapper rock surfing that he was doing was amazing, and really liked his personality too. His post-heat interviews were stunning. He's talking about being, you know, part of the snapper board riders and stuff, and getting a free beer. I think I think he has some of that old school in him that really gets into the culture of things.
Yeah, Nolan's so sick. He's such a good dude. Here we go. Got Bo right here. Picking. I might have hopefully gets a nice little inside. Oh, that wave kind of just over wedged.
Yeah,
those
you know,
ones
that
are
is
weird, huh?
Yeah, those little power balls off the wall. You almost have to watch them and really sort of grab the energy off it. Almost wait for it to catapult you down the line.
For sure. And look at Sean, man. This wave is not an easy wave to surf, and he looks so sharp. Nice.
Wow. Great surfing right there for Sean.
Flawless, huh?
Okay, so we have a little break in the action here. Let's hear from the winner of that last heat, Tessa.
We are here with Skip McCauley. So Skip, you're coming from San Diego. How did it feel to be up here in the cold?
Well, it's freezing. The only time it's not freezing is when you're in a heat, like moving, paddling. Like I'm like hot right now, but every other session I've had up here has just been an ice tray. So it feels good to like not be freezing after a surf. This morning like hurt. My fingertips were in pain.
I can only imagine. Do you have any pre-heat rituals or superstitions at all?
Yeah, kind of. I didn't really, I usually just listen to music, like on my headphones or in my truck or something. I changed the song this time. Usually it's Hold Your Ground by the Gorilla Biscuits. And I just blast that as loud as it can go. I'm going to have like permanent ear damage for the rest of my life. But if I've ever made a heat, it's because of that song. And I was thinking about it on the way down. It just like gets me so angry. The only time I surf good in heats is if I'm just super angry. So that's my ritual. Just get so mad because I don't know. I'm too nice sometimes. I think in the water. So I just got to get unleash this inner angst.
Well, it seemed to work today. Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, back to you guys in the booth.
Right on. Thanks, Tessa. Really cool insight right there, Tori. Shoots, not everyone likes to go out surfing angry. You know, I mean, it is motivating for some to have that underlying sort of, animal inside you. But for you, what do you try to do pre-heat rituals, or do you have any?
No, I definitely, I feel where Skip's coming from with the anger thing, you know, definitely. Sometimes anger can bring out the best in you or the worst, in a heat, it's nice to kind of almost feel a little bit irritated and a little bit pissed, right? I mean, everyone's different, obviously, but like he was saying, Skip's a really nice guy. So I can kind of relate to that having to get pissed off almost before he kind of mindset. And how good are Skip McCullough interviews, man? I love him. I just sit back and listen to him talk. He's so funny. He's such a character and such a great surfer. And yeah, I like the angry approach. He looked angry. He was ripping out there.
He was ripping out there, yeah.
And when Skip has when he gets waves and he has a flow going, he's pretty much unbeatable. And man, he looked like he surfs this wave every single day from that heat. And that was a really hard heat. There was a lot of scores.
Fireworks towards the end of that heat too. Hard to keep your composure when all that stuff's going down.
Everyone looked really, really good. I was really impressed. So it was cool to see Skip move on, and Skip's sick, man. He's like one of the best surfers in every kind of wave that you can imagine.
Yeah, it's a new name for me,
good.
so it's really cool to see as well.
Yeah, you should watch him surf backdoor sometimes. He's just an animal and pipe.
I'll do that
and
from
sunset.
the beach. Yeah,
he's insane in big waves, and he rips in little waves, and he's really smooth. He does sick airs. He's like crazy package surfer. He can do it all, and then he's like hilarious.
Yeah.
Like obviously best personality ever. Crack you up. Good dude. But yeah, I like that little, nice guy got to get pissed off deal. That's sick. I dig that. I feel like I've had to kind of get myself in that mindset too. I'm sure you too, Adam.
Oh yeah, you got to dig deep sometimes and really. I get mad at myself, Like I want to come in after performing and feel like at least I performed to the best of my ability. If I don't, then I'm sort of feel like I let myself down.
For sure.
But yeah, getting motivated. Everyone has a different way to do it. But it sounds like music is Skip's deal here. As you can see right now, we have 12 minutes has elapsed already out of this heat. 25-minute heats in this round of 64, heat 12. Sean Burns out to a nice lead at the moment. We're seeing a couple of surfers without their second score yet, so when those second scores drop, we'll have a better idea where the situation is. But Nolan Raposa needs a little score, obviously, at the moment of a 7.67 to get into that position, so Sean Burns out to a pretty significant lead.
Definitely.
I always thought, too, it was really challenging coming to the lane. Obviously, the cold is one thing, but wearing booties is a different. And, Tori, I noticed you can wear booties pretty easily. You can transfer from booties not to booties.
I have a weird one. Yeah, like I love booties sometimes, and other times I know I haven't worn them for this event.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I think the year I won, I was in booties the whole time. And the other day I was surfing out here and not catching too many waves, and I got pretty cold, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to throw these things on and try to figure it out again. And it felt really good. I went up the coast, and I was like,
nice.
Oh, booties feel great. I mean, O'Neill makes incredible booties and incredible wetsuits, so it's
yeah,
you know how it's not like how it used to be, right, where you're wearing a cowboy boot for booties, and anymore they work pretty good these days. So yeah, I like the booties. I like being warm, and when my feet get when I have an elephant foot and the thing is numb, I'm pretty much worthless. So yeah, and it helped in actually the heat that I surfed, because I think I sat with priority for like 10 minutes. So if I didn't have booties, I think my heel would have been done, and I might have just fell.
Yeah, I saw Ian Crane had waited about 12, 13 minutes as well without catching wave with no booties, and his feet were up out of the water the whole time.
Yeah, that's smart.
You get club foot, it's over.
Yeah, I love booties though. It's definitely a different way of surfing. And here we go. We got Bo. Nice quick turn off the top. And that wave just got flat on him. But hopefully they'll get a flurry for these guys.
Yeah, looks like Raposa here right off the little Tabor Rock section. You can see it's going to break in front of him. I don't know if he's going to be able to get around it, but unfortunately he's not. You really want to be sort of out in front of this wave right away and sort of dictate where you're positioned on the wave. A lot of the backsiders, really, they'll love to come from behind and really do that deeper bottom turn and get up into the lip, where noticing a lot of the guys on their front side are staying closer to the curl, doing these nice wraps, and if they're lucky enough, they get some release out of the tail to give some variety.
For sure.
But sometimes when those slower sort of waves are standing still, I'm noticing the goofy footers have the opportunity to go up and down really easy.
For sure, definitely. Yeah, I kind of, as a regular footer, I like with priority and stuff, you'll kind of see guys kind of sit a little bit deep and stuff, and I don't know, for me, if I have priority, I kind of like to not sit super deep and kind of sit wide, because I want to be on the right part of the wave. You know how this wave is. It's like there's no easy part to this wave. Just paddling into a wave can be hard. There'll be a backwash. You'll miss it.
Yeah.
I feel like if I hang off the cliff a little, I can get the best part of the wave, and I can figure out what I'm going to do rather than being behind as a forehand guy. But yeah, that's just with priority. But here we go. And this is Bo again. He's looking really quick. Wow, he surfed that really well.
That was a hard wave to surf.
That was.
Yeah, it was a really hard wave to surf there.
But he did it really well on it. I thought, I'm going to go Parker. Huge turn.
Nice turn right there for Cohen. Unfortunately, not much after that. But we've seen the judges throw, upwards of 4s and 5 for single maneuver waves. We'll see what the judges think about that in the context of the heat. So we're down now to less than 10 minutes remaining in this round of 64, heat number 12. To me, relatively slow, sort of grindy little heat right here. As you can see, all backup scores except for Sean Burns are, there we go, are less than 3 points.
Yeah.
So I'm sure a couple of these surfers would like to say throw both those waves away and start over, but they're going to be keeping maybe a 4 or a 3 as a backup. So in a position or a situation like this, are you looking at more for 7s and 8s by this time, or are you still trying to chisel away at the deficit in which you have?
Am I Sean Burns or am I everyone
Yeah,
else?
you're everybody else but Sean Burns.
At this point, I mean, depending on where priority is, I'm if I have third priority or second priority, I'm trying to be a little more busy. I would say. But if I have first priority, I'm kind of waiting for a good wave because everyone has really low scores. And I've noticed it's really hard to get over a 4 on a bad wave out here right now. You know,
it's so hard to surf a wave up out here. That's
you know, there's a lot of places, you know, beach breaks, especially, you know, on the Key West, where you can blast a big air and get a 6 under someone's priority or whatever. You know, where this wave is really hard to do that. You know, you need the wave to do something for you to get a nice score. And yeah, so I don't know if I'm Nolan and I'm sitting there with a 4 or 5, I'm probably gonna wait, and he has second priority. But I mean, Sean's kind of running away with this thing, right? So I would say for him, it might be kind of good to just wait for a good wave, and the way he surfs.
Oh, Sean could wait this whole thing out. He has priority. He could just sit and wait until a wave comes better. Then he's going to better his 5, 6, 7, and he goes.
Yeah, and Nolan only needs a 2.68. You know, so it's a hard one. You know, you never know what the ocean's going to do. That's the beauty of surfing, right? So when it works out, it's always really special. But when it doesn't, it's annoying. But
no doubt.
You see Parker, a little inside wave. That was a hard wave to surf. But
You had mentioned, we were talking about booty stuff. O'Neill makes a great booty. I believe it's a Ninja. It's one of these really sort of like socky type booties that you feel your board really, really easily.
For sure.
And now Felt's a couple of their new suits. I'm good friends with John Hunter, so I see a couple of their new suits. And
John Hunter's a man.
They've done an exceptional job of creating a really high performance suit, you know. So you're able to go out here, and some days guys are wearing 3.2s, and it's pretty cold, you know. They're really flexible, really loose suits. So, you know, all this new material, state of the art cuts, and nice designs, making it really sort of easy now to surf really cold water.
It's crazy. Here we go, Nolan. Wow, a nice big right over Table Rock. Oh, nice.
Really like that adjustment off the bottom with Table Rock. Can be really a weird little section.
For sure. He's doing so well on this wave. So Nolan's such a good surfer. He can pretty much get a big score on anything, you know. He's one of those guys. So yeah, he kind of saw an opportunity and took it, and I think it's smart right now. I mean, this is a grindy heat. Hopefully these guys have a nice exchange at the end, but we're getting kind of close here, almost at 5 minutes. So yeah, a little frustration there. That's pretty hard to surf through that kelp too. You might knock a fin out.
No
so
doubt.
Maybe there's some strategy behind that.
You know, I wouldn't be so upset so early here. We still have 5.5 minutes here.
I do see.
Plenty of.
Oh, never mind. No. Sorry.
Plenty of time, but getting down to that 5-minute mark.
For sure.
Obviously, if the frustration can motivate you, we'll see the replay of Nolan Raposa here.
Yeah, Nolan just looks so good on this heat. Yeah, White let him have it. Burnsy, and I mean, man, that's so hard to surf over that Table Rock. Adam, you know more than anyone, and he did so well. And he, you know, that's just like Nolan being a great surfer and manufacturing scores out of nothing, really. A lot of people probably would have fell on that rock right there.
No doubt. You know, obviously Sean Burns had position and priority on that wave. He didn't take it.
For
he
sure.
saw something, or didn't see something he wanted to see. Is now he's up and riding. Lowest score right here. He's trying to throw away a 5.67, so a pretty nice score to throw away. Nolan Raposa now coming in with a 6.2. So
nice.
We got some great surfing here.
Just flowing, man. The flow master, Sean Burns. Guy knows how to flow on a wave out here. It looks so nice. It's a beautiful thing watching him surf this wave. But here we go. We got a little set. It looks like
a no-hander. Could be a closeout unless you're on the tail end of this thing.
Right. So what do you line up with, Adam? What's your go-to out here?
I actually don't surf out here that much anymore. I still surf here when it's big. As soon as it's 6 to 8 feet, I love to come over here and surf it. But it's pretty easy. There's only 3 points to be taking off here. You know, you're at the point, the slot, or the peak. You know, and so obviously with a little southerly swell with a northwest swell, you could sit over off Table Rock pretty easily and allow yourself the slot wave and the point wave. It's nice to be able to surf from the inside out because every good wave goes through that sort of that slot little wave area. Because you can jut right to the cliff if you have to as a cliffhanger, or you can go a little wide, like you're saying, to stay a little, say, west or south of the Table Rock peak.
Yeah. It's better to go from the inside out here.
Yes, I surf from the
Especially if you have priority.
Yeah. Well, waves will slip underneath you, Tori, as you know. They'll just slip underneath you, and you'll watch a great wave, and you were nowhere near it.
Right.
And the person who sat just 15 yards inside of you gets the wave. So yeah, I like to surf from the inside out. I'd rather sort of catch the shoulder of a wave and still have the opportunity to catch the best wave through the middle of the reef.
Yeah, for sure.
We're
the
down
middle of the reef is usually better too, right? I mean, the wave kind of cleans up.
It's a
and
lot
gets
easier
little
to surf, Tori. I mean,
yeah.
the backwash sort of subsides after you get past Table Rock, and the wave sort of smooths out, and not as much variable for, say, luck of things like that to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of stuff to dirty up your rails on that backwash and all that bump.
For sure. Sean Burns just picking up the end of that one, just having fun at this point, I think.
Yeah, Burnsy's last score.
Nolan got a 6.2 though.
Yeah, so he got himself nice in position here.
Yeah.
I believe this might be Parker up and riding.
Oh, that was nice.
That was nice. Maybe getting pissed off after that last wave, Tori got him motivated.
He was listening to Skip, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where have you gotten your best waves on this wave, would you say?
Probably the slot. A lot of slot waves,
sick.
as you see.
Wow,
Bo right there on a nice little reverse, so giving the judges something to think about. Now he needs a 6.14 to advance out of this heat. Here we got 2 minutes remaining. Now he's going to be in fourth priority, so be really lucky to get another wave. So that might be the last of his campaign. We'll see what the judges throw on that.
Yeah, Bo's good at airs, man. I've seen him do some crazy airs.
And now Raposa needed to improve on this 4.5, Tori, as he gets a nice little wipe off the top. The wave doubling up over Table Rock. And a nice slap off the top again.
Yeah.
As this young man's quite the little spaz, huh? He really gets going. He starts going off the bottom, off the top. Watch out.
Wow, yeah.
That's nice work right there. And as you can see, his backhand is sharp.
Yeah, he is sharp. Nolan is definitely like the little Energizer bunny, once he gets going.
Still going.
Yeah, and he is so exciting. He's so fun to watch, and he's here. We got Sean Burns, little closeout. But yeah, coming back to Nolan, I really like watching Nolan compete just because you never know what he's going to do. He's one of those guys that is super exciting. Those are always kind of like my favorite guys to watch compete, and guys that they start getting on a roll and then they just all of a sudden they'll just do a huge air and and get a 9. He's definitely one of those people that does that. And I really enjoy watching Nolan surf.
And you'd love to hear that last one, huh? 7.5 for Nolan, so catapults him up into the lead, puts the local boy Sean Burns down into second. Now 45 seconds remaining. It looks like Rayner needing a 7.6, and Cohen unfortunately needing a massive score of would be the best score of the day, basically 8.37. So tall order right now with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's really hard. But is this Bo? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Bo here. We're getting a little sheer
sorry.
off the light right now. It's really hard to see, but you can see even by the body language right there that wasn't going to be the score. So less than 20 seconds remaining. We pretty much, this is done and dusted. Sean Burns, local boy, who led the heat nearly 3/4 until the last wave of Nolan Raposa.
Yeah.
So local boy coming through. So that was a great little heat.
That was a fun heat to watch, right?
Yeah. So Tori, what do you have going on for the rest of your day? If you're not surfing, do you have any plans?
Probably just gonna go. Maybe watch the rest of the event and maybe head up the coast. And try to get a couple waves.
That's what we want to hear. We want to hear you get a couple waves up the coast. We'll talk. We won't tell people where you're going, but I'm sure it'll be fun, man.
Yeah, it was fun. I had a good time yesterday, so maybe go do that again. And
right on.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy your day. All right, you guys. Well, we have a little break in the action in between the heats. We'll take a short little break. See you in a little bit. All right, thanks, Tori.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
And we're back. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic underway here. The round of 64. We still got a couple more heats, and we still have, and blessed with Tori Meister in the booth here to analyze this next one. We've got Kei Kobayashi. He'll be your seed in this one. Braden Jones, he'll be in the blue. And then a couple surfers that have done pretty darn well here. Luke Weiler had a great heat yesterday. He'll be in the white. Killian Garland, legendary man from Southern Cal, but comes up here for every one of the O'Neill events, loves a lane session, so he'll be in the green.
Nice. Yeah, this is a great heat, man. I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, the lane's been providing. The last couple heats I've watched, there's been sets. And
crazy, huh?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you know, it's like it just started pumping. It literally happened at that one when we called the last of that heat, and then since then, there's been lots of sets. And
there has.
Lower tide.
Yep.
Up and riding. Here's Kei Kobayashi. Had a good run down in Brazil.
Yeah.
At the Challenger Series, was one of the last lone Americans to get through a few heats, but ultimately he still has some work to do, and this is important for him to keep his spot on that Challenger Series, stay in the top 8.
Right. Yeah, Kay is a great surfer, man. This guy puts 100% at it every time. You know, you see him in the gym working out like crazy. I saw him jump off the cliff the other day in trunks to get an ice bath in. He's a weirdo, but we love it.
Oh, no, that's
the best way ever.
Come on, surfing's, we breed them and we celebrate them. So
yeah.
Little move here off of the peak. You know, he set himself wide. It's just, you know, good strategy-wise. You're not going to get in the mix at the very part of it. And look, he got gifted this beautiful little inside slot wave. Lots of kelp on the face, but he was able to motor through it. So that's going to be a number for him, a 4.5 for Kay. So a quick start.
Yeah, that was a good idea. Kay, I don't know where he paddled out from, but he was super wide right there, way off a Table Rock. And he surfed that wave insane. Kay's a great surfer, man, and he's a character. We love Kay. He is very motivating. I love seeing what he does. The guy wakes up at like 4 a.m. every day and works out till like 6, and then surfs lowers all day. And very exciting surfer as well. You know, kind of has like the full package. Does incredible airs, great turns, great competitor. Yeah, I really enjoy watching Kay surf, and especially on this wave too. You know, he just looks so fast on his feet out there, and I think that's what's going to separate people is, you know, looking quick on this wave because it's a bit slow. Tide's going low. There's a lot of kelp. It's hard to look spicy, but Kay looked really good, and you know, he turned a wave that was probably a 3 for most people into a 4 or 5, almost a 5. So yeah, good job, Kay. And looks like he's going wide again.
Yeah, he did. He's seen something. I mean, and so he must have been watching and saw that there was some opportunity. There was a couple sets, and I will say that I'll add a third swell in the mix because there was a set in that last heat that was super straight, and it didn't hit the peak, and it didn't hit the point. It was kind of it was a full west angled set, so there is some westerly kind of starting to show up a little bit too, which means the ocean is active. There is not literally any single dominant storm. There's just a lot of different waves coming in a lot of different directions. If you just want to add a very difficult steamer lane lineup, this is it. It's got all the swell directions hitting at the same time.
Yeah, that definitely makes it a little definitely difficult, right? I mean, it's funny when this wave is bigger. I swear it looks like Sunset Beach or something, you know? Like the lineup is so big in that sense, right? And it's just like, where do you sit? You sit up at the slot, you sit in the middle.
Well, and there's good waves everywhere.
Yeah,
so you ultimately, it's just identifying those waves. If you're saying inside peak, you know, like peak will break and be mushy, but then there's these ones that'll like load up and double up on the inside peak, which are great waves.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and you see the slot, they'll be like, oh, look, there's a slot set, and then all of a sudden there's only one good wave out of 4 waves.
Right. Yeah.
As I mentioned, Kei Kobayashi is 18th in the rankings right now, so he wants to move up that leaderboard.
Nice. Yeah. Kei, was this his first year on the Challenger Series? I know he's
his first full time, yeah. So he qualified through the region, was able to, I think he won an event over on the East Coast, and he definitely found his way in that top. And he was one of the more successful Americans, you know, overall, consistently. I think the Americans had a struggle for the most part on the Challenger Series. We didn't see, you know, the likes of Cole Hauschman, who we thought would be one that contend. Although I will say the Challenger Series was actually kind of cursed with waves.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
For the most part, there was
Yeah,
a
it
lot
was.
of bad days in those Challenger Series events. I mean, some of the venues are good, but ultimately the waves weren't that great.
No, snappers are the only one I can really that comes to mind of
It had
thinking
waves.
of good performances and waves.
Yep.
And that was a cool event that they even put on the Challenger Series. I was really stoked to actually see a wave that good on the Challenger Series because you know how the QS is, man. It's not known for great waves.
No.
So to have like a world-class wave and have those guys compete there to get on to the World Tour, which is in world-class surf, I thought it was very smart and a good call. So yeah, it was cool that they scored too. I think some of those warm-ups were insane. I remember watching Brody Sales get barreled for like 13 seconds on a wave, and it was like the swell before the event.
Yeah,
like,
right.
wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
pretty
No, the
cool.
sand was epic, and it's a good time of year. I mean, obviously, it's the same kind of time of year that we see. It's late, kind of late. April, right? It was like in that mid-April, which is kind of late season for them, but
for sure,
there was still some quality waves, and the sand is good, and it's awesome. I feel like this event could actually become a good Challenger Series event at some point. If we can grow it from this to that kind of level,
100%,
it would be pretty cool to see. We've had that in the past. It's been like a prime event or whatever during that era.
Yep, I remember that. I remember Nate Yelman's taking that thing home,
and that helped him qualify, right?
He qualified that year. Yeah, that was an exciting event. The waves were big. Remember, it was
they were going
really
left.
good, and guys were
left
going
off Middle Peak.
Yeah, it was. I think Nate might have been on like a bigger board too, right? Was he like So
6'4", maybe 6'2",
pretty
like
fun. That. Santa Cruz is so fun like that. And here we got Kay again on another wide wave. Nice turn off the top. He might have a cool inside section. Nice layback. Kay was watching something definitely that other competitors weren't. I think
nice
I haven't
wrap
seen
there.
anyone sit that wide and pick up scores like that, and it's definitely a different lineup. But man, he's doing well with it. I think he's got 2 keepers. And here we go.
Luke Weiler. Table rock section gets loose and goes over or under.
Yeah, that was a hard wave to surf.
And again, after that, not much energy there, so no harm there. But Kay, with the move over to that Middle Peak section, was able to pick it up. So here, look at this.
Wow.
Channel Islands is actually gifting, or not gifting, but they are helping the Santa Cruz Board Riders Club. And with these 2 boards right here, they are up for raffle.
Wow.
And if you can come on down, you can get yourself a raffle ticket and you're supporting basically our Board Riders Club, the Santa Cruz Board Riders. We actually have an event happening this weekend on Sunday where our North region, which will be at Santa Barbara, Half Moon Bay, Ventura, and ourselves, one or another one, Malibu, North LA Board Riders. So we're going to be competing against them. And it's going to be right here at the lane, but that's going to help us keep the dream alive for the board riders. You can win yourself 3 boards. There's actually a Pat Rawson as well, a little single fin.
I saw
Rawson.
that. Yeah, that thing looks cool.
Come on down, get your $20 lottery or raffle tickets, and you get your chance to win. And that's an expensive raffle ticket, but spend $100, you get 5 chances to win, 3 surfboards. There's a bunch of O'Neill wetsuits as well.
Wow, that's awesome, man. I love the board riders. I love what you guys are doing over here with that. It's
You got to
super
say
cool.
Hawaii Board Riders, man.
I know.
Set it up. Got to have the Maui Board Riders.
Dude, it'd be insane. Yeah, well, Big Island for me.
The
but
Haiku Board Riders.
But I am in Maui now, so
Right?
yeah, I know. How cool would that be? All the different islands having their own board riders.
Yeah,
I think
and then
it's something
have
that should
competing
happen.
event. The thing about it is like you talk about it and you're like, oh yeah, that's cool, but it took me until I actually did the events to really get hooked because there's the broad range of kids, right? You got kids all the way to the 50s. And so you get this good range of everybody, and all of a sudden there's this camaraderie, and there's this like mentorship happening, and fun comes with it. It's
super
a
cool.
blast, and you get super competitive, obviously, too.
Yeah, bring the community together.
Yep.
It's super awesome. Have everyone in the same town. It's kind of funny for you guys too, right? Because I mean, you have the East Side, West Side, Midtown thing, but everyone's coming together as one, right?
Yeah.
So you're just one
Absolutely
powerhouse.
right. And and the way we've set it up is we got to compete for our spots. You're not just. I mean, you can earn a spot. Because there's 4 per division, right? And there's 5 divisions. So the 15s and 19s, they got to earn their spot. So there's a captain's pick, which is one you got to kind of lobby for.
Right.
Then you can earn your spot if you actually the highest score going into the last event, you get a spot. And then
Right.
there's 2 spots you have to surf for. So you end up, we have our trials, and you got to come in here, and you got to earn your spot. And
Super
it gets
cool.
wild, too.
I
So
love that, man. We gotta get on that, Hawaii. What's going on?
really, we got to take out San Clemente. They're 2-time champions now. And Huntington Beach, I wish Santa Cruz got to get it one time. Hopefully it's this year.
San
We went to
Clemente's
Trestles for the championships last season.
How great is that?
That's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. I wish we had gotten better waves this year, but I think if we can keep going at it, the U.S. board riders are getting East Coast teams now.
Nice. That's super awesome. Here we go. We got
This is Jones.
yeah, Jones. Ooh,
Starts
tough
off with a
line.
.5, backs it up with another .5.
That was a hard wave to surf.
14 minutes to go. So this one a little more challenging off the point.
Mm-hmm.
It's low tide.
It is.
Weiler.
I want to say Kay kind of saw that, huh?
Maybe.
He's been sitting over and getting these waves. He's in the lead right now.
And he's still sitting by himself.
He is. Interesting.
Oh, no, he just came in the picture.
Oh,
There he is.
Yeah, okay. I was like, where is this guy sitting?
Well, he just got
What
the
wave is
5.5.
this guy surfing? Yeah.
So that was, he's got the heat lead now. Get back over with your competitors. Start trying to take away opportunities.
For sure. Kay knows how to surf a heat. He's a very good heat manager. So, all right, here we go. It's hard to see the colors of the jersey because of the glare.
Yeah, this
But I want to say that's Killian, though, definitely. I know that style.
Yeah, you can tell that style. He already has
Yeah.
the 4.83. So finding it back up, this is a contest machine.
Yeah, this guy can surf a heat, let me tell you.
It's
Textbook.
10 points no matter what.
Yeah.
Pretty much every single heat he surfs, it's 10 points.
So consistent, man. I've known Killian for, since we were little kids. I remember watching him just win every single NSSA Nationals. He was the scariest guy ever.
You get him in the heat, you have to come up with 10 points. It's just like that's it, and that consistency is so solid.
Yeah,
Watching again here,
that.
this replay.
Yeah, nice big turn off the top there, looking spicy. Like this turn right here.
This feels better than the 4.83, yeah?
It does, for sure.
So he's going to add there, and him and Kay are going to start running away with it here. So Luke and Braden are going to have to.
For sure, nice finish. Stayed really low on that wave. This wave, you got to be careful not to hit it so high. You kind of get stuck at the top or go out the back. So, yeah, Killian knows how to surf this wave better than anyone.
I think this is the 4.83 we're seeing here.
Okay.
Maybe. Or is that the same wave?
I think that. Let's see if he gets a finish here.
Either way, it's a 6.0. Same wave.
Same wave. Okay, yeah. So this is, okay, 6.0. Wow, so best wave of the heat. So there you go, Killian doing what he does best, manufacturing scores. And there you go, 10.83.
Yep. And he still has 12 minutes to add to it.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, Killian he's probably one of the most consistent surfers I've ever seen compete. I've watched him, like you said, he's always getting at least 10 points in a heat, and a lot of time that's what it will take, especially at a slow, hard to surf lane, So, yeah, he's a great competitor. But yeah, and we see Kay's in second now. I'm sure he's probably gonna start moving up there with the rest of the pack.
All right, well, Nolan Raposa was able to turn that one at the end and get the heat win over the local boy Sean Burns. He's down there with Tessa.
We are here with Nolan Raposa. Nolan, that last heat, the last few minutes looked super stressful as you were just reaching for the top for first place. Tell me what was going through your head there at that moment.
I was a little nervous. I felt like I had it under control. I only needed like a 2 or whatever to go into second, and then I got my good wave with 6 minutes left, and then I felt pretty confident, and then I got my last wave and went into the lead, so I was like, oh, that's all I needed to do, just a 5-minute heat, and moving on now.
Well, nice work. Well done. So you've been recently coaching with Matt Myers. Tell me a little bit about that program you're doing.
Yeah, Matt's next level. He's probably the most consistent coach out there anywhere in the world, and he's almost every single finals day, every single athlete he has, so it's really fun working with him. He helps us get our drills going before each of our heats, so I was prepared for scenarios like that. The last 5 minutes of my heat, I knew exactly what I needed to do. Definitely made some mistakes at the beginning of that heat, which we talked about not doing. But yeah, Matt's dialed, and I like having him in my corner, keeping me calm and confident.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. Good work. And back to you guys in the booth.
Right on, Nolan. And, of course,
Noel.
his sponsor there, of course, the Bonsai Bowls. So thinking about Nolan is that he's not anywhere on the top 20 And he has been putting his focus on that Challenger Series, was able to qualify last season, had a great start, as you know, a third place at the Gold Coast, and was way up the rankings. And so I think his focus was there. I don't believe that he's had a lot of chasing of points on this regional series so far. So knowing that he's there, I will say that, as I understand it, there's going to be a solid number of Challenger Series surfers that didn't qualify, say the top 10, that are still going to actually qualify by virtue. But I think it's only the top 20. So he is here because he needs to keep points going. Obviously, stay sharp as far as competing. Oh, he loves Santa Cruz too. So there's a lot of reasons to be here. But ultimately, this is an event where, hey, if he can get a good result, he's going to move up that North America rankings to guarantee. Again, we're trying to guarantee spots on the Challenger Series. If he doesn't make the cut, say, he's got to have a big event in Hawaii at Haleiwa in order to make that top 10, but he does have a chance.
He does.
So, and he's been there in that semifinals before. A little different format going into Haleiwa because of the permit restrictions. You're always going to have 4-man heats. A lot of the Challenger Series actually go into a one-on-one format.
Right.
But not going to happen in Hawaii, so it's a little bit more of a different format. And that changes some of the points allocations, really. Because you're going to all of a sudden you have 1 through 4, and then you're going to have equal 5th, and then equal 7th. So again, he's going to have a pretty big result over there in order, probably a final, in order to really solidify a spot for the championship tour. But
for sure,
he's got a chance.
He does have a chance, and Nolan's backhand is second to none, man. And honestly, when I think about the competitors in that event, I could see Nolan podiuming or even winning that event. That backhand is incredible, and I've seen him rip Haleiwa to pieces. And you can just tell he has a different gear, than most of the people that I see in the Challenger Series. And when he hits that gear, he's kind of unstoppable. We saw that at Snapper.
The momentum, right? You were mentioning that in that last heat.
And the confidence, too. I remember talking to Matt, too, and as Matt Myers, man, great coach. Talk about a guy who's consistent in a heat as well, And he definitely seems like he really knows how to coach Nolan well. And he kind of lets him do his thing and lets it fly. And I think that's when Nolan does his best surfing. And when he's confident, he's the best surfer in the water, I think.
I've had a lot of experience with Nolan, good friend of John's, so I spent a lot of time with him, traveled with him, brought him on a couple of our trips over the years. And I will say that one of the things that I think that Myers' mentorship, and especially with Nolan specifically, is he had talked about it even in the interview when he was asked about Myers, about the consistency, right? And I think what that does, though, is that with Nolan, he does get a little bit this flighty and doesn't really necessarily do the same thing every time.
Right.
Whereas Myers kind of instills a certain way to warm up, a certain way to focus before a heat, to get himself this recipe that gives him success that he probably didn't necessarily do on his own.
For sure.
Right? So
Definitely.
you get a little flighty. You're like, oh yeah, today I'm gonna eat, a breakfast burrito before my heat, just because I'm hungry.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas we're like, hey Nolan, we don't need a breakfast burrito beforehand.
Little program.
Here, have some juice, and you can eat after.
For sure.
Right, and those things are something that is very helpful to someone like Nolan.
Sure.
John's is a different. He works with Myers as well, and John's a little bit different in the sense that he needs different type of motivation, and I think that's where Myers has been really good. Is he identifying the individualities of each surfer and finding those ways, and that's what a good coach has to do.
Exactly.
Is find the way to motivate the surfer because everyone's different.
Exactly, for sure. Everyone needs to be coached a different way, and you've seen it really work well with Nolan, and he's an artist. He's one of those guys that
It's a good way to
for sure
categorize it.
Exactly, and it is a very unique way of things working for him. And I really think they've found the best recipe for him right now, and that's why I could see him doing extremely well at Haleiwa and making it. I could see that happening. I wouldn't even be surprised. But I mean, it's obviously going to take a lot of work. But seeing Nolan's,
it's going to be a big event.
It's a big event.
It's a chance, right?
There's a chance, man. And seeing where Nolan's head's at, it doesn't. I think like you said, he can be a little bit scattered, as we all get sometimes.
But that's his surfing too, though.
That's
right?
his surfing.
It's his personality comes across in his surfing. He's spontaneous.
Exactly.
You never know what's coming from him. Sometimes unfortunately I remember watching him as a youngster. Like he basically did not have a low gear, like a consistent gear to go, and it was just 100% the whole time.
For sure.
And I lost a lot of heats because he just rather than tapping a section, rather he just tries a big air,
Totally.
But that has benefited him now because that's the style and approach he has. So he consistently is now making those big moves, and where he could see 9s and 10s come from that style of surfing and being able to surf that way. But there is that moment of being able to dial it back in the beginning of a heat to get the scores done, and that's that nice little balance that Nolan's been able to come up with.
Yeah, I think Myers has helped him with that a lot. I think it's a confidence thing too, you know, when before maybe he would go so big, and then keep trying to go big and then falling and then kind of do his head in, you know, which happens with surfers like that. But I think they've found a way, you know, to kind of bring him back a little bit, and
winning
it
will
seems
do that.
like winning will do that.
Winning will do it, right?
But he seems just so much more confident, you know, like if he falls on a big error, he's not scared to go out there and do the same thing again and then pull it, you know, and it seems like it's clicking. And so whatever those guys are doing, it's looking good for Nolan, and it's really exciting. I'm excited to see what happens at Haleiwa.
Quick starts for Killian and Kay, have them out front with 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes to go. Killian was able to get the lead with the 6.0.
Yeah.
Kay Kobayashi with the next highest score, the 5.5, has him in second. And Weiler, they are looking for some pretty big numbers here, and we're at this point in the heat where it's under 4 minutes. It looks like one wave is going to have to do it, and so Luke's going to, with priority, that's the situation you need to be in. He just needs the ocean to cooperate and send him an opportunity.
For sure. This has been a tough heat. I can't believe there's 3 minutes left. We're
yakking away,
rambling along, and all of a sudden this heat's almost done. And Kay surfing a very smart heat from the beginning, getting that 4 or 5 wide, and then Killian.
Both his waves wide.
Yeah, both his waves wide. That was so smart. He's a savvy competitor, man, that Kay, and he knows how to get it done. And then Killian getting probably the best wave of the heat. Well, it was the best wave of the heat. Nice slot wave, surfed it really well, and that's kind of all there's been. You know, you can't really. All the two other guys haven't had much other opportunities. So yeah,
slow heat.
I mean that's the lane. It's slow. This is probably I guess I jinxed it.
Well,
when
we
you
talked
came
about
in,
it.
Yeah,
There was
I
a flurry.
like,
We touched on it. That's it. South Swells will flurry for half an hour, 40 minutes, and then it'll back off. And we're going into that lower tide. 11 o'clock is going to be low tide, but
for sure.
Let's see what Luke does. This might be it. This is going to be his chance. We're going to see Kay on the inside, though. He's going to try and build on the 4.5.
For sure. And he almost looked wide again. Is he sitting wide again?
Yeah, he was a little bit.
See, this guy, he watched it. I mean, talk about a studier, man. This guy is a product of the game right here.
Oh,
yeah,
a little slip there with the kelp.
Yeah.
You dig in that rail, and all of a sudden your fins grab the kelp. But the wave outside for Luke wasn't that good, so Luke decides to not go. He still has priority, still has 2 minutes too, as well. And again, we've watched it. There's been several waves in the sets.
Yeah.
Like there'll actually be a couple waves, and then it'll back off, and then there'll be a couple more waves. So maybe that'll be the case for Luke here.
Yeah.
Needs a 7.97. Killian had a quick little look there. Didn't quite sway the priority judge to change anything, though, although the other competitors probably already in the same lineup with him.
Yeah.
All right.
They're not.
Nope.
Oh, man, these angles of these waves are just not that good.
Braden was making a move over towards peak, and now he's back. And that's one of those things I know about the lane is that if you get twisted of where you want to be, it's just a demise. It just all of a sudden you're like, oh, back to the peak. Oh, and then all of a sudden you move away from peak, and there's a set. And then you go by the point, and it's so frustrating if you have that happen.
Just live by the sword, die by the sword, huh?
Gotta commit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough. It's better than doing your head in, though, and moving all over the place.
Wow, that's
sit there and just that was a really tough heat, man. I felt like,
wasn't a ton of opportunities for everybody.
No.
Right? There was manufactured scores. It was straight up. It wasn't the pumping sets in there at all. Here's Braden, great surfer, Braden.
Yeah, these guys
just
are
unfortunate.
ripping. It's just tough.
Didn't have the opportunities. Is he still giving it a go though? I like the fact that he is not giving up.
Yep, love that. And he was surfing good, man. It's just, what can you do when you don't get the opportunity? That's pro surfing. You gotta have the ocean cooperate with you a bit. But this next heat will probably be pumping because that last heat was just kind of rubbish.
It was. Oh, now the set comes.
Yeah, here we go. How much
26 seconds.
And who's got priority?
White.
Okay.
Luke is going to take it. He's moved wide.
Yeah.
Got outside of Table Rock. Smart move there. Oh, he's going for the big air.
Had to. And then, look at Kay on the wide bowl again. So Kay definitely watched some heats before he went out there, man. You can tell. I feel like he surfed a very smart heat. That was really tough.
It was enough.
Yeah, it was enough. And Killian with the win, man. that, Mr. Consistency.
Thank you very much for giving us a little bit of a break there. And Tori, we'll be watching you this winter. Can't wait. Congratulations on everything you've achieved, and can't wait to see what happens to Jaws. Right on, boss.
It's been an honor.
Right on, dude. And we'll take a quick break. We'll bring Adam Replogo back in. Thank you to the man, Tori Meister. We'll go to a break. Come right back.
Dear Mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Coldwater Classic is underway. Round of 64, day 2. This is heat number 14, and we've got another doozy. Luke Gordon, first time we'll be seeing him in this event. He is in the blue jersey. Levi Slauson, another great competitor, sits up there in the rankings. This is an important event to keep that rankings up there. He'll be in the red. He's your top seed. A couple surfers we've seen already yesterday. Wesley Santos, he'll be in the white. And Iago Ramos will be in the green, and we already have some scores on the board for these two surfers throughout that break. We'll take a replay right here. First one, going to be, it looks like, is that Luke or that's Iago Ramos.
Nice little cliffhanger there, Pete. As you see, that wind is not there, but there's still some residual chunk on the top water here. So that easterly wind still sort of wreaking some havoc. We should see that subside as the day progresses. We'll have that prevailing northwest wind at the end of the day here.
And here is Luke Gordon.
Wow, nice little work right there for Luke to float the table rock section as it stands up, still giving him some opportunity. Nice little coping right there for him to blast off of. So Luke Gordon looking like he's got the better of the exchange as start of the heat.
Well, he got the 5.0. Iago Ramos with the 4.0. Luke out of South Carolina, so he would be one that is not shy to be able to find some sort of energy out of a smaller inside wave. I've watched that kid. He's a big boy, and he rides normal shortboards, but somehow always is going fast. Doesn't ever ride grovelers.
Wow.
You see a lot of East Coasters. They actually don't do that, right? We all go to these like real wide,
right,
thicker, flatter model boards when we're riding small waves, but the East Coasters don't necessarily do that.
No.
And they still produce speed.
And they still have quite a bit of rocker in their boards, too. So it's amazing. Obviously, they have really good technique, able to work those boards really well. But for sure, I've noticed that as well, Pete. There's a lot of surfers from the East Coast that can ride waves a lot smaller
Michael
the weekend.
Dumpy is another example of that. Surfs small waves incredibly well.
With the board with some curves. So you see right here, here's a nice little wave coming right off the cliff, Pete.
This is Slauson. And your number 1 seed, first time competing at this year's O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Unfortunate error there, and that's that low tide. You're going to have little bubbles start. That low tide feels the bottom, and it's uneven on that outside section there, especially with table rock.
And that easterly little wind, too, at the lower tide doesn't help. Sort of closes the wave down a little quicker.
All right, let's head down to the beach. Killian Garland, the most consistent surfer on tour right now, makes it happen once again. 10.83 total down there with Tess.
We are down here with Killian. Congratulations on your first place win. Some of the other competitors were talking about the conditions being it looks clean, but being a little bumpy out there. How did you navigate that?
Yeah, I noticed that on the way out. There's a little bit of a kind of a southeast breeze blowing, and I just tried to wait for the wave a little bit a few times and let the lip kind of present itself, but it was tricky, and a couple times I was just barely staying on my board. Sure.
So I have a meaning to ask, why booties or no booties?
I like booties, but I think for the contest, I usually go with no booties when the water's warmer, so kind of just stick to that. Everybody has their own preference, I guess. I think maybe if you're going for airs or the waves are good for airs, then maybe booties would be better.
Well, it seemed to work great for you out there. Thank you and good work. Back to you guys in the booth.
Right on, Tess, and congratulations to Killian. So smooth and silky and consistent, and he has been doing very well here in the past at these events. So good to see Killian having successes once again. Up and riding, we saw Wesley Santos quickly going for a big maneuver, and now this would be, the layback gaff there for Yago Ramos, and that was an opportunity. Unfortunate error there, goes down, and that's going to affect the score, Adam.
It certainly will, and he was already sitting on a nice little, backup score over 4, as you see right here. Unfortunately, right there for Santos, not able to get the release out the lip.
That was 2 in a row that he had just one big section, and he kind of tried to go for it. So there's 2 throwaway scores for Santos. Yago Ramos representing Brazil here, but ultimately surfing in this region. Wesley Santos has a ranking that's pretty high up. He did pretty well over there on the East Coast.
Nice.
And sits inside that top 20. So he's trying to vie for one of those coveted 8 spots. Wesley Santos at number 10 right now. Did pretty well in the Vans Pro there at Virginia Beach. Ended up with 1,423 points. And that's how important those 3,000 events are, is that if you just don't have a lot on the schedule, those are the events you have to capitalize on.
No doubt. As you can see right here on the replay, we were just talking to Killian. This is a challenging little wave with these little bumps, and that's exactly what happened right there. You saw the little fold in the wave, and here's Santos again trying that one big maneuver. Able to get a little release there, but sort of lumbering as he came down, as he saw maybe some opportunity down the line.
And that was a 3.0 for just that one move, and it was kind of dynamic, but the fact that you're right, lumbered through it, it affects the score. You want to show a ton of control and speed through the maneuver, and then that was a nice turn that ended up going awry for Ramos, but ends up with a 4.67. So the work done earlier, and then now a little error into reversal for Luke Gordon. I think that's in blue, right? Trying to die through that. Yeah, so that was green actually. So that was Ramos throwing down the little air reverse.
Nice. He was sitting there in 4th priority, sitting pretty wide, it looked like, so he was able to grab. I'm not sure if he was in 4th priority.
That was okay. Yeah, so 4.67. So that was again, that's the score that's in for Ramos, and that the 2.5 for the lumbering turn, right? Okay, the 4.0 for one earlier there for Ramos.
Right,
so
that's right.
Ultimately, right now those pair of 4s has him in the lead early stages of this heat. Best number is with Luke Gordon, a 5.0, and he sits there with the P next to his name and has priority, so he is surfing a very strategically sound heat in 25 minutes.
Well, there's a couple different strategies here, Pete. You could obviously say that Ramos is, having that air reverse in his bag. He could look for waves that other surfers aren't going to take if they don't have that maneuver in their arsenal. So there are some waves that you can get the score on that others can, and vice versa.
Well, we saw Kei Kobayashi actually strategically in that last heat move off and get his 2 waves at Middle Peak in the beginning. So we watched the reversal here. So again, you start thinking about this type of maneuver. We've seen it over and over and over again, and basically you'll see that score or that type of maneuver go anywhere from like a 4.67, like that one was, all the way to an 8.5. And what's the difference there? Ultimately, it's about the height and the rotation. And also the landing, right? I mean, you think about how good the landing is. If you can stomp it, don't put your hands down or lay back to get to your feet. That's where you're going to see those numbers really go up, and especially the rotation. If you were to go and do that type of maneuver and not land backwards and right out, you actually rotate in the air all the way around. And then amplitude, right? The height of the maneuver is really where you're going to see it. But everyone kind of has that type of maneuver in their bag of tricks. It just depends on who is consistently doing it and who consistently does it with high amplitude and rotation.
No doubt. I think the judges really like to take note on the type of section in which you're throwing that maneuver as well. If it's the first section versus the last section, if it's a heavy bowling wave versus a really sort of a slopey.
Softer.
Yeah.
There you go. I would agree with that. So good analysis there, Adam. As we look at the railing here, the natural amphitheater of Steamer Lane. I will say there's a $1,000 fine if one of the
if you're on the opposite side of the fence.
There is signs there, but not necessarily something that you see happen every day.
Yeah.
until someone gets hurt. All right, Ramos.
Ramos getting that board speed up again and goes for another air reverse, unfortunately falling off on that end section. And this looks like a nice little wave right here, Pete, for Luke Gordon.
You had priority here, so utilizes that on this wave, and watch that little belt of the lip.
Nice, staying above the lip on that second to last maneuver right there to get that finishing blast.
What's cool is that you mentioned earlier yesterday in regards to surfing from behind it, and sometimes that situation is really good at the lane because you can get up in the lip, and that was exactly what happened there for Luke Gordon. Those two maneuvers there were from behind it, but he was able to hit the critical section. Let's take a look at it again.
Yeah, he's taken off right off the table rock section, so he's able to get a nice little turn off the top. Now look at this coping, Pete's able to just lay out right in front of him, keeping that board speed going down the line. Nice projecting snap right there, but here's where he comes from behind. 1, 2, blast, and that's a nice way to finish that wave. So Luke Gordon sitting on a couple of nice scores now.
Yeah, and this is, again, the front angle of this wave once again. This is going to be the best number of the heat, I would say. Yes, it is. It's already in, a 7.5. So substantial, good, strategically sound heat. He utilized his priority on the best wave, and sure enough, executes the maneuvers done, gets the 7.5. And 12.5 two-wave total, and still has 14 minutes to go.
Nice. Hey, I'm noticing the consistency out here picking up a little, P. There's been quite a few more waves ridden now.
Slauson starts this one out with a little cutty, some agitated water here, but navigates it well.
Wow.
Light on his feet. Drives through that maneuver there. Levi had a good result at Pismo with John finishing runner-up. And now, again, a finish, little release.
Nice control.
So that'll be the best wave for Slauson. That's going to help him out and put him in this heat. Also on a wave here, Santos.
Yeah. This is a highly contested heat, Pete. You're seeing right away that guys are looking pretty on point out there. Everyone's in great control of their board. Seems that as this contest progresses, the average surfing goes up. You see in these seeded rounds, the gear gets thrown into another. It gets thrown into another gear, and these guys are definitely holding up to that. You see your red usually is your highest seed. He's the lowest guy in the heat right now. He's sitting in 4th position. Luke Gordon, haven't been able to watch him surf much, Pete. I think I've watched a couple of events online with him, but he's pretty impressive right now. Looks like he's surfed out here before.
Hasn't made a run up here over the years. You know, that even through Surfing America, as we watch Slauson wave, still has yet to see the numbers in for this one.
God, look how hard that wave is to surf, Pete. He's able to get up and above the lip right there. I really like that release out of the tail and a nice direction change, getting that board all the way around. So Slauson really working and sort of beating up this really, really sort of soft wave.
It was exactly it, right? It wasn't a high-quality wave, but everything he did, he had a little extra flair in it. He kept the speed up in a wave that was very difficult to ride. We're going to take a look at it now, front angle.
That was nice. He faded the entry, too. I noticed that. It was a really nice little direction change at the stop. At the start. There's a table rock section, but look at this little waft right there. His tail was able to get above the lip, above the soup, actually. It was sort of hard to do that. And just grinds through this inside.
Some of the magic that happens with a surfer is that weight and unweighting, you know, because you're having water, so you're able to kind of press off it and then other times glide up over it. And in those little messy sections like that, being able to have that ability to glide up over the messy section rather than pressing on it. Score comes in 5.83, so that's the second highest wave of the heat. And then this replay here for the Brazilian came in at a 3.97. So right now, Levi, with that second highest wave of the heat, is in 3rd position and only needs a 2.84 to turn it with 11:20 to go. Ramos, with those pair of 4s, sits in 2nd, so he's going to have to improve right now. He's got priority as well, so this is an important part of the heat for Ramos with that priority, knowing full well the next decision he has to make has to better probably both of those scores if he wants to solidify the spot in that 2nd position.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Ramos is sitting here with priority. We're seeing some of the surfers with priority sit a little wide now, Pete, ensuring that they get to the best part of the wave instead of sort of pushing themselves a little deep. So there's a couple of different ways to use your priority and where you're sitting on this reef at the moment.
You know, I was just analyzing, during my break, I was watching the ocean, and it felt like, today the low tide, which we saw yesterday, was, mid-low tide, feels lower today. And I often wonder if, you know, and I don't know who could answer it. I don't know if you could, but like,
I don't know either.
in regards to like tide, it does swell affect how the tide would be? I mean, you know, we lost the northwest, which we saw pretty solid yesterday, and it never really got lower tide, but now it just feels like it's a good foot lower than it was yesterday, and it's really not according to the numbers.
Yeah, I guess it's just about
and if
an inch more.
But if swell, like the fact that it's smaller, does all of a sudden that water's not as filled in because you have more swell, it kind of fills the water a little bit
I
maybe?
think for sure. Well, you know, when
Theory.
we surf, though, yeah, we surf this little wave up the coast here, San Jose Avenue, and it has on a south swell at a 2 foot or a 1 foot tide, on a south swell, it sort of feels full. Waves are coming from left to right, and then you surf it on a 1 foot tide on the northwest, and it feels really low tide.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm going to make
fill in the bowl here with this.
We're swallowing. We're swallowing. We're solving this problem right now. I feel like that, yes, when the swell is smaller or a different direction, it's going to affect the way the lineup looks with the certain tides that we have. So today, this is south swell. This is typical south swell, low tide, steamer lane.
No doubt, and we do have a little forecast too, huh, Pete?
Boom. Nice rotation there for Santos. So, whoa, and a little choppy afterwards.
Yeah, so they're projecting some swell, Pete. We do have a little bump, I believe, coming up
let's do
tomorrow.
a little analysis on that too there.
Let's see what they say. Right here is Ramos.
So again, that was a use of the priority there. Did it improve on the 4.0? That's what he needed to do.
And then we'll see what Santos's nice single maneuver aerial reverse gets. He's throwing away a 3.0. Needs a 4.7 to get to that advancing position. So well within the the number that could be thrown for that maneuver. Down to 8 minutes 30 seconds, Pete. So this is now like the last heat. This is when the fireworks started. We started seeing a lot more surf at the end of the heat. Let's see if that happens again.
Well, here we I'm looking at some of the readings, and it's a little inconsistent on that outside buoy. At 5:50, it showed up at 15:15, but then at 6:50 a.m., it went 13:10, which basically I'm giving you the size of the swell. It's the average swell that hits over an hour period at that buoy, and then the average period, which will be the longer the period, the better the swell, right? So 10 seconds is kind of considered a wind swell. There is, by the way, 25 knot southeast winds out on that buoy, so that kind of adds to the element of the swell size. So it's a little bit inconsistent, but that was a beautiful rotation there from Santos. I mean, that was a much more full round aerial. We'll see it now from the front angle.
You talked about amplitude, Pete. I think this one has a lot more, and his rotation was nearly 3/4 of the way around.
So we had a score for an earlier air reverse that was from Ramos that came in at a 4.67. This one, 1.5 higher, 6.27 for Santos. So there's a great example of a difference of one maneuver style wave. So we can really compare apples to apples.
You're right.
And that one there, the air a little bit higher, a little bit quicker in the rotation, a little further in the rotation, ends up getting a 1.5 higher.
And a little bigger wave, a little gnarlier section. So taking all those variables taken into consideration, higher score. Just really love this aerial view, Pete. Of looking at the bottom, I mean, to me, that's a painting in itself.
Sure is. I mean, look at all the colors of greens and blues.
Yeah. All the reflections, all the sparkles coming off in that right corner, or left corner. And there's some of those decoy waves, Pete, coming right off the cliff. You can see that on any given day, a majority of people would be grabbing those little waves. But in the context of this heat, that's not really a score.
6:40 to go. Slauson in fourth position. Has priority number 2, has a good solid number in his repertoire, but needs a 4.42 to catch Santos. And Luke Gordon holding down court, the heat lead and priority, so he's in a comfortable position. But Levi probably feeling a tinge of stress and hoping that there's going to be at least a two-wave set coming in, because ultimately he wants to be able to, that's all he wants is a two-wave set.
Yep.
To let Luke get one of them and he have the choice of the other. But, in 6 minutes, there is an opportunity to maybe even see 2 sets.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Slauson has done 5-minute heats. A lot of people will do a 5-minute crunch heat and really sort of practice on your approach to managing that time and how you're going to, say, work being in non-priority or priority position. You can see one of the young surfers getting ready for this next heat.
Taj Miller.
All right.
He's heading out there. He's up against. He's got a pretty big one. He's got John in there, my son John Mel, Crosby Colapinto, and Jake Davis. So he's got some big men.
Nice. Are they?
That's all.
Is he
over
is
6
he a
feet.
Todd Miller relation too?
Taj?
No idea. I have no idea.
I
But all
think
these
so.
second generation.
I want to say
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, Lindblads and Millers and stuff. These names are.
The internet will
You know.
solve everything. And Todd, my bad if I didn't know your son was Taj. That's my bad.
Yeah, I think Todd Miller won out here too. He was a beast out here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, he did. He took Galley's win one year. It was an unfortunate thing. Galley would have won this thing 3 times. You see right there on the screen, folks, down to 5 minutes now. A bunch of mid-range scores.
Oh, yeah, it's for sure his son. That's, yeah. Good call.
Yeah. I like all that stuff.
My bad there, Todd. You can scold me later.
Todd was a nightmare to surf against, man. He was really good at it. You know, those guys. Remember that era when people were wearing webs and TFLs and gloves and stuff. I mean, anyone would.
TFLs. That's what those rubber gloves were called.
Yeah, I remember Gurr had those TFLs. And,
oh yeah,
you know,
Rich Schmidt had TFLs.
Totally. I mean, I'm sure you might still wear something
I
similar
do.
to that at Mavericks.
Mine are a little different now. They're dark fins.
Well, there you go, the dark fin. You
but
know.
I only wear them, at certain places, and that's one of them.
Yep.
It was Mavericks. O'Neill Surf Shop bringing down O'Neill Coldwater Classic merch. We showed you earlier. They are down here. You can get yourself a tee. Got sweatshirts. I think there's some hats. So thanks to O'Neill Surf Shop for supplying all the assets of the merch down here. You also can get Board Riders merch as well, Santa Cruz Board Riders. So you can come down and do your Christmas shopping.
Yeah, no. And it's not uncommon for locals around here to want to collect those shirts, Pete. Those are collector's
Big
items
time.
for a lot of people. You know, we've been talking about and celebrating the O'Neill brand here. 70 years, is a long time. They've been giving back to this community forever. So a lot of people really love the O'Neill brand, love to support them, and those are one of the sort of iconic mementos from this event.
Oh, they have their downtown store, their flagship store on 41st. They've got
Boardwalk
their
store.
Boardwalk down in and also the one down in Southside. They're over there.
That's right.
in
That one
Aptos
down in
Village.
Aptos too, in Aptos
Yep.
Village, correct. Yeah. And they're everywhere now. The O'Neills have produced the Young family. There's a bunch of young O'Neills here, second and third generation surfers from the O'Neills, and it's nice. Those are a local brand, but internationally and world renowned.
Well, 3 minutes have passed since the last time we touched on the time in this heat, and that is now a bit more stressful for the likes of Levi Slauson looking for the 4.42 and Ramos looking for the 5.58. Luke Gordon, pretty darn comfortable. He'd say, yeah, no worries. Let's just run the clock out. I'll do that, no worries. But Levi needs an opportunity here. And like I said, he is one of those surfers that has had great results on this North American circuit and wants to keep that alive. Does not want to lose in this first round. This is basically first round. It is 0 points in this, not 0 points, but it's not going to be a keeper result if he wants to keep that ranking in the top 8.
Just out of curiosity, Pete, because I'm not following it too well, how many people on the Challenger Series stay, and then how much new blood comes in?
In regards to that, originally the plan was that it was just going to be regional and they were going to save spots for CT. But from one of the things I've heard recently is we see up and riding here, Santos. He was outside of priority really there and trying to improve on just the low score of a 3.97. Rumors are that the 10 after, right, so top 10 are graduating onto the championship tour, and the 10 after, so top 20, will be gifted a spot back in. But that could probably fluctuate in regards to entries and so forth, and and maybe they qualify already in their region, because a lot of times the surfers are going to have to do double DD. They're going to have to do Challenger Series as well because the schedules actually intermix. An example being we were just in Brazil. And, you have to come back here and surf the Coldwater Classic because it's in your region. So you want to keep that regional ranking up high. So they don't take a lot of surfers off that rankings. And ultimately, I think, this is such a new format. The focus obviously being on the championship tour and making sure that the venues were good there. We had the big change of now the WSL finals.
Right.
And, crowning a world champion in one day, that was a huge change. And then the focus then kind of came on the Challenger Series and how we qualify them. We had the mid-year cut, which was a huge change, right? A lot of surfers were feeling that one. I personally love it. I know that if I was sitting on the cut line, I'd probably hate it. Right?
I mean, it made for a lot of conversation in the middle of the year.
Ton of conversation, ton of stress. I mean, that event was very exciting to watch as a fan. because of the implications that came from the mid-year cut.
No doubt.
And we're coming down to 20 seconds, and unfortunately for Levi Slauson, the quiet ocean of the Pacific, and you can see the frustration there, a little slap of the water for Levi, and that was unfortunate for him. As we are down to 5 seconds, no more waves ridden. We're going to go to a bit of a moment to breathe. And the next heat coming up, John Mel, Crosby Colapinto, Jake Davis, and Taj Miller. Second generation surfers hitting the water. And we're back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I was staring at a beanie over here. I was like, wait a minute, I turned the heater off, and all of a sudden, I got a little chilly. It's still a little bite in the air here. New heat underway, and 25 minutes, round of 64. You got your top seeds, John Mel and Crosby Colapinto. And then you also have some surfers that have been able to dig their way through yesterday. Jake Davis had actually one of the bigger numbers of the day, an 8.5 in his earlier round heat, so watch for him. Good to see him back in competition. You know, he's taken a bit of hiatus, some health issues, and now back to 100%. And also, Taj Miller already up and riding a 0.60 for his first wave, so he has moved himself into the priority ladder. It looks like he has moved off to the side here. And, of course, John probably sitting literally got a starfish on the cliff. He wants to start off against that cliff. That was one of the things that I think strategically he wants to make sure he's on the first best wave.
Yeah, no doubt. And you get that from sitting on the inside, yet you're risking potentially losing something wide.
True.
But if everybody comes with you to trace, track down the peak, and you're still, furthest to the curl, you do have position with priority with position, not necessarily priority. But that first heat, that first wave of the heat is crucial.
Well, right at the end there, that was one wave came in between the break, it looked like. And just a quick stand-up by Taj there on the outside. Those are the other surfers that are coming in, but it was a quick turnaround. That was unfortunate that set came through at the break.
Yeah. Curious to know if they're going to make a couple of adjustments. There were quite a few waves in that last heat. A lot of
in the beginning.
In the
beginning, back 6 minutes went flat. Yeah.
So if usually there's a heat on, heat off, heat on, heat off type of deal, but hopefully we're able to see.
You want opportunity, right? Especially
exactly.
with a heat like this, you've got some great surfers in the lineup.
Totally.
You want to see them give an opportunity. You don't want it necessarily to have to go to strategically. You want to see the surfing kind of to play off, but. This is the ocean, right?
Yep.
And whether it be pumping surf, sometimes there's heats that just don't have a lot of waves in them, and you have to be able to manufacture and get that stuff done in heats like that. Those difficult heats are what create great surfers. They're able to make it and get it happen and somehow find a win.
Yeah, and they're able to stay within themselves in their own brain and not freak out. I have a terrible time of sitting there after all my all competitors have caught waves and sitting there waiting. Years ago, we didn't have priority, so those guys would come back out and be on your inside and taking you back into the cliff. So there was a lot of, say, cat and mouse, say back in the day. But nowadays, they're able to use this gentleman's rules of this priority or the allocation of priority and sit there and wait for their wave and not hassle anybody. Where I actually like the hassle of it. I didn't like.
So I was going to ask you that because in regards to when priority kind of came into it. We saw it in, we talked about the buoy, paddling around the buoy. So priority is not something new, but ultimately 4-man priority is.
Totally.
And that's something that kind of came into the QS about 5-6 years ago, maybe a little longer. I don't know exactly the date, but ultimately that was a pretty significant change. And it benefited a certain level of surfers, and it actually hindered a few others, right?
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of scrappers out there and bottom feeders, guys that love to just rattle your cage, and they want to get
use that as a way to win heats by paddling you too deep, and now, personally, when I was able to experience that change, I loved it. I thought that it kind of helped to improve.
Well, you're a patient surfer, Pete. You love to sit there and wait for good waves anyway.
This is true.
So, yeah, you're right. It worked for some and probably hindered others. You know? Some guys love to go out there and catch 10, 12, 15 waves. I remember
Gabriel Medina, for example,
totally.
Right? And probably even most of the Brazilian contingency they're kind of bred that way. They've got a very crazy crowds to deal with. So ultimately, you've got to showcase that kind of alpha style of competing in the lineup just to get waves.
Totally.
So you end up that's just kind of the way the pattern that you surf.
Okay, here it is. Looks like your son is deep right here. John Mel right up off the point of the lane. Looks like a nice little double up off the point, Pete. Small little wave, but maybe has a nice little line to it. He's getting his board speed up and going. Here he comes to that table rock section, pretty deep on it, Pete. But he's able to get a couple waves. A couple turns off.
Now paddle here again. Well, it starts the rhythm there for John. We'll see what the score is. Not going to be a gigantic number, but it is that start. Take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, a little different view from the air before he was paddling into it, but you could see he was eyeing down this last section, wanted to make sure he got a nice end maneuver to finish off that wave.
Now we'll see Jake Davis and Crosby Colapinto. They'll have outside of priority. Quick wave then again, and now John audible off to the side. See what can happen here. Finds a couple little sections, tags it 3 times, and does he get a 4th? Up and over. Oh, little hack. So again, manufacturing numbers here for John.
I've been noticing him ride these boards lately, Pete, and they look pretty dang good. Really nice and tight in the pocket. What's he riding?
This is a flyer. It's a new flyer, Spine Tech. This is one, actually, the funny story about this board. This board's been on ice since November of last year when he won the O'Neill Freak Show on this board. So, one of those things about keeping boards on ice. This one's been in the closet, literally, doesn't get brought out. He did bring it to the East Coast and rode it on a few days, but ultimately this is his groveler. This is something that he has produced. It's got a little straighter rocker. The Flyer's an older rocker that's been in that CI stable for a very long time, and it's great for, again, smaller waves. It keeps that momentum flying down the line. And then you throw in the Spine Tech, which is a whole different realm in regards to its EPS. It's got carbon. It's got, the different flex pattern that you've got it. There's different flex bars you can put inside these surfboards. There's the medium, there's the soft, there's the hard.
Wow.
So it's a really very technically advanced board. But we've got a set here.
Yeah. Well, looks like it's working really well in those smaller surf, Pete.
Taj?
We see Taj up on a smaller inside wave, taking off right off the table rock, going into this little kelpie section, keeping his board going. Really sort of a gutless little wave, but he's going to get back out there and get another. As you see
off
Jake
the
right
cliff.
Here.
It's good to see Jake back. He was always a bit of a man-child in regards to when he used to compete against his age groups. He was always bigger, always taller, always surfed with so much power. And it was a distinct advantage for him. And, of course, then he had some back issues. He had to fight through that. And he has done that and has brought his way. As you can see, a little 3-way paddle battle here. This is important, too. When you have a slow heat, who's going to keep that spot and keep that priority? Right now, it hasn't been allocated yet. And so it looks like John's on the outside. He'll get probably priority.
Look at his right arm, left arm with Jake right there. Those guys are bashing shoulders.
They're out there. So how's it going to work? Priority goes to Crosby already. John got second.
Yeah.
Now we're waiting for Taj.
You know how people sit up on their board like I'm here?
Yeah.
I'm
done.
I'm here.
I did it.
I got it. I'm up.
Right.
What's up?
Let's head down to the sands in here from Luke Gordon. Let's actually the cliff line. Luke Gordon with the heat wind down there with Tess.
We're here with Luke, who just won the last heat. So, Luke, this is your first Cold Water Classic event. How does it feel to be back in Santa Cruz?
It feels really good. I haven't been back here since I was like a Grom doing the Surfing America Primes, and just feels good. I love Santa Cruz. I love the vibe here. Great community. It feels really good to be back here.
Cool. Well, we're glad to have you. Going into the next round tomorrow, do you have any strategies or things you're going to be thinking about?
I'm just hoping I get to catch more than 2 waves. I only caught 2 in that heat. It was pretty slow, but this wave is so fun. It's so good. I just hope I get the opportunity to catch some more waves and just have fun.
Cool. Well, good work out there. We're glad to have you. Back to you guys in the booth.
And I remember calling a few heats with Luke Gordon at that Surfing America Prime. And every time Surfing America came here, they came in that kind of January time frame. Yeah, right. It was always, they were always scoring. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's why Luke loves it. You know, he has good friends part of this tour, so he gets to spend time with them. He actually has a pretty rockin' little band that he participates in. That
really,
if you ever got the opportunity to check him out, he jams it. He's funny because he's pretty low key on the beach, but as soon as you get him into the rock star, he plays the role great.
Oh, that rules.
Bit of a fisherman and a hunter over there in South Carolina. He's got a little South Carolina twang.
I'm sure.
Pretty cool. Yeah, Luke's a classic character, and you got to be coming from South Carolina. I would say that you are going to become a very dedicated surfer because your windows of opportunity to find quality waves are very small.
Just chasing hurricanes, driving up and down the coast, trying to find some type of windsurf.
Yeah, and you think it faces kind of a good direction, but there's a lot of shallow water out in front of it, so it doesn't ever get like those deeper water swells.
Yeah.
You see a little strategy being played here. Davis, outside priority. John trying to do a little sucker work over there. Yeah, this is one of those heats, it looks like to me, that, still plenty of time, but...
I can't tell you how many cold water classics I've seen exactly like this, Pete.
Dead low tide.
This is dead low tide.
Right, 11:30, so we're just after the tide, but basically low tide.
Yeah.
Not optimum for a steamer lane.
Usually a nice tidal push will give us a little help here. But as you're noticing on the screen right now, it looks like Jake Davis taking a run for the middle section of steamer lane as he comes down here. Let's see what he's able to do.
Ooh, wide chip for Jake. Little snap to start this one off. Last section here, tags it. Can he hold on? He does. That's the thing that he brings to the table with that size and power. He knows how to place that board and accelerate through a maneuver and throw spray out the back. So that's going to be a number for him to add to the 3.33.
That was strong surfing right there. Yeah, he's always been a man-child, Pete. I remember him coming up here as a 13, 14-year-old. He was,
Well, he's Luke Davis's younger brother. I mean, we saw Luke Davis has had great success in the professional surfing. Great surfer.
Yeah. Nice little fin or two for Jake on the end of that wave.
I almost like this angle better than the drone angle. Sometimes the drone angle looks better, but this one I feel like that little acceleration through the lip was solid.
Yep. Judge is going to eat that up.
Yep. Numbers coming in. Could be the best number of the heat. Paddle here by Colapinto. Uh-oh. Oh, a little loose off the first section, but keeps it together. Crosby tags it again. A wrap in the cutty. And again for Crosby, it's such a fluid style like his brother. And still more opportunity through the inside. Again, tags it. So good. Great surfing here happening for all three competitors. Waiting on Taj to get his best number. John riding here. Missed the outside section. Hopefully he got some work done out there.
Nice flow through the inside of that one, Pete.
Yeah, and now the big paddle to the outside. 11:40 to go.
Hey, both these young men, Colapinto and Jake Davis, are man-childs. These guys are big young men.
Yes, you're right.
That have beautiful technique and style. So they're able to use that power behind all that technique and flow and really sort of separate themselves from some of these younger surfers. That power aspect of the criteria, usually if you have really good leverage, you can be a smaller guy and make it look like you have a lot of power. But you can tell that both of these guys, Colapinto and Davis right there, are very strong.
Well, it's almost leveraging your size, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're able to have that longer limb, so you can kind of create that whip inertia that comes out of using that size and strength. Let's watch the replays here. First, Crosby, a little drift, keeps control. That was almost a little lost there, but keeps it together. And this wave kind of cups out through this inside section and just rattles off moves.
You know, they've been here a couple of days. They've been surfing some waves up the coast that are sort of big and bouncy and sort of unruly. So I don't think he's affected all by this bounce and chop right now out here. All these guys have been riding quite a few waves in town that almost make this look glassy and nice, comparable to the last couple of days. And here's the outside of John's wave.
Let's see what he gets done here. Again, gets to the rhythm. He's been working hard on keeping that flow together. This is where we caught the inside section. Waiting on these numbers, and this is going to be kind of an important part of this heat because you got Crosby picking up his best wave. So number is in for Crosby, a 6.67. Here's live action.
No, I believe this is Crosby's wave
Crosby's
again.
wave once again, huh? Second look here. That's from the drone angle. And John's on that outside section. So still waiting on the number for John's. Actually came in. It's a 5.77, I want to say.
Nice.
With the 5.5, that still keeps him out front. 5.5 for Davis and a 6.67 for Crosby. So number is in. This is the drone angle again. The old two-wave set.
It's a well-fought heat here by all these guys.
No, that's exactly it. You'd expect it. Taj Miller now, very important moment for him.
Yep,
he sits with priority. And you know, this is if he wants to stay in this one, he's got to produce a number. John making a little bit of an audible move over here towards Middle Peak. See if it pays off. Is that John?
It looks like.
Oh, he's got himself a little chip shot over here. Can he get there? Am I getting excited?
You should be. Well, we watched Kobayashi. I mean, Kai got some waves over here on the end line. That's a nice turn off the top, Pete. So John looking at a nice little score. He's able to get another one, too. So obviously the wave flattens out here, but two nice off the bottom, off the tops into the lip.
Is that an improvement, Rhodey?
Well, he's got to ditch that 5.5. You know,
probably around the same range, right?
They're not counting maneuvers, but sometimes the judges do get it sort of attracted to that bigger wave.
Right. It's a different style of wave. It really is. It is definitely not critical, but it has the size. He did push it on the very first maneuver.
The first one, he got some great release and was able to bounce back up to the soup, did a wrap.
And just anybody who's actually listening to this, that the judges are in a whole different place. So
yeah,
the fact that I'm calling this heat, I have no effect on what happens actually with the judges. It is interesting, probably going. People are like, "Wait a minute, why is this guy calling his son's heat?" Hey, because I can.
That's the job I'm doing. Now look, nice, beautiful little wave. He gets the release out the tail, Pete. Nice elongated bottom turn. Really like how he got that back arm to whip up into that soup like that.
Number did not change anything. Came in mid-4. I can't actually see what the number is, but it doesn't go into his top two.
Okay. Well, he learned something there, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him, but we'll see. He did move over because there was that moment where he actually was outside of Crosby, so he gave Crosby the opportunity. And here is Crosby. Smaller wave, but he sees a little bit of that wedge effect. Carrying a ton of speed.
Wow.
Manufactured a score, didn't he?
Really well on that wave, yeah.
I mean, that was a very small wave, but did everything he could to keep the speed up. All the maneuvers were based around keeping the speed up. He didn't ever push too hard to slow the board down. It was always something that tried to get acceleration out of the maneuver. Even the top turns were getting acceleration out of it, and that's something that's a point of difference.
No doubt. And I've noticed the judges not really pulling back on the score a lot. If the guy annihilates the wave, even if it's a little smaller, sometimes they've been giving him the score, an average score or upwards to an average score.
Scores coming in for Crosby. It moves anywhere 5.2 to a 6.2, comes in a 5.73. So even the smaller little wave, the speed carried and the flow carried actually ends up being a number. So, again, I guess John will actually have to learn from that one as well that, sometimes those little mid-size, I mean, look at the wave. He takes off. It's literally a 2-foot wave and actually got a better number than John on a 4-foot wave because of the speed and the amount of the critical sections that he carries through it.
There's some nice.
There's some rail work there.
just nice flow, too. He was able to drive and not lose it. Like you said, Pete, he didn't lose any speed throughout any of those maneuvers, flew down the line, ended up with speed. Love to see surfers end their wave, too, with some speed.
All right,
Looks
well,
like they have
this is
some
an
control.
important 6 minutes here. You think about the situation. Taj with first priority, so he will be giving first choice. Jake doesn't need much. He needs a 5.78, and he has second priority. John sits in the third, so right now, thinking about situations, you know, there's the ability. John obviously has to better a 5.5 with third priority in 5.5 minutes. Interesting time in the heat.
Yeah. Nail biters.
Next one coming up, Brett Simpson. Heading out to the lineup, no booties.
Legendary.
Oh, look at this set. All right, first is with Taj.
Okay, no pressure. Let's see what Taj is able to do under the gun right here. Looking to get a nice score. He needs an 8.44, Pete. Big score.
Little rhythm that he's carrying right here. Wraps it back, stays with it. And again. So this wave's starting to load up with some energy here through the inside. We're going to stay with him.
Nice
Also, looked like Jake Davis was taking off. Oh, kicks out. Was at a 5.78. So utilizing priority there. We didn't get to see what happened on that outside section. We'll see momentarily. Please show it very soon.
Well, look, obviously now with John and Colapinto having first and second priority with less than 5 minutes, sitting in first and second, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to stall the clock out here, Pete, and try to chew up some time. It's going to be pretty hard for those guys right now to, you know, say better a score without losing that priority.
Jake Davis, this is nope, this is actually again Taj, who comes in a 6.3 for Taj here. So utilizing priority very well and getting a good number. One of the better numbers we've seen so far in this heat. Matter of fact, it's the second highest. So he's put himself in contention here. Oh, good. I like to see this.
He had great tempo with that wave, Pete. He really just read that wave perfectly.
And this is the last one for Jake Davis, stalled up in the lip. So don't know that that's going to be the number needed. 3.73 does not go into his top two. Taj now making a move on the inside. So he's got that free roam. Looking for the 4.97 is what he's needed here. Not going to happen on that one. 3:20 to go. Looks like there might be some activity outside. John with priority. Crosby with second priority.
Looks like a couple bumps coming.
Little ripple on the ocean. So hopefully that goes more of a north direction because that'll hopefully smooth things out. Let's see what's going to happen here. Some eyeing of this first set wave.
There could be some baiting, and there could be some potential.
He's going to let it go.
Interesting.
Paddle here by everybody. Everybody's got a look. Nope, Jake from behind. He's got a section here. What can he do? Floats the first one. Floats the second one. A little crispiness. And a dig of the rail for the next.
He's getting some release off that lip, Pete. He's really starting to flow that tail out there. Now, he gave something the judges to think about right now. He was really stoked he caught that wave. I'm curious to see what the judges give him. I got a smile on my face for Jake. Unfortunately, it could be taking out John here, but look at that, Pete. There's some. No, they're really looking at it. They're looking at the scores.
Crosby real quick there. Not going to be any change for him.
Yeah. Look down to 2 minutes remaining here. We do have a couple of scores coming in here, Pete. This is
3:03 for Taj. No change there.
No change
Jake
there.
looking for the 5.78. Comes in a 5.6. Keeps him in third position. John dodging a bit of a bullet there. He let that wave go. He did have priority. He let it go. Didn't like the looks of it as far as opportunities. Jake took it, almost surfed it to the score needed. Scary times for me.
Yeah, that was a nail biter. I'm sure John was biting his nails too a little bit.
Like-
that was probably I don't know what the split was. I can't see the scores. But a 3-2 split or something. It was pretty close. Probably to him getting it or him not.
Yeah, 2 5.8s, a 5.7, a 5.2, and a 5.3. The average came out. It was a 5.6 and just shy.
So he has a minute remaining to get that now, 5.68.
Taj moving to the inside. Again, 4.97 needed. Not going to happen there. He's doing all he can to make it happen, though. I will give him that.
Yeah, this is a tough thing right at the end of the heat right here where there's not much opportunity. You need a relatively average score, Pete. This is where you lose a lot of your fingernails.
Yeah, I'm just knuckle biting myself over here.
Just annihilate your knuckles.
Wow, 30 seconds to go. Priority with John. Crosby was second, so it looks like they're in 1 and 2. They could close this one out. With 10 seconds to go and no waves on the horizon, I would have safe to say that is John standing? Oh, he's standing on Table Rock. I was like, wait a minute, he's not that tall.
But he is.
He's 6'2", 180, 175, 180. So a little congratulations there. Good to see Jake Davis back in the lineup and producing some good surfing.
Hold his head up.
Just hope to see more of that. And Taj Miller giving it a run as well. Can't keep his head low. He got a 6.3, which is one of the highest ones. Right back, though, we've got heat number 16 about ready to happen. This is the last heat of this round, and then we move into the women. So we've got one more heat. And that's Kolohe Andino, our championship tour surfer, up against Griffin for Brett Simpson and Ty Burgess. Right into a set as we've got heat number 16, and we've got Kolohe Andino paddling and dominating this section. And this is our first look at Kolohe in this event. And right there, first maneuver, pops it up and over and rotates out. Lot of activity from this guy's surfboard, and he wants it. I like to see him. And this is Ty Burgess in the green.
Wow. Just like that.
Quick start.
Just like that. As you see on your screen right here, the last round of the 64, Kolohe. You got Remy, Brett Simpson, and Burgess in here as well. And starting off really nice, Pete. There's been now 2 or 3 nice little waves coming in, so these guys have a nice start to their heat.
The tide did switch around now. This is white Brett Simpson. Smooth and silky Brett. His style fits the approach here at Steamer Lane.
Brett's always surfed really, really well out here. As you can see, he's got his foot in his wax already. He's looking really, really sharp. But pretty blown away by Kolohe Andino's first wave. First section, nice rotation. He wasn't going to let that opportunity pass him. He pretty much has that maneuver on lock. As you can see on your replay here, nice little late entry. As the wave gets over Table Rock, it's a little messy. Kolohe's been here plenty enough times to know that that's a nice section right there. Great reverse.
After the sketchy part of it, right? There is a little lift, a little shallow portion right there, but it's going to go into clean water, so he wasn't going to have to worry about hitching his rail. So good read there. You're right. Understanding where he was in the lineup and where Table Rock was. Wow. Paddle here. 2 surfers up and riding.
Hey, the judges will deem sometimes, though, if it isn't, well, I don't know nowadays. I can't say that. If it's priority, don't know. But if the judges deemed it that he wasn't able to make the wave from the back, it's nearly a blocking maneuver.
Or he actually, I mean, it felt like it was Ty Burgess, right? That was green and blue. So Remy actually had priority over Ty. So Ty, if he was behind, didn't affect Remy.
Right.
So there would be actually
I see
no
what you're saying.
harm,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
foul, right? So ultimately, but that's only if Ty actually was sitting, with fourth priority at the time.
Okay, here it goes.
So it would literally be no call at all because ultimately Remy
Didn't interfere.
had the ability and priority, so he can just go on top of him as long as Ty didn't get in his way. It's no issues. Wow, floodgates feel like it's opened up here for heat number 16.
Oh, there's already been quite a few waves.
It's funny, right? When
wind.
the wind kind of switches too, all of a sudden you get a little bit of that. The tide switches with the winds, and there's so much connection between tide and wind in relation to the ocean. I really feel like a lot of times you'll see like the wind will switch with the tide switch, right?
Oh, for sure. And lately, I mean, almost this last 2 years, every big south swell came with some whipping southeast wind, and we saw that a lot this year as we see.
This is Remy again.
Up and riding, yeah. Nice couple turns. Nice little wave here as he comes through. A nice little cheeky little layback on the inside as that wave closes out. So everyone seems to have gotten a wave here now. We'll see exactly what all the scores to be dropping.
They're wanting some catch up here. They're taking a look at this one right here of Brett Simpson's. Again, all that experience, he was able to flow through the dirty water. It was all kind of up and down, and he was able to flow through it and then gets to the cleaner water and starts to produce the maneuvers. And that's just smart surfing, understanding what you need to do here at Steamer Lane on this lower tide. Here's Remy. This wave starts to bend back at him, and again, power source. We saw that to good success for Crosby Colapinto as he found a little inside one that had that extra energy and ended up producing a good number.
Yeah.
Kolohe is going to get himself upwards in the probably 7 range. Brett's going to be in the mid-range 6. So the two veterans are going to get the two best numbers so far.
There you go.
6.77 for Brett. High 6.83 for Kolohe. So very similar scores, actually. Felt like Kolohe was going to kind of go a little bit higher, and he does, but not by much. So pretty even with those two scores.
Yeah, that was just two different types of surfing right there. You saw, traditional off the bottom, off the top stuff with Brett, and then you saw some above the lip and some state-of-the-art airs. Personally, I thought Brett's wave was maybe a little better, but Kolohe definitely had that
interesting
variety off the lip in
and
the first section.
This is why we have 5 judges, right? So judges 1, 2, and 3 actually did see Brett Simpson's higher. Judge 1 saw Brett a 6.5 and Kolohe a 6.0.
Yeah.
Judge 2 saw a 7 for Brett, a 6.5 for Kolohe. Judge 3 saw 7.2 for Brett and a 7.0 for Kolohe. And then the 3 and 4 went the other way. Gave 7.0 and then a 6.8 to Brett, and then a 7.5 to that 3-2 split, but the average actually 3-2 in favor of Brett being the higher number.
Yeah.
But ultimately the average came out. It's really, they were very two similar waves. It's kind of at this point, depending on how we finish out in this seed, is that going to make a difference? We don't know. But ultimately it's 2 keeper scores for Kolohe and Brett.
No doubt. I always liked listening to some of the analysis when the commentators were actually talking about making the right surfer that should win the heat win, or the guy who deserves to get second gets second. Sometimes we don't need to look at these numbers as the factor that determines the result. You could just go, that guy won, that guy got second. How close it is, that's why those guys are human. Everyone has a little different opinion up there, likes a little different, something different.
But I think that's where the advent of the replay becomes so important, right?
Yeah, you can really break it down.
At the end of a heat, ultimately having the ability to watch all of the waves play back while you are waiting for a score to happen. I mean, in your eyes, you're like thinking, okay, who won that heat? Well, let's see back the 2 scoring waves of each surfer, and we'll determine it at this moment, right? And that's kind of where replay plays a big role.
For sure.
We're using replay here, but we're using the broadcast replay. So ultimately, that means that you're not going to be able to throw down a comparison like that, like they do in the championship tour, for example.
Right. I remember seeing on the championship tour, they would actually lay one on top of the other sometimes, basically, and see exactly the difference in comparison, and put them right next to each other.
I don't think the judges got that kind of visual aspect of it, but they do have they can use multiple angles
Right.
if they need to, but ultimately they really want to say one stagnant angle that is the same
every time.
So you can do the comparison without having, because angles do change the way things look, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, 100% they do. So ultimately, you kind of want to have that ability to be able to kind of have that naked eye view. And the thing that's kind of cool about the Championship Tour now, and technology for that matter, is that they are able to utilize the broadcast cameras and bring that feed in if needed, because they say if they, the judges' camera, there's only 2 cameras up there,
right?
And there are 2 angles. They're very similar. You don't want to miss anything, but occasionally that will happen. They'll have a miss, but so they can pull from the broadcast if need be. Also, in relation to funny stuff that happens in regards to paddling or paddling situations where they need to see it. So it's really nice to be able to have that ability, and sport as a whole has used replay in a big way. I mean, I don't think it'll be long before we see literally AI calling balls and strikes, because we already see it as far as baseball is concerned. As we see Remy here working off this little wedge off the cliff. So he's identified these waves as something he likes.
That was one of those little waves, Pete, that had that little power ball off the cliff, and gives you amples of speed off the cliff, gives you nice maneuverability.
And right now we are going to hear from Crosby Colapinto, the winner of heat number 15, moving on into the round of 32. He's down there with Tess.
We are here with Crosby Colapinto. Knew you'd like that one. So tell us about your mindset going into this heat.
Thanks, Corlord. Yeah, just having fun. We got like a big San Clemente crew up here, so yeah, just go out, get some more heat time under the belt. So that's pretty much it, and just try to make some heats.
Which you did a great job. So I have to ask, who is your favorite San Clemente Corlord surfer? And will they be starting a Santa Cruz chapter soon?
Ooh. Favorite San Clemente Corlord? I think Chris Ward's pretty core. Guy's probably chorus of the core. Really core. But yeah, he's really, really gnarly, and yeah, Santa Cruz chapter coming soon. I know Brother does some edits up here a lot, so it's like the SC with the SC kind of got a little vibe going, so it's cool to be up here in SC.
Cool. We'll be looking forward to that. Well, thank you, Crosby, and back to you guys in the booth.
Right on, Tess, and congratulations to Crosby getting that heat win. And he's talking about the fact that, heat time, which, I mean, again, not putting a whole lot of pressure on this event, but he ultimately is understanding that there's only a certain amount of events on the schedule. You got to capitalize on all of them within your region. He's not guaranteed to be able to have spots in that Challenger Series going forward. He sits at mid 40s, I think, of the Challenger Series at the moment, going into Hawaii. So he has a big result. Maybe he'll guarantee a spot through that Challenger Series rankings, but ultimately this is where you need to keep that rankings up. Watching right here, Kolohe Andino, beautiful clean wall in front of him.
Wow, that is nice surfing right there, Pete. And again, unfortunately, falling off on that air reverse attempt, but that looked like that was going to be the start of a really good wave.
Brett Simpson now dropping into this little sparkling wall. Utilizing that glide, that flow, the silky smooth approach, and getting the fin release there for Brett Simpson. And more out the back.
Well, this might be the set of the day here.
Ty Burgess behind, unfortunately there. Opportunity lost. Is there anyone else out there? Looks like there is. Remy got himself the lead for a moment. And now an opportunity. One big blast off the roof. Can he get back around it? Nope, he's going to have to count on that being just the one maneuver. So 4.67 to 3.83, that'll probably change with these two new numbers coming in for Kolohe and Brett. Although Kolohe probably had an opportunity lost there just by losing the handle. He is going to get back outside, though. And look, another opportunity. Maybe if he can paddle and get himself in position, this might be a pretty good-looking wave. We'll see.
We'll see. Definitely has some wall on it. Looks like he's putting himself in position here. He's got some nice section. Nope, decides not to go. Table rock section sort of.
That's a good read, I think.
Down. Yeah.
It would have been one of those waves that maybe you would have gotten one move off of, and giving up priority for that kind of a thing, probably not the right call. As we start to see some numbers trickle in, there's some important numbers. Brett, we'll see, probably take the lead, you'd have to say. His exchange with Kolohe, who had the two highest numbers, he got the better of that exchange, you would say.
No doubt. Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Kolohe will move into second, but he needs to get a second number, I think that one's going to be a throwaway score, but it's probably going to be enough to at least take the lead or take second position. Remy with that one big move. He may improve slightly. Ty, unfortunately, won't improve. Look at Brett doing a little strategic chill out wide. See what happened here.
Let's see what happened to brother. He got a nice snap, down the line snap. Beautiful little floater, projecting into this section, looking for this air reverse right here. But unfortunately just falling off his board. And here's Brett. Yeah, this is the one we were talking about. This is going to be a great score for Brett. Really like how he's able to, little dig there, weird section, but release right there, and then go straight up off the bottom, and then pivot right there and get off the top. Really
Feels
like he stayed on top of his board.
Best wave of the heat?
I think so. It could be close. I mean, obviously they gave Kolohe a pretty nice score for that first wave. As you see right here is the replay, Pete, from the drone.
Well, again, he's just that silkiness. That was a tough one to float up and over, but he did well. There goes vertical, gets the fins out, and again, so two-turn combo with the fins releasing out the top. It is in. It's a 6.7, so just under the two numbers from the earlier exchange. That was the one big hit there for Remy.
And what does that come in at?
373. Actually, no, we're waiting on that number. I take that back. And then Ty has a quick number. Kolohe's is came in as a 373, so there's first and second, and now live action.
This is live action here.
This is Remy again, right?
Yep.
And now Kolohe. And I think there was something big happening on that first maneuver, and again up and over.
We might see one of our.
That's the new big number is going to come in. The lead's going to change.
The biggest number of our event so far. We didn't even see the outside maneuver.
And I would say that was pretty darn solid. It was going to go excellent.
Yeah, that one's definitely going to go up into the excellent range. When you get these world-class surfers in here, it really does take it up a gear, Pete. These guys are showing this younger level what they need to be doing if they want to perform to get up there.
So a number needed for Kolohe in order to turn over Brett Simpson would be a 6.64, and I would say that the air at the end was enough to do that.
Yeah.
Plus you're going to add whatever happened on the outside section.
Yeah, I heard just through the headphones here, the beach announcer mentioning maybe another rotation outside, turning his board all the way to the beach, but we'll see that on the replay here real soon.
7.67, so there is the lead change. Kolohe goes out front, Brett to second, Jabori now, who had a moment of taste of the lead, looking for an 8.8, and Ty Burgess, unfortunately, is in a combo situation, so he is going to have to fight his way, getting two solid numbers. So, I mean, at this point, you look at the two-wave total of Brett Simpson at 13.47. Let's take a look at the first of this exchange.
I believe this is Burgess here.
And this is the idea. He likes these little cuppy ones.
He has been just unloading on him. But almost being belittled by the bigger set wave out the back.
And now we look at Kolohe dropping in. This was his priority. So first turn, zaps it off the top.
Oh, so he didn't do a rotation out there.
There was that part of it. Yeah, I mean, just the accelerated speed turn. You know, that's that kind of down the line snap where you can chuck a lot of water off the rail, but you actually accelerate out of it. It's a turn that you kind of need to have, especially if you're chasing down a section.
Right. I'm noticing, though, that if he was to do one of those right off the entry of the wave, do a snap, and then do another one, if they're giving him upwards of 6 points for one turn, it's, they can't give him a 12. Did you see right there? Looks like potentially one of our Harbor Patrol or somebody else.
It's one of their fleet, yeah. It's a smaller one. They're like, hey, we're going to go check out the Coldwater.
Yeah. Bunch of our boys working down there.
Yeah, that's. I mean, shoot, if you're going to try and find a job, right? That's one of them.
Job
on the ocean.
No doubt.
Although you got to chase everybody out of the water at the harbor.
Yep, you're going to be doing that. As you see, a beautiful lay of the land here. You see that beautiful natural arch in the back, that natural bridge, beautiful. Those are all over our coast up here, Pete, and they're sort of unique to our area. You don't see a lot of them still existing. They're sort of falling down. There's actually two of them there for years. One has fallen over. We do have some at natural bridges, but
we had two of them there. Which one has fallen as well?
Yeah, exactly.
And there's new ones being built. I mean, before long, we'll probably have a hole inside of that cliff, right? I mean, that's exactly what happens. Is that's why those natural bridges happen. Is that the waves just peel away at the sandstone and create these big caves that then turn into tunnels. All right, deep. This is Ty Burgess. Ty is in an unfortunate situation there, was too deep on that one, so not going to change the situation for him as he sits in a combo situation, which means he needs 2 scores, not just 1, but 2 in order to turn the heat. I was touching on the fact 13.47, and this is a way you can kind of psychologically get yourself back into a heat. You would divide that by 2, 13.47. Pair of 6.5s get you 13 points. So what? Pair of 7s would actually get you what you need to get in there. So just start out by in your head going 6 minutes. I can get 2 7s. This is a drill I've worked on. I got to go out there and get 2 7s right out of the gates, you know, and try and work from that rather than trying to go, oh gosh, how do I get 12 points? You can't. You have to get 2 scores in order to get 12 points.
So it looks like we have the women coming up here, Pete.
That's right.
Looks like Ken Worthy.
That's Bella there, little coaching. First time we're going to see the women hit the lineup here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Exciting times.
I'm actually really excited to watch all the women, Pete. I think they've been sort of developing more than the men over the last couple of years. They're starting to be catching up pretty quick.
So true. And it happened from top down, really. I mean, you think about what there's Pops Andino watching the lineup from the bench, watching Sun. No coaching going on from there. He's basically just board caddy. That's kind of the role played at this point, right?
Oh, that's the dad job. Local guy.
Now looking a little glassy peak. Turning around. Brett Simpson trying to take back the lead. Needs a 7.73 to do that.
Relatively narrow stance on the back of that board, Pete. He's able to sit back on these waves and really whip up into the tight part of the wave. That was really nice, almost torquing that one out. So that was, to me, a surprise right there, Pete, to see him throw that
wow
down.
factor.
Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting that, so I don't think the judges were either.
Remy Jabor, again, looking for the 8.8. Not going to happen on that wave there. Brett, is he improving? Either way, he can do 2 things here. If he can get upwards into the 7.73, he can take the lead, which would really solidify it. I don't think that score is going to go quite there, but if he improves on the 6.7, he could make it a little harder for the 2 youngsters in Remy and Ty.
We got a 7-1-0. As you see, nice overlay right there of competition zone. And here, again, we have this young surfer up and going on a nice small little wave. I believe this is Burgess up and riding. And he, too, does a nice little reverse at the end of the wave. So building up his confidence. It's getting pretty dicey now. We're less than 4 minutes until this heat is closed out. So like you said, Pete, you want to regroup now and look at it and break it down into a couple of different waves. You need if you definitely don't want to think you need a 9. You want to go out there and get a couple 7s, a couple
Brett,
6s.
With that little surprise factor, comes in 7.10. So that was close, and that little, again, punctuation and wow factor that, it's unexpected. That exactly what translates to the judges in the booth, and they're going to reward that kind of stuff when you don't expect something, because you watch enough surfing, you're like, oh, okay, he's going to do a snap here, and then all of a sudden they do something that you did not see coming. That translates in that's that X factor. That's that part that you need in order to be a truly successful professional surfer. And Brett over the years still has that explosive factor. So producing 13.87, he did the job by using that priority and upping his point total. Didn't take the lead, but ultimately he's made it very tough for now. Remy needs a 9.2, and Ty still in combo.
Yeah, and wind's going slack.
Yeah, I think the forecast was kind of for slack most of today anyway. I mean, we'd love to see it come out of that northwest because that would help smooth the lineup up a bit. And that may still happen.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully we start to see a little more push with that, that tide coming in. Get a little more wave in here. Down to 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. This round 64. This is the last heat of the round. We'll be heading off into the women in the next round. After this will be the round of 32 for the men. We should see that most likely tomorrow.
Yeah, again, you touched on, I did the little buoy analysis. The next real positive read is when we can see that there's a 12-hour buoy And ultimately you can kind of start to take the average of what times they hit these. You know, it's really unique that we actually have this buoy system out there. You know, NOAA utilizes that. It's great for fishermen. You get, you know, water temp, you get winds, you get swell heights. And the fact that they string the entire coast, it's great for water erosion. Matter of fact, NOAA has been doing a huge study here in the sanctuary. I don't know if you've seen those big yellow buoys that are everywhere.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, so those were actually put out by NOAA,
Yeah.
and they're doing there's several different experiments that are happening within that buoy system. There's a really unique new buoys that they put in there that actually measures temperature from surface temperature all the way down to the bottom. So they're going to do some experiments with that.
Cool.
They're actually doing a big swell height and swell direction, and there's actually a string of buoys. There's 3 big buoys out there that are actually talking to a bunch of nearshore buoys that are talking, and they're all you know, radio Wi-Fi together, and they're
Collecting
actually
data and
sharing
information,
information,
yeah.
and it's going to create this beach erosion thing. You know, we've got these Westcliff Drive here that, you know, there's lots of areas of Westcliff that are, you know, attacked by the ocean.
No doubt.
And so this is something that's happening within NOAA that they're creating, and all these universities are partnered with NOAA, and they're doing the studies within there, you know, with all these different buoy systems. It's just been
Cool.
really great stuff that's happening right here in the sanctuary. And technology is so huge because we definitely have some issues that we have to deal with in regards to climate, and you know, how do we solve those? You have to have information. You have to have factual science that's happening, and NOAA's been after it. Again, I touched on the buoy system, and I think that's just so great for surfing because we're able to see this stuff.
Yeah, as you see right here, a nice little wave peak getting down to the end of the sea. We're down to 13, 14 seconds remaining. And let's see what happens. Looks like Kolohe Andino up and riding.
5 seconds left, and he's found himself a glassy little beauty. And top to bottom this time. This wave's giving him the ability to compress off the bottom. And Kolohe is looking the goods. Championship Tour surfing brought to the lane. And all 3 CT competitors that were in this draw have moved on. Griffin, Nat, and now Kolohe.
Hey, he surfed really sort of pissed on that wave. You could tell he was mad at that wave, and he beat it up. It's a great surfing there from brother.
Well, and brother, you know, he's been having a little bit of you know, a struggle competitive-wise. His surfing has obviously been there, but ultimately I think there's some heat winds are really going to help brother out as we move into the next season. But we are now moving into a new division, and that is exciting times as we are going to head into the women. We have solidified the men's around 64. More action coming up here at the Coldwater Classic.
Dear mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
And welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic as we shift into the women's division. And of course, with that, this is the round of 40, and we get to see some of the new faces up against some of the local women competing in this event. And joining me in the booth is Sarah DeBonden, who is with the Santa Cruz City. We also have Eddie. Eddie's under the table here. Eddie's a dog, by the way. And Sarah, what are your thoughts on the Coldwater Classic?
Oh, we were so excited that it's here. Yeah, here at Economic Development, we have to continue to recognize the impact that it has on the city, that it just basically the heart and soul is surf.
It is.
So having it back in Santa Cruz is pretty groundbreaking after that 7-year hiatus.
And with the city, I mean, in regards to that, I mean, tourism dollars obviously are a huge part of Santa Cruz. I mean, I personally count on the tourism dollars as a surf shop owner here in Santa Cruz, and surf being a big part of Santa Cruz as a whole for many years, almost 100 years, right? Considering for the first time the Princes came to surf here in Santa Cruz City. So it's good to see that there's a lot of interest from the city.
Yeah, absolutely. We just can't wait to see this continue to grow now that it's back, and just even seeing the market grow for the industry, and that brings along a lot of families, a lot of tourism. It's not just the surf and the gear itself, but everything that comes along with it. The housing that is getting driven up in a good way.
Yep.
Access and everything to water as well, coastal conservation, everything involved in the whole industry is continuing to grow.
And just real quick to introduce this heat, Mia Moore was in the red, Madison Stone, those are your two seeds, Sonia Demple, Sonia Demple Olin from Canada, and then Camille Cortazzo. This is Sarah here, and Eddie, he's hiding behind there. Yeah, you can see there, but good to have you, and good to have your support. I mean, ultimately, it is great to have the city kind of, I mean, you've always been involved, but this time, this seems like that there's a lot more focused involved from you guys.
Yeah, as a sponsor, we're kind of stepping into that role of supporting this in a different way, kind of coming out from behind the scenes and saying, hey, we recognize how much this really drives our economy here in Santa Cruz, and so we want to be a part of it for sure, especially as it continues to grow.
And globally, I will say that there's been some great successes. I mean, a prime example that comes to my head that there's a lot of support from the government is in Portugal, a huge place right there. Australia, another prime example. I know Santa Cruz and even America is different in regards to how much there is all these fingers that go out that everyone needs some sort of cash involved. But the tourism dollars, it's been great to see the support coming from the city.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, good. And in regards to this heat, this is a first time we're going to see the women here. And I know you surf yourself. Where's your favorite surf spot in Santa Cruz?
Oh man, I can't blow my spots. Actually,
you're already a Santa Cruz native. You don't want to give up your spots.
No, that's not true. No, I'm a logger, so the usual logging spots. I'm actually closer to the east side.
Yeah,
so,
Pleasure Point. And at world class. Let's be honest here. World class spots there for longboarding, as you had mentioned. And it's like I said, I love the east side. That's where our surf shop is, and I count on surfers just as yourself to be coming by and picking up their new logs. Matter of fact, we got some Hap Jacobs at the shop you can come check out. But let's real quickly, let's head down to the winner of that last heat, our championship tour surfer, Kolohe Andino. Congratulations to him. He's down there at Test.
We are here with Kolohe Andino. Kolohe, how does it feel to be in Santa Cruz surfing for O'Neill, a company with such legacy in the surf industry who's actually celebrating their 70th anniversary?
I always love coming to Santa Cruz, especially on the west side, and hanging out with Nat. And I've just been doing it ever since I got my license. And San Clemente and Santa Cruz always had a kind of a cool connection, so just trying to keep that going. And it's my first time up here since I've ridden for O'Neill. So it's cool, all the support, and obviously the wetsuits are insane, and it's just rad, like all the heritage and history of Santa Cruz and O'Neill up here. So I'm really stoked to be a part of it.
Cool. Well, we're stoked to have you. So a question from a fan actually in the audience was, why do you come up to Santa Cruz and spend so much time surfing Middle Peak left in the winter?
That's funny they knew that. I usually try to keep it pretty low pro. I don't know, coming from Southern California, you always are riding, a shortboard to a groveler type of board. So I guess the kind of gimmick of riding a longer board, for us going to Hawaii or coming to Middle Peak or surfing Ocean Beach or surfing Scotts Creek, all those types of waves is really cool for me, and I get to ride a 7.0, 7.6, and kind of feel like I'm a real surfer, not just like this jockey, acrobatic surfer dude on tour. So, it's nice just to post up in the Middle Peak and have some fun waves. And even though it's in the center of town and in the center of the spotlight, it can be pretty uncrowded too. So it's always fun.
Love that. Love a good uncrowded wave. Well, thank you so much. You did good work out there. And back to you guys in the booth.
He's still an acrobatic surfer, though. He had to get it done out there in the little 2-foot steamer lane, and he did. So, yeah, no, Kolohe does come up here, and he spends a ton of time, and why wouldn't you? Yeah, it's a beautiful place. And you had mentioned yourself, give us a little lay of the land in regards to the women, who you're looking forward to seeing.
Well, I'm really excited to see more. I've been a big fan as usual.
Yep.
But, I'm excited to see all the competitors, honestly. I'm just more also excited about the local gals, of course, if there's hopefully any in there.
Yeah, no, there is.
Yeah,
there's a couple
okay.
there.
Not this heat.
Wait, Autumn Hayes, I would say she's going to come up.
Yeah.
We are in the round of 40, so she'll be one of the higher seeded women in there. But Autumn Hayes is, a winner on the QS series in the past, and also very good and very accustomed to the lane. She lives here on the west side, and this is her home break. So you'd have to say there's a big-time favorite in Autumn Hayes.
Love seeing people surf their home break in competition.
It's good,
It's
yeah.
pretty magical.
I mean, considering what we've seen already in the men's division, a lot of the locals have made it through. I think we only lost one of the locals. So moving into that round of 32, there's still going to be some more local fans for the folks to root for, local surfers for the fans to root for. We had a quick wave there for Cortazo, which is actually a woman here locally. So Cortazo, first time ever surfing a Coldwater Classic, already has the first wave and is in the lead at 1.33. But you think about this coastline and, the city, so I'm going to try to say the city kind of runs from basically the border of town, right, to midtown-ish, like Seabright maybe, right?
Yeah,
ish. Yeah, and it moves around. I mean, so there's a lot that happens in that city. I mean, you've got the boardwalk.
Yep.
You're thinking about watershed. You've got the San Lorenzo River, which is all stuff you guys are thinking about, right?
Totally.
The mountains, right? You've got all these valleys. You've got fires to deal with, right?
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm bringing up all the stuff that you don't want to talk
about.
Right? But those are all concerns that happen here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that
And how does your job kind of envelop all of those different aspects of the city?
Oh, almost touching
Everything.
all of it. Yeah, economic development is just such a huge, huge bucket. For me, on the business aspect, it's kind of just understanding and learning what they need to thrive. We still definitely have a really unique small town kind of customer base, a vibe. We still value, people that shape their own boards by hand fully. So kind of being able to preserve that in a business development way is kind of really critical to how we develop as a city.
Well, I would agree. I mean, an example being a small business. I am a small business owner. I'm not right in the city limits, but ultimately what your work does reflects out in the whole entire county. So it's something that's truly important. As a matter of fact, I've actually benefited huge from the SBA, the Small Business Administration. There's a great little aspect that I've used. A system that has been incredible for our business. The marketing, they give us a marketing and HR department. So it's great to see that type of thing happening within the government to help the small guys.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. They have a local partner, the Small Business Development Center that we partner with.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's we partnered with. It's incredible. It really is. That's what I meant to say. I
no.
knew it was somewhere there.
Yep,
but
that's a local arm. Yep.
And again, like the help I received. I mean, we had just taken over our family business, and everything they gave us was so helpful in regards to growing our business. So thank you to that. And I love to see that there's this more interest into the surfing aspect of it, because surfing is such a huge portion of Santa Cruz culture.
Yeah, it's not just the gear, it's not just the apparel. You get people that kind of are here for the culture too, and maybe they don't even surf, but and then you have all the money invested in these industries that they get to grow and compete with each other, which spurs even more growth. So you want an even better wetsuit than the last guy that made the wetsuit, or you want a more innovative fin than the last round of fins. So just seeing this industry grow and having it be a major driver for us, how could we not give it that attention?
Well, I mean, if you look back at the history of O'Neill, for example, I mean, that literally their first surf shop was just down the road down here at Cowles, basically the very inside of the point here, and that was it. He coined the name Surf Shop. Literally, I guess if I use my name of our business, the Freeline Surf Shop, I got to start paying him a royalty for the use of the name Surf Shop, which is actually owned by Jack O'Neill. I mean, I don't think he ever actually copyrighted it, and now it became a term, really, that, what do you own? Oh, I own a surf shop, but it's actually a business, right? And it was a small business. He basically built it out of the love of surfing in Santa Cruz and needing to use innovation so that he could stay out in the water longer.
Yeah, it's that innovation that really, really drove kind of others to follow and to keep maintaining this whole market for surf and love of surf.
I will say, with this glare at this time of the day, tough to see the colors. So I'm going to do a little bit of an analysis here up top. We got red and white on the outside. That's blue. So that would have been, green on the inside? That would have been the first ride there for Camille Cortazzo. Second ride for Camille. So, yes, and I will say that Dan Cortazzo is a partner in the Simba helmets, and I saw a helmet on that competitor. So I would say Camille is going to be wearing that helmet, and she's got an early lead, a 2.83 for wave number 2. So nice work there for Camille. And one wave there from Madison Stone of 1.17. So early lead to Cortazzo, Stone, and we're starting to establish priority now. And I mean, have you been able to watch competition and kind of understand a little bit about how competition and priority and that stuff works?
Yeah,
I mean, as a logger, you don't always necessarily have competition.
Well, so originally I'm from Washington, so seeing it this up close and in person is absolutely new to me. You know, I've done my visits to Huntington for the U.S. Open, but nothing like this where you're right on the cliff and just bird's eye view.
Okay, so let's ask you in regards to like priority in taking turns. Do you have an etiquette at the places you surf?
You've got to have etiquette. Come on. Yep, got to have that surf etiquette, everyone.
It's interesting. We've got a bunch of signs that to kind of give you a little bit of a lay of the land on. Sam Reed, a long-time old-school surfer from the area, has always kind of established these rules, and they're kind of these signs, and that it kind of tell you, you know, you paddle around the wave, not through the wave. All of these little subtle things that, you know, your first wave, you know, you're up and riding, it's your wave. All these little rules that happen within it, and then there's even rules within the rules.
Right, super important though to know, you know, for safety too.
So true. Yeah, and then we got the language. We start throwing out the language of surf, you know, and all of a sudden people are like, "What are you saying?"
Surfers know.
Yeah, they do. All right, this is Demple Olin. And vertical approach. Can she pull it down? This is going to be a big number if she can hang on. Still feels like it's going to be the best there for Sanoa from Canada. We've seen a few surfers come out of the Canada region that have had success. Wheeler earlier today, and now Sanoa. As we watch the first turn there, little glide off the top, carries the speed well into the open face, big snap, and then that vertical hit. I mean, we would have seen a very large number if she was able to get through that last final move. But again, going to be still pretty darn good. Came up a 5.50. So Sanoa, I don't know a lot about her, and I love what's happening in these developing countries. I mean, Canada is not necessarily known for their surfing culture over the years, but ultimately it's kind of been growing, and it's not only happening just in that country, but if you start thinking about South America and everything that's been happening down there, there's a great, huge culture and global increase in great surfers.
Yeah, I'm loving that shift. I'm loving the importance growing in these countries to get these trained athletes out and about to competitions.
In regards to, like, say, global tourism here in Santa Cruz, I mean, what do the numbers look like there? Because, I mean, as far as my experience goes, at least as far as our surf shop is concerned, I see a lot of Europeans.
Yes.
A lot of actually globally, I just see a lot of people visiting the town.
Yeah, we get a lot. We get a lot of folks. It's actually, last I saw in the billions how much they bring in globally, and that's not even counting folks that are here locally in California coming from all over the state. But definitely the bringing in the global dollars has been huge.
Economically, I mean, I'm sure you've been now seeing these studies and obviously seeing that the interest is happening here with the surfing being one of it. But I mean, what are one of the major draws of Santa Cruz City?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I would say first thing that comes to mind maybe the boardwalk, right?
Yep.
The amusement.
Yep, absolutely. The boardwalk, the surfing, but also kind of just the environment here in general, being so close to the mountains. That's one of the major drivers.
Right, the redwoods.
Yep, the redwoods.
Example, the fact the coastal driving the coast.
Yep, the beaches, even just the sailing. Just I think everything that has to do with the coastal area is kind of a huge driver for us here. Definitely with the tech over the hill, that's something that contrasts that what they have up there. So
and I was mentioning before you came on set about NOAA and all the experiments. I was talking about the experiments they're having out here off the city right now, which actually probably benefit you guys because you're talking about the erosion, and the roads that are happening. There's that big study happening with NOAA. So I mean, you're partnering with the feds as well, right? So it's kind of going from the small government here in the city all the way to the top.
Yeah, it draws in a lot of money. We want to make sure we manage our coastline responsibly, especially because it brings so much in here. not
This
just
is
a surfer.
Moore right here on the red jersey. First wave for her, and she posted. This is going to be the red jersey. Generally, is the #1 seed. You know, in the round of 40, you're going to have trialists, and all of these surfers are gaining experience. So, but Moore right there posting a pretty good number here. Was very patient and down to 6:45. Now we've shifted in this one to a 20-minute heat. So we've lost 5 minutes for this first round of women. I believe there's 4 heats in this round, and this looks like a youngster right here. This is Stone. So Maddie Stone on the backhand, and this is just huge experience for these women to be able to compete in this. I mean, let alone surfing the lane as a whole is an experience in its own right.
Experience, actually. Oh man, I've had quite a few experiences. I won't go into that, but let's just say it's really fun to lose your board without a leash.
Right? No, you've had to go to the ding repair, local ding repair. Yeah, you definitely have to have a good leash, because if you lose your board here, it doesn't matter if it's small or big, it's going to get dinged. Right? There's rocks the entire way in. Unless it's really low tide, you might get lucky. But ultimately, the lane has eaten a few boards over the years.
Mine, one of them.
Mine included. Same. So we've all had those experiences.
A club.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to surf enough in the town, you're going to get a broken leash, and you're going to have the rocks that eat it up, and that's how you learn how to do ding repair.
It is.
All right, so Soares coming in for this first few exchanges here. Let's take a watch of this replay. This is the backhand of the red jersey here from Mia Moore. 5.0 for Mia. And then we also saw Camille Cortazo as she's up and riding, driving back into the pit. Good wave choice here as this one had a little energy on the inside. So she's going to build. She does drop down to second with a 2.6 on her last wave, but stays in second. Sanoa goes to the lead with the backup of a 3.5 after the 5.5. And I think this is Maddie here. If I could get yeah, it's Maddie Stone. So this score came in. We have all the scores in at 2.77. So Sanoa in the lead with priority, sits outside. Camille Cortazo in the green, sits in second. So and she has second priority here. So this is an important part of the heat in that last 5 minutes to control with priority. Mia Moore got her best wave and in a very good spot with the second highest wave of the heat, and only needs a 0.43. That's literally standing up, and she'll take over second position. So at this moment with Camille understanding she has second priority, this next choice of wave has to be better than her low score of a 2.6 to add points. Maddie Stone sits in fourth position with third priority and needs a 2.67, and here she is up and riding. Quick turn and just gets swallowed up. Still have a pretty low tide. And that's not going to change the situation for Maddie. So 4:10 to go. Love these drone angles of this beautiful coastline, and you got to admire it.
We're real lucky. Lucky to be here.
Yeah, and Eddie looks like he's enjoying it too.
Oh my goodness, he was just over at It's enjoying a little too much. So
that's relaxing. The beach. That's great. I mean that's a zone.
Yeah.
Ooh, good size set here.
Excellent.
On the backhand, this is Demple Olin, your heat leader. Up and over, hang on. Nope, goes down. So a bit of a missed opportunity there with a major set wave. This is going to be Cortazo's answer. Good size set wave. Can she get around the corner? Goes down. Oh no. And that wave was going to shut down, and it felt like to me she knew that. She was almost questioning her ability to go on that wave because it was going to shut down. And utilizing that priority, it was like you could see in her mind there was a bit of a in two minds. But she'll hold on to it for now. But what happens with that error right there, unfortunately, is it puts Moore into the situation of with priority, and she's going to turn around and go on this one. Smaller inside wave, but she liked the way this line looked on the inside. Already she's going to move into second. Only needs the 0.43, right? So she's already got that. And she's adding more points now as she goes down the line. Good work there from Mia Moore. She'll move into second. If she can get over a 4, she'll actually move into the lead, which should make her life even more comfortable. Because now Cortazo looking at this one. But she had to give way to Stone. Nope. Is that Stone? Yes, it is. Hard to see the colors. Yeah. Sarah, help me out.
I don't know. Can't see a whole lot.
Yeah, no, there you go. The drone angle is going to give you at least the colors. Let's see, we'll actually see well, I can look here. Scores coming in for Maddie. So, yeah, Maddie was on that last one. It's going to be a smaller score for her. We'll see where the Mia Moore went to the lead.
Nice.
And then Sanoa is going to get another number here, too. Probably go back to lead as we watch the replay here of Moore. This was the wave that got her into the lead. Came in at a 4.57 to add to the 5. Like I said, she didn't need much to move into that second position. Matter of fact, she moved into the lead. But nope, goes right back because the score comes in for Sanoa, 5.3. And that puts Sanoa back in the lead. And with priority, she's sitting there in the white jersey with priority. So a very strong position for Sanoa. Demple, gosh, I can't even say how would you say that? Dempfli Olin. I'm sorry, and I'll research that just so I don't butcher it anymore for you, Sanoa. And then Mia Moore, which I said was in second position. Cortazo now looks for a 6.74 with a minute to go. Stone looking for a 6.8. And whether she gets that opportunity or not, great learning experience for Cortazo and Stone. Again, this is their first time competing at this level, I would imagine. And what an experience, really is.
It's a great day for it, too. Beautiful out.
We will have, I want to say 4 heats. I'm going to look at the draw here just to see who's in this round of 40 in regards to locals as well. The round of 40, so there's 4 heats in this round. So we'll be looking at the next hour in 20-minute heats. I got a trials winner that was green that came in here, so that was good to have this trials winner, Camille, come in and participate in this big event, huge event for the women. Paddle here, missing it, and that is it. That's going to be the heat. Sarah, thank you for your company. Thanks for hanging out for us for a heat.
Me and Eddie.
And Eddie, thanks, Eddie. You were good. You only had one little bark.
I know. He had
and
a little
it's nap time. So we'll say goodbye to Sarah. Thank you for your support. We appreciate it, and can't wait to see this thing grow in caliber and importance because I think it deserves it.
Likewise. See you next year.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. And unofficially, Sanoa and Mia has moved through, and we'll say goodbye to Sarah and move on into heat number 2, round of 40. Audrey Denos, Remy Todd, Ava Wagester, and Mia McLeish coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
I am blessed to have Margot Oberg joining me in the booth as we watch here really quickly. This is Remy Todd, first wave of 0.67. This one a little better. And then also on the outside, let's get a jersey color quickly out of there. Almost looked like Ava Wegester in white. So introducing this heat, Audrey Denos is going to be in the red, in the blue, Remy Todd in the white, Ava Wegester, and in the green, Mia McLeish, and she is already posted a 5.5, and here Ava Wegester is up and riding, and these women are basically probably experiencing one of their first big league events here, the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and what great history. Now again up and riding. This is a red jersey now. Audrey Denos has got her first wave, and a lot of action, a lot of scores in here. Margot Oberg joining me in the booth for the action, and Margot, You know, you spent a lot of time living in the islands, and for anybody who don't know who Margot Oberg is, and this is someone that I looked up to in my entire life. You know, you were part of ABC World Sports, but really, you surfed Sunset unbelievably over the years. And I want to say that's in the 70s, was probably 70s is your heyday there?
Yeah, the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really interesting, too, because I had my son and then went back and won the World Cup at Sunset Beach.
And the World Cup, big, huge
Yeah.
event. Sunset Beach, not an easy wave to surf, by the way.
Right. Oh, yeah, it's very, very tricky. It shifts around, too.
And so you when you're out there, you're paying your dues. You're taking some big water on the head.
Yeah, you got to watch the boils and then take off a little bit behind.
And so you're giving away secrets already, Margot.
Yeah.
So what brings you to Santa Cruz? Why are you in Santa Cruz now? I mean, you've been living in the islands and so forth. You've lived probably a lot of different places, but a little small history. Where's Margot been?
I have 2 boys, and they live up here in the Bay Area, and 3 grandkids.
Wow.
So my older boy Shane said, "Mommy, you got to move up here." And so they bought me a house or a condo.
Unreal.
I know, right at the beach at Capitola, like 2
Unreal.
or 3 blocks from the beach.
And so now you're a Santa Cruz native.
Yeah, and it's so fun because everybody grew up in the era with the longboards.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people know me already.
Yeah.
From back
So
there.
you've got your carte blanche, right?
Yeah.
Any wave you want, Margot gets it.
Yeah, I can make jokes with all the old guys too.
Yeah, good.
Too funny.
That's good.
It's
And-
really glary out there, isn't it?
It sure
It'd
is.
be hard to see the colors.
It is. You know, and I've got my glasses on. I still can't figure it out. But hopefully the crew in there will help us out, give us some drone angles. But I will say that, you know, as far as an O'Neill Coldwater Classic, you actually surfed here at Steamer Lane pre-O'Neill Coldwater Classic, right? The Smirnoff.
Yeah, the Smirnoff in 1969. It was actually the first contest that they gave away money. And so if you Google my name, it'll say I'm the first woman to win a paycheck surfing.
Wow. So you
Yeah.
are basically a pioneer of professional surfing for women.
Yeah, that's what they say. I on the Google thing. It's kind of cute. I watch it when I'm lazy. It says I'm the
But
first
it's the truth. I
professional
mean,
woman surfer. Isn't that neat? Yeah.
It's awesome, though. I mean, you are. I mean, you basically forged where we are today. I mean, and it's never been an easy thing, right?
Oh yeah, I was lucky too because I got sponsored early, and yeah, the Lightning Bolt team with Jerry Lopez. Yeah.
And legendary team, of course.
Yeah.
And legendary crew.
So they put me on the back cover of the Surfer magazine and paved my way all the way around the world a whole bunch of times. Bells Beach and Rio de Janeiro and
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz, yeah. So had a lot of fun. Yeah. Plus it was a different format too. Like you wouldn't know the scores until the contest was over. Kind of like the Olympics,
Yeah.
figure skating.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was you know,
Yeah.
all the suspense, you know, so you didn't know what was going on.
I mean, are you
And we
pretty avid surf fan? Do you follow what's happening nowadays?
A little bit, yeah. I follow it a little bit, but most of the time I'm a little lost every once in a while with the priority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
taking turns, though. Did you take turns still out in the lineup, or did you always up?
They always said the person closest to the whitewater
awesome.
has right away. So
you're always
yeah,
working
like,
to be
stay away
closest.
from me. I'm just going to take off as deep as I can.
That's great, Margot. It's so good to have you
All
here
right.
at this Coldwater Classic. I mean, it's
So
just
pretty.
a ton of experience, you know, through the years. And again, when you think about where women's professional surfing has come, especially as of late, you know, with equal prize money, and that wasn't always the case for you guys. So just a paycheck was pretty neat, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because, well, right now, too, all the wetsuits and all the fashion, it's just incredible. Because we used to surf with the old dive suits.
That's all you had, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is so pretty. Check out this set.
And we see a little wide one here. Looks like blue jersey. I'm just seeing a hue here. This is Remy Todd.
So pretty.
Already has a 3.67 and just a short score there of a 0.67. This may improve on that, just but slightly.
Yeah, all these, the surfboards, too, with all the rocker and how light they are. Because, like I said, when I was younger, mostly a longboarder, and it was just, you know.
But you were kind of in, I mean, the
And
70s
then-
was
and
a
then-
revolution, right? I mean, you went from longboards and then
to
you
the
started
shortboard.
Yeah, so you were part of that revolution.
Yeah, late 60s, yeah. Yeah, riding, I won the world title in Puerto Rico. When I was 15, I was in the 10th grade, and I had
And so
a
you're already
shortboard.
traveling the world at 15?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
really cool.
my chaperones are like Corky Carroll.
Right?
David
Oh,
Bowie,
great
but
influences,
Raul
huh?
Barnes.
But they were good to you, right?
Oh,
They
yeah.
took care of you.
I was everybody's little sister. Those guys, though, they'd stay up all night and then go to the surf contests in the morning. I go, how can you do that?
And you were being the parent.
Yeah, yeah.
You were taking care of them, right?
I know. Corky get kicked out of the Virginia Beach disco or something.
Yeah, think about writing a book? You ever?
Yeah, probably.
At some point, right?
Yeah.
Talk about that the revolution of the shortboard. I mean, how was it for you? What was that experience like?
Well, actually, it was pretty easy for me because I was small anyway.
You're young.
Yeah,
You're like, I love shortboards.
Yeah, and Mike Doyle was the super evolution guy.
Yeah.
And so he made my boards, and then Jerry Lopez made my boards. So it was really,
You
it was
were
pretty
kind of
easy.
with the elite at the time.
Yeah.
Right? You think about it, like Mike Doyle was a legend. And And he was part of the shortboard revolution. So you were right there at the spear tip of
Exactly.
all
Plus,
that stuff happening.
I got spoiled too because I think I won the surfer pole in maybe '68 and '69.
Yeah.
And so
that's the year I was born.
everybody in that whole crew just spoiled me. All the people, Surfer Magazine people and everything.
That's so cool.
Nice.
It really is.
I think one reason too is I wasn't a chronic complainer. Like if I lost,
You're easy cruiser.
Yeah, and my mom always taught me manners. Like you'd say thanks to the judge and the officials and leave.
Even when you lost.
Yeah.
You're gracious in defeat.
Yeah, even though I'd go home and analyze every mistake
That's
I
okay.
made.
That's the way you would. Why not do that,
Yeah.
right? That's how you are supposed to digest a loss, right?
Yeah. Like these
gracious in
folks.
defeat, but then you go back and you go, what? I'm going to learn from this.
Plus, it's fun to climb the ladder. Like, start out in the beginning with qualifications like this. Because once you get in the top 6, it's just so much pressure. And then when you want to win, because it's fun to win.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, that's why we all compete at some point or another, right? At the winning part of it. And, you may not get it. You definitely lost more than you won, but it definitely made it worth it when you did win, right?
It's fun. Plus, when you're talking about Sunset Beach and Haleiwa, the wave itself is so tricky. And to be out there with 6 people, it's just like a gift from God almost.
Yeah. I mean, and even back in the 60s and 70s, it's still the lineups were pretty crowded.
Oh, yeah, really crowded. It's always been crowded. But we would get the most perfect Sunset Beach, 10 to 12-foot peaks. Really fun. I remember a couple times the girls came over from California, and a few of them would yell, Margot, go, because they were chicken out.
That's crazy. And they're like, oh, no, Margot will go.
Yeah, go, you have it. And I was laughing.
Quick update here. Your priority surfer right now, Mia McClish, is in the lead, a 6.67, the best number so far, and a very healthy lead with a 12.17. In second place is Audrey in the red. She has herself a pair 5.33 and a 3.0, so she's trying to improve on that 3.0 to keep that number 2 spot. The top 2 surfers in this heat will move on. I've been joined here with Margot Oberg and doing a little bit of a history lesson here. I've like I said, I've looked up to you. I mean, I've been part of surfing. Has been part of my life the entire since I was born. Right, I grew up in a surf shop, and our first images were watching you on ABC Wild World of Sports. You were surfing in the World Cup, but then you started doing some commentary as well.
Right, it was really fun. Yeah, I got to do the tandem surfing with Al Michaels, and then
was that the Boomer Team Challenge
or something? It was
the Boomer Team Challenge, right? You guys actually surfed together on waves. You had waves. I want a Boomer Team Challenge to come back. That's classic. But that was a nationally televised event.
Yeah, they did the tandem at Makaha, and then I got to do the pipeline. Was another famous commentator guy, and then I did one of the women's events.
Did you ever work with Bruce Jenner?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Jim
classic.
Lampley.
Well, now Caitlyn Jenner. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. He was so much cuter as Bruce Jenner.
Yeah, well,
it's
a different chapter in his life or her life
I
now,
know
right?
the high heels
Amazing.
are a little bit much, but
yeah, that's all right.
I know. Oh well.
But I mean, again, he's a great commentator. I mean,
yeah,
I actually watched.
He's actually really a good commentator.
He was amazing.
Yeah, if you Google my name,
amazing.
Google my name on the internet, they can they can see me with Bruce Jenner.
Really cool. I'll do that
videos.
just for tomorrow's action when we bring you in for finals day. Let's head down to the interview there as we have Sanoa, who is taking that first heat win in the round of 40.
First interview. Oh my gosh, I'm so honored. Okay, cool. Hi, we are here with Mia, the first place winner of the last heat. So the Coldwater Classic, this is the first year since 2012 that we've had a women's division. So this is pretty special. How does it feel to be part of the first women's heat of this contest?
It feels really good. I was really stoked to be in the first heat because I feel like it helps me to do better because I just get to go out there and just do it. But yeah, we're lucky to have such good waves, and I was having a lot of fun.
Cool. Yeah, you're surfing really good. So I heard this is your first time in Santa Cruz. How are you liking it? Do you have any favorite attractions or waves that you've surfed so far since being here?
Yeah, so I watched Chasing Mavericks and I was like so into that movie. And so coming here and like seeing it is like so cool. And I've been wanting to come here for a while, and it's cool to come here for a contest too because all my friends are here too. So it was really fun. I'm having a lot of fun here.
Well, we're stoked to have you, and good work in the contest today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you very much. And just a clarification there, that was Mia Moore, who finished in actually second position, I think, as I see here on this scoreboard. I had Sanoa there. That was not Sanoa, obviously. That was Mia. She was in the red jersey, but hey, she's cute, and she just got herself her first interview at the Coldwater Classic. Pretty cool.
I know. I love her voice. It's so innocent. It's really sweet.
Here's the red jersey here of Audrey Denos. Finds a little inside connection here. See if she can avoid the kelp. That's always a bit of a challenge. What are your thoughts on the kelp here in Santa Cruz? You never had to deal with that before, right?
Oh, it's so funny because yeah, your fins just get all messed up and you can't move.
You spent any time in the water at all lately? You've been getting in the water occasionally?
Once in a while, go float around at Capitola.
Why not?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's where I learned to surf.
It's so pretty.
It is truly
really
an amazing
special.
place. And that, if you don't know, folks, this is Steamer Lane, which is the west side of town. That goes over to the east side of town where Pleasure Point is, and it's actually right in, tucked in, way inside the bay is where you see it. So this is Todd. This is Remy Todd on the backhand. Look at the nice adjustment there to keep the speed going.
You know what's neat about the young generation, too, especially the women? They have so much gratitude. You know, they're not all snobby like, you know, I deserve the wave. They're just surf stoked.
Where do you think that comes from?
Probably their parents raised them well or something. I
Yeah,
don't
that's part
know.
of it. But, I mean, I also say, I mean,
Yeah.
you think about the women as we see this beautiful turn here from Wegister. So Wegister in that third position needs the 4.94 to turn this heat, and that feels like a wave that could easily do it. We'll see what the judges think. But, I mean, I'm thinking about some of the, you know, the stars that we have in the sport right now. You know, a prime example, Chris Moore. I mean, she carries herself with a lot of grace, right?
She has so much style. She's so sweet. I saw her in the Olympics, and I was just so proud.
How good was that?
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, as far as a person in sport, and not just surfing, I mean, in sport as a whole, what a great person to look up to.
Yeah, she should be the mayor of Honolulu.
Right? I know. You know what? Go into politics.
I know.
I don't know that she would actually go
Yeah.
and want to do that, but you know, I'll tell you what, she is. Like I said, it's been fun to watch her career and her blossom. Let's take a look at this replay here. This is an important wave for Ava, and she got some work done through that little middle peak inside section. Well done there for Ava. Still waiting on a number. It came in a 4.67, so not enough to turn the heat. Now needs a 3.67. And Audrey, with priority, sits on the outside in the red jersey, trying to improve on a 3.0. So with 9:30 to go.
These waves are so bouncy too. As you know, they're ricocheting off the cliff right there. Because I noticed people get out of position like to.
It's true. It really is. I mean, Lane's is a challenging lineup. I mean, you think about the days that you surfed it. What are the changes that you've seen? I mean, is there any changes to the wave?
Not really. It's so fascinating too because when it gets really big, it breaks in the middle.
Yeah, middle peak.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and generally
Like
this
it's
time of year we
cranking.
see that, but right now, you know, we're actually seeing some southern hemiswell, which is late season stuff. But ultimately, that's what's keeping this competition going is the south swell.
That was a really good ride.
It was. You know,
Gosh,
I was actually
super.
quite surprised that it kind of stayed suppressed, and I think
Yeah.
a lot of it was because of where she caught the wave. It was kind of later
Oh.
down the line. 4.67.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, that wobble. Like you're cruising right along and all of a sudden a cross chop hits you. That's difficult to surf unless you know the place.
Well, that's it. I mean, think about the local knowledge. I mean, do you
Right.
remember who you were surfing against back in the 60s at Smirnoff? Who were the surfers of your competition?
Most of the time it was like Jericho Poplar, Brenda Scott Rogers. of the
Yeah, I was just
Docs-
going to say, because
Docs
she would have
Pro
been the
Plugs.
local girl, right?
Yeah. And then the Hawaiian girls like Joey Hamasaki and Sharon Weber. And
Yeah.
There was
Do
and
you remember who won the
Aussie girl.
Smirnoff? Of course, you. Did you win it?
Yeah.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I shouldn't have even asked. But do you remember who else was in there in the final with you?
I don't know. Me
With
and
Brenda?
the Lord.
You don't remember, huh? It's literally, I was the winner. It's all good.
That's right.
That's classic.
I know. I'm so humble.
Well, Brenda Scott Rogers, right, is another amazing surfer that grew up in this region. Again, a woman that I looked up to my entire life. In a matter of fact, created a brand, Hotline Wetsuits, who is still to this day over there on Swift Street producing wetsuits.
Exactly.
As like O'Neill, and you think about it as a whole, Santa Cruz, kind of a pretty big stamp in the world, in the global world of surfing.
Oh yeah, definitely. Plus the Doc's Pro Plugs.
Yep. That's part of the Scott family.
Yeah, he was was in the encyclopedia with the first doctors to understand what they call the surfer's ear with a bony growth. And so he ships his earplugs all over the world.
I wear Doc's
yeah.
right now today. It's same design that he's built. That was That was in the 70s. I want to say that was the first thing he. And Doc's still live. He comes around here. I mean, he's 96, I think now. And every day he does his 3 o'clock walk along West Cliff. I mean, he's not walking; he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
But it is good to see Doc still down here. Lives right there on Lighthouse Avenue, just down the road.
Yeah. He was a big surf champ, too, when I was in the Western Surfing Association when I was about 14.
Yeah.
He was in the Masters division, and then the tandem surfing. He was quite a
Great
champion.
at it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is great history, and ended up running the district here, District 2 of the WSA after that, and a legend because he used to bring a bus. He actually bought a bus, a school bus, and he would run events in that school bus. You'd get the judges in there, and then all of a sudden that bus would become the caravan to go to Southern California.
Terrific.
And he took all of these surfers, and really instrumental. Like my uncle and my dad actually were part of the WSA back in the day, and Doc used to take care of all the kids, man. It was amazing.
Oh, that's great. Wow, that was a nice snap.
Yep, that's Todd right here. It looks like in the blue jersey, real quick, short wave. Ooh, missed opportunity there, and another wave going underneath, unridden, but there is opportunity here. See if the women are going to turn around and try and make.
Yeah, here comes a set. See outside those little lumps.
Yeah, good read, good read.
Yeah, you know what's funny? My favorite memories are the amateur time of surfing competitions because it was all fun. Like everybody get together after the contest and have bonfires on the beach, down in San Diego, and everybody would share hotel rooms, run back and forth, and destroy each
Good
other's
times.
hotel rooms.
Yeah, right. I mean, now it's grown a little bit different. It's not quite as free as it used to be, right?
Yeah, I was telling one of these ladies over here that first Smirnoff contest, the guys from Hermosa, they had this bed that you put quarters in it and the whole bed shakes.
Oh gosh.
So we got a bunch of teenage.
Where was that? In Santa Cruz?
Yeah, Santa Cruz, just right down the
vibrating
street.
beds, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Put coins in for vibrating beds.
Yeah.
I don't know if those are a thing anymore.
Got so many teenagers. We thought, how many people can we put on this bed and break it? But it still worked. I don't know.
No, it kept going. Huh?
Kept going.
That's back when stuff used to get made well, right?
Yeah.
These days it wouldn't work.
The teenage girls were doing the hula on the bed.
Oh, that is classic times. And I think that you think about the culture as a whole back then. I mean, it was kind of a bit of a counterculture.
Oh yeah,
right?
A bunch of vagabonds.
Right, and it was the sole thing was the surfing was the part, right? That's
exactly.
And the free spirit that the ocean given you, right? As we see a beautiful deep bottom turn.
Cutback.
That was
what a nice curl.
Your heat leader, that is McLeish, and she looks like she's going to be adding there. That's great style. Compressed bottom turned, beautiful, quick transitions.
Yeah, talking about that era, people would just, we went from the beatniks and the bongo drums and had their guitars. Even people that couldn't even play a guitar.
And it was a stereotype, right? And I think that it took a long time to kind of work through all of that. But there was the era that was kind of great that ABC, a major network, actually saw the value in competitive surfing at that time, and you were part of that forefront. And it's interesting because that was kind of the start of the change. You think about Hollywood really put their own stamp on it with, what was the name of the girl that
Gidget, maybe?
Yeah, thank you, Gidget. And what that kind of stereotype gave, it was a kind of a party, fun-loving, which is part of our culture, right? But then there's the serious part, which is the sport part, which is what ABC recognized.
Exactly, the competitive part. Yeah, more serious.
And they saw the value, and you were a part of that.
Yeah, right from the start of it. That's why it's so neat. It's fun to be like, I guess what you call original or unique, because we were right there when everything was happening, and Yeah, because like I said, when I grew up, people thought surfers were just bums.
Yeah.
And,
No, I mean, we're still working through that,
Right, I
unfortunately.
know. I would tell people I surf, and they go, "Oh, too bad," or "You must be
Yeah.
weird."
What's going on with you? How many drugs have you done?
They
Right?
probably still think I'm weird, but anyway, here comes a nice set.
Oh, beautiful set, and this is the tide filling in. We're going to see that this little arena is going to fill up a little more water. The quality is going to get there, and I was going to see, look at this. This
Look
is
at
an
this
overhead wave.
backwash. Is the tide going out or?
It's coming up.
Oh, coming up.
Yeah,
I was
so we
wondering.
had 11 o'clock low tide. It's not a huge
Look at
tide
that.
difference, but it's enough. And it was funny because I would love to hear your thoughts on this. I was talking with Adam about the tides and how it affects different lineups, and ultimately different swell directions change the way the tide affects the lineup. And here's an example of it. It's definitely looks a lot better than it did earlier today, and that's just a little bit of tide. It's only a change of maybe 6 inches.
Wow, that was a good late takeoff. That was really good.
Important wave here for Wegester.
I like her style too, because she looks down the line when she first takes off, and then makes a game plan. Like she keeps her head up and keeps looking where she's going, which is really neat.
Needs a 4.9 on this wave to turn it and get over Denos. And here is your
snap.
Is that blue? It is blue. So this is an important wave for her as well.
That's a really
Oh no, that's
neat.
green. I'm sorry, that's green. That's your heat leader. Adding points obviously because that was some impressive surfing there all the way through the inside middle peak. Here's red.
That's a nice snap too.
I'm sorry, this is blue. This is Todd.
Lucky I surfed before these ladies were there. They're really good. I would have gone home and cried.
Wow,
Boy.
so big exchange there with that set. Feels like McLeish is going to probably improve her situation and hold on to that number one position. So we're talking about that last wave of white, which feels to me like going to be a good number and conceivably could jump over Denos. We're actually waiting on Denos' score as well, who has priority, is paddling for this wave. So she needs to improve. Look at that score came in for McLeish. Mia, 8.17.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Excellent number there for Mia. And now the score is in for Eva, and she moves into second place, a 4.93. So right there at the end, 39 seconds. Here you go. Last-ditch effort here for Audrey trying to get back. Oh, the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure. I don't know if she would have gotten the information there, but that dig of the rail is going to end for Audrey Denos. Ends up with a 9.56 two-wave total. 20 seconds left. She's still got a moment. Could see an opportunity here if she turns around. That's just it. She's going to have to go on this wave if she's going to get the time, and it's not going to do it. So we're going to see unofficially Mia McLeish with a huge point total, 14.84. Eva Wegester was able to turn it at the end. And Margot, your thoughts on this last heat?
I was just wondering, how can the judges see the colors? It's so glaring.
There's a spotter.
They have X-ray vision.
No, there's a spotter who has
Okay.
binoculars that is going to be literally calling the colors. So their
Okay.
responsibility goes away. All they have to do is listen.
Right.
And there we go. So we're going to head to a quick one. We'll be back. We're going to have heat number 3 of the next round, and it'll be a good one. We're going to keep Margot around. Another history lesson. Stick around.
Cowabunga.
And welcome back as we continue here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic in the women's division, the round of 40. I'm Peter Mell. Margot Orborg joining me in the booth here, giving some expert analysis and a history lesson. You know, we've been able to celebrate surfing here for many, many years. Matter of fact, the year you said that the Smirnoff Pro was 68, 69?
Yeah,
68. 69.
Yeah.
So the year I was born here in Santa
Wow.
Cruz, you had the Smirnoff. And that basically the first, and you're saying that we're the first one to receive a paycheck as a professional surfer here in Santa Cruz at that event.
Yes.
I mean, that's
Kinda
true.
neat,
I
huh?
mean, I've got chicken skin. That's that's history, right? For women's surfing, it happened here in Santa Cruz. And here we are with the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and we're watching these youngsters. And they probably don't have no idea.
Yeah.
Hopefully they watch back and understand that, Margot, you were the first professional surfer ever.
Yeah. Plus, it was really neat because there was kind of a lag time in competition, like 70 to 75. And
Yeah.
so when it went pro in 75, I won the women's hang 10 at Malibu, and then that November I won the Smirnoff again at Sunset Beach.
So in that day and era, right, you
Yeah.
won the money, you took the check, but it didn't affect your amateur status at the time?
Yeah, the original one is 69.
It would have.
Yeah, and then
right?
and then 75 I got to be one of the first
Pro surfer
when
again.
When it got to be yeah. And
the
then I
IPS,
remember Mark,
right? The IPS was then.
Yeah, IPS, right.
Right.
And then the Mark Richards won the Smirnoff at where was it? Waimea Bay.
Yeah.
It was huge.
Amazing.
And that's when all the Aussies came over and started blending with everybody.
Yeah.
That was
breaking
fun.
down the door, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is this filmed by a drone?
Yes.
Beautiful
Right?
photography.
How good is that? I mean, now there's a
Gosh.
little toy that basically brings you these images.
Gosh.
All right, well, let's introduce this one. We've got Ellie Barimo, who's from the USA in the red jersey, your top seed. And then Hannah Johnson, who will be in the blue. Addison McPhillips will be in the white, and Maddie Storer in the green. Maddie, local surfer here, getting a chance to be able to compete. And now up and riding, this is the red jersey on the backhand. Got a lot of goofy foots in this event.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to go backside against that. Plus, the cliff looks closer.
Right, you look at it.
When you're in the water, it seems really close. And from here, it looks like you have a little bit of a space, but
Do you remember what time of year the Smirnoff was?
November.
Oh, so it's this time of year.
Yeah.
Basically, that's really kind of the first cold
Yeah.
water, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, and then in Hawaii, then it went to the Jose Cuervo. All those liquor.
Still got liquor sponsors. Yeah, okay, we got Kona Brewing is
Yay,
helping
Kona
us out
Brew,
here.
yay.
Right?
Paddle the canoe with your Kona Brew.
Right?
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I remember also in '76 the Lancers World Cup, and I won that one. Have to brag, but they gave
It's
us
okay.
cases of
You can do that.
Lancers wine for all the
So
girls.
I was going to say Lancers.
Yeah.
And it was Lancers Wine that was
Yeah.
the sponsor. So obviously alcohol has been
Yeah.
a sponsor
But
of
I remember I was
professional
like
surfing for a
only
long time.
22. I hardly drank at all. Either did the girls, but we had a big beach party, and everybody was drinking this Lancers wine, and like I don't know, everybody was like wobbling all over the place.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
People who don't drink, and then they go, yeah, let's just chug this wine.
Yeah, wine you can't
After you
chug.
surf all day.
You're supposed to sip wine, folks.
Yeah.
Quick score in for Barimo was a .83, and here, nice size set wave, and
Beautiful.
look at this, carrying some speed.
Look at that picture. Beautiful.
What's the color? That looks like blue. Johnson bashes that section. That was a good size wave. I feel like this is going to be a good number for Hannah. Opportunity outside now. Looks like red. Interesting, though. Red did not have priority right there. She would have had to have given way to the other two surfers, but they didn't push it. You know, and just to understand that, you know, she had third priority, but she had position, she thought, most likely. But the other two surfers did not go on that wave, so Barimo got away with one right there.
Yeah, those ladies are distracting each other by being so close to each other.
And talk about how it was judged when you started competition. Do you have similar 5 judges that gave you a 1 to 10? And
right.
How many waves did you have total that you had to be scored?
Well, yeah, sometimes even it was 1 to 20, but basically the 1 to 10.
20 was also a scoring.
Yeah. Well, at first it was unlimited waves, and then semis they take your top 3 and the final top 5.
Huh.
And then later
so
on.
So when you went out surfing, is just that you caught as many waves as you want, and everything got scored?
Yeah, everything got scored.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yeah.
Wow, how was that?
Yeah, it was fun because you could just catch
So
a
you mean
million
the
waves
most
and
waves,
just show off.
right?
when you're a little grom, you just go, all I want to do is show off. But yeah, and then it was top 10 waves. Yeah.
Maddie Storer, that was actually Maddie on that wave. So I was wrong about Hannah. It was actually Maddie because of the green jersey. And again, I'm colorblind, I guess. 5.83 there for Maddie. So great wave to start this one off. Again, accustomed to these waters here, getting it beautiful wave. And the next surfer to get 2 waves was 2.0 for Ellie and a 0.83 for that quick ride for her. So that's first and second right now. Again, back to 20 minutes. So these heats are going to fly by.
Yeah, I still want to see at least the finals to be top 3 waves, because the wave dictates how much maneuvering you can do, and there's a bit of luck, you know, like who gets the right wave.
Yeah.
So if it just boils down to just 2 waves, I'd much rather see 3 waves, you know, as a final, just to see more all-around performance.
We'll get you Jessie Miley Dyer's email, and you can send it in there. Have you ever talked to Jessie? I mean, she's basically right now, she's been at the forefront and heading really the entire professional surfing right now, as she's the head of tours and competitions, the VP over there, and she runs all the tours. So
plus, it'd be so much more entertaining, you know, from a kook standpoint, like me.
Well,
like I watch it on TV and I go, I'd rather see those guys just, you know, like let them go, you know, and then do the top 3 waves, you know, just so you can see more than just the luck of who caught the big wave.
The best waves, yeah. Okay, agreed. I mean, I think there's probably an argument both ways on that one, but in regards to different formats, I mean, you think about it, you've been probably, again, at the very forefront of professional surfing, and there was all different formats that were probably thrown at you during the years. Is there any one format that worked well?
Most of them were top 3 waves in the semi, and that was like half an hour, and then top 5 waves in the final, which is 45 minutes.
So all of a sudden you just push the surfers to get the best 5 waves.
Yeah, and then I love that because it would show who's the most consistent. And the object was not to fall off.
Yeah, so you don't want to make mistakes because
you
have
get 5 waves all the way complete, just like a regular surf session with your friends, you know.
Here's Johnson with priority. Good-looking wave here on the backhand. Table rock section.
Ooh, shallow.
Gets through it, no worries there, though.
Good surfboard shaper with a little rocker there. Kind of kept her out from purling.
Through to the inside here with some energy, so stay with it. So utilizing priority here, Hannah. So Storer is the regular footer, and this is the goofy footer of Johnson. So good start here for Johnson. Took a little while to get there, but
how old are most of these competitors?
It depends. I mean, there's no age limit in here. So, but I would say that you know, the level of competition here is a regional, professional event. So a lot of these surfers are in the U.S. There's you know, global surfers can surf in this event,
right?
But they can't take the points, right? So now the way it kind of works is we watch Maddie here.
She's really good.
She is, huh?
Yeah. She has a good, like, Lisa Anderson style, too. Kind of throws herself.
Wow. So 2 big turns there for Storer. Is going to get another great number. We're still waiting on Johnson's last.
But a lot of people, mostly teenagers, right?
I would say yes.
Yeah,
I mean, again, being that this is a regional event.
Yeah, and it's a qualifying.
Exactly. So you're going to see this is kind of their first, you know, some of these surfers that are in this round, most likely it would be their first professional surfing event. You know, or, you know, they're just now graduating out of an amateur event. Like nowadays, I mean, professional being, what is it, right? You can still accept money, you know, now. It used to be when you couldn't accept money, right? You're a professional, but now it's kind of blended as all. You can take money and it's not going to affect your status.
That's such a nice, pretty wave.
Here we go. This is Barimo now.
It's hard to ride that wave backside, too. Pretty.
Able to put it together on this one finally, getting a few nice solid maneuvers here. Had 3 waves very quickly.
Oh, there's all that kelp. What's under the kelp? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. We are in a preserve, you know, the Monterey Bay.
Yeah, Monterey Marine Sanctuary.
They grow those great white sharks.
Yeah, don't remind me. Actually, your zone is kind of the zone they like to hang out in down there in Capitola.
Yeah, I know. I get spooked all the time when I'm down there.
Do you swim outside in the kelp bed at all, or no? You stay inside the kelp.
I know. I see those splashing and thrashing every once in a while.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a sanctuary, right? They've the seals have been protected, which is their food, and obviously they're going to show up. And it seems to me there's definitely an increase in at least sightings of great whites. But I think it's awesome. I mean, they're creatures of the sea, and we're not food.
Yeah.
They may mistake us for that occasionally. Let's watch this replay here. This was the first ride here from Hannah Johnson.
Nice.
And on the backhand, did pretty well for the first maneuver. We're getting to see this again here. Judges are watching the replays here from our broadcast, so it's going to help them out in order to kind of solidify these scores.
I love the way it's glassy almost all day long. Like I grew up in San Diego area, and it would always blow out in the afternoon. And
Yeah,
be all
tell me a little
choppy.
history. Where did you grow up, and who brought you into surfing? Who started you surfing?
Well, I grew up at La Jolla Shores by Scripps Pier.
Yep.
And then when I was
Perfect region to start surfing,
yeah,
right?
and then when I was in 8th grade, I moved to Santa Barbara and lived right next to the Biltmore Hotel there in Montecito. So I
Okay.
surfed Hammond's Reef.
Yep.
I could just walk from
And
my
so
house.
you basically went. I mean, and what was was your family surfers?
No, my dad liked to fish. He was a Navy guy, you know, went to Annapolis and all that. So he liked to fish a lot and be by the ocean.
Yeah.
But he was a really great tennis player. So most of the time when I was before 10, I was playing tennis all the time.
Huh.
And then
surfing took over.
yeah, I think it was mostly the fad. The Beach Boys came out, let's go surfing now.
Yeah.
So we all grabbed the boards and, ran out there.
And how fun is it?
Yeah, and I just
it's
kept
a
with
little
it.
better than tennis, I think.
Yeah, a lot better. I'd have tennis temper tantrums, throw the racket and everything.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Little
that competitive
temper.
edge,
And
huh?
maybe he'll try to cheat. The ball was out. And
Well, that's why you're a world champ, Margot. That's why you're a world champ. It's that competitive edge, surfing. I can do that. We've got Mia McClish putting a 14.84 two-wave total. Impressive total, Tess. You must be pretty happy about that.
We are here with Mia. Mia, you just told me that this is your second QS event ever. How does it feel to be in the water competing at this level with priority and the judges booth here and all of the live webcasting and all the fixtures of a WSL QS event?
It's definitely really nerve-wracking, but it's really fun too.
And what does the future look like for you, for your surfing career? What do you hope to pursue in this next year or the next few years?
I think it'd be fun just to do a couple more of the QSs and hopefully do good and just see where that goes.
Cool. Well, we're super thankful to have you up here, and nice work in your heat, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Yeah, good work. You're crushing it. 14.
Thank you.
Go ahead and donate so you are looking for donations to help the club do the things we do. Appreciate it. Such a positive thing.
Yeah, 10 years old and doing already doing your second.
Really cool.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Bring the town together.
Like I said, the sport, the women here seems to me to be the highlights. I mean, I don't know if you've been paying attention to some of the youngsters that have been doing some of the aerials
Right.
in the wave pool, like in Waco. You've got Sierra Kerr, who is a second generation surfer, but Brooks, who is incredible in the air and just like super acrobatic in their approach to surfing.
Yeah, I like the little girl chewing the bubble gum.
Yeah.
So we got to get a bubble gum sponsor. for
Why
her.
not?
Yeah,
Right?
call
I mean,
'em.
it seems
Call
to me
'em.
there's a lot of opportunities out there.
Yeah.
I would agree. Not just alcohol. There's other ones.
Exactly.
Oh, look
Yeah.
at I don't know if you saw that, but look at the angle there. You see the cliff fell in recently, right there, that
Oh, yeah,
big
the big
gap.
crap.
That is a cavern. We were talking about that earlier, but that is a huge piece of the cliff that fell in. But that is hopefully going to protect the water from actually going in and going underneath, because that cave actually goes up underneath the lighthouse.
Wow. Is the government allowed to fill it? Like
I
throw
don't think
rocks or
so. Not in the
cement?
sanctuary.
No.
Nope.
gosh.
What the ocean takes, it takes. It's theirs.
I know. There's so much.
We can maybe move the lighthouse.
Yeah, move the lighthouse.
It's gotten moved before. This one's a little more permanent, but yeah, it's been moved before. It's been moved off the cliff a little bit closer and in, and it's going to have to happen again, I think, because ultimately that cave does affect. That there's a basement in that lighthouse that you can go in there and you can hear the ocean breathing. The water.
Oh,
It's
wow,
almost little
that's fun.
blowholes in there.
Are there old surf skeletons in there?
Surfboards, yeah, because it's actually
Surfboards?
underneath the surf museum. There's some storage in there. I don't know if it's the greatest place to store boards, but yeah, it's there. There's a few things down underneath.
Nothing haunted, right?
No, I don't think so.
No ghosts.
Maybe.
Steamer
Shoot.
Lane.
You
That was a
never know.
nice cutback.
Yes, it is.
So
That's
pretty.
McPhillips. Wave number 2 here, 8:50 to go. So adding to her total, Addison McPhillips.
Wow, she's very limber. I like her style. Yeah, light on her feet.
Well, she's going to get a second number here, and she needs a 3.15 on that wave if she wants to move into second position, as we had a quick wave from Hannah. Also, Ellie was able to get her best number, a 3.67. Addison's number trickling in. There it is. It moves her into second position, 3.37.
Do you know what time high tide is? Because it's getting really bouncy out there.
It is. It's going to get higher.
Even
it's
higher.
not that much higher. What time is it here? It's 1:23. Trusty surf line, and our high tide is at 3:30, 3:29. So we've got a few more, a couple hours before. Yeah, 1:30 now, 3:30.
Yeah, I notice the waves are moving closer and closer to the cliff and getting really bouncy. That's hard to ride.
It is.
Look at all that seaweed, too.
Yeah. The kelp is definitely part of surfing in Santa Cruz and being able to navigate it. Quick wave there from Hannah. Another one, just a quick jump off. It's not going to add to her points there. Has one of the best numbers in this heat, a 5.57 as far as her competitors. Hannah, just that .77, a jump off, actually got her into second position.
Wow.
So didn't need much there.
And there's our O'Neill flags. Yay, O'Neill.
I mean, did you ever wear O'Neill wetsuits back in the day?
Yeah. I got some of the first ones that were ever made.
The Animal? Did you ever wear the Animal? Or
I
what was the other one?
I used to wear those Farmer John one things.
Okay.
Just the legs.
Yeah.
But I remember coming up here.
The long john, right?
Yeah.
They call that a long john.
Right.
Yeah. The short john being short legs, vest top.
Yeah, because I lived by Rincon.
So you didn't need a full suit.
In high school, yeah. So, but I remember coming up here and Jack gave me a wetsuit. Went back to Rincon. I was like the only one with a wetsuit with legs on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the envy of the town. So
right.
spoiled. Yeah, super spoiled.
And do you remember what year that would be?
That's probably that same era, 68, 69.
Yeah, 9, right?
67.
I mean, that's so 52 was the year that O'Neill was really born and bred. But I mean, it probably took a few years to quote unquote become an industry, right?
Yeah.
And actually start to be able to produce these wetsuits out there. But 52 is the first time that they actually named the O'Neill wetsuit, and I mean, a wetsuit, you got to think about it. He actually probably coined that name as well.
You never know,
right?
yeah.
Surf Shop, I know, was actually one of his because he
Right.
actually opened up a surf shop down at Cowell's area. And a wetsuit is a wetsuit probably because of Jack O'Neill.
Yeah, so creative. Yeah, I look at old pictures of myself, and I pretty much lived in a short john. I had my short john O'Neill.
I do remember you definitely liked that vest top.
And a Winnincy Surf Club jacket. This is when I was 14. I have all these pictures, and I practically stay in my wetsuit all day long because I'd surf, and then
that's why you're a world champ.
We did those bonfires on the beach. It was fun.
At the hut, right?
Yeah.
At the Winnincy hut.
Yeah.
And I mean, still happening today.
Yeah, it still does too down there at Rincon. It's fun. Everybody comes in and gathers around the fire.
At the base of the point.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's Winnincy that does it. There's the base of Rincon that does it. I mean, those are both places that you grew up surfing. I mean, those are very wave-rich, historical places on Earth. And now you find yourself in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, plus being a female surfer, I remember all the guys would be talking and laughing, and then I would, squeeze in by the fire, when I'm about 12 or 13. And the guys would say, okay, clean up the talk. Margot's here. Come on now. Act like gentlemen. Margot's here. And they're acting like big brothers.
I was just going to say, you were probably a good taming aspect of all of the surfers over the years, right? Just having you along.
Yeah. Plus, we used to have those flexi flyers, and they would ride them down.
What's a flexi flyer?
They're like a little wooden sled.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they had brakes on the front.
And like as a skateboard kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, but it's like a sled. You lay on your stomach.
Oh, gosh, that sounds dangerous.
We used to go in the rain storage drains in La Jolla and ride those little sleds down the
Oh, you
sewer.
are crazy.
They're actually water drainage pipe, but like sewer pipes.
Oh, you are crazy.
And then we'd light the candles and, go through all these little, we could go almost under the whole city of La Jolla with those little pipes.
Wow. Gosh, you do have to write a book. You got to write a book. Are they still there? No.
They're there, but they put the metal
great.
gates.
So you can't go climbing through them
Yeah.
like back now. All you crazy kids got the cages put on the front of them. That's
Plus, there's always a gang of guys in Margot, and then the police would come to my house. Some kids broke into, a house.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, it was a gang of girls and a gang of guys and that little girl.
And then the little
Yeah,
girl was the
Margot.
first one to find. Right?
Yeah.
And then they're going to come to you and go, who did it?
Yeah, who did it? And I said,
don't
well,
know.
it was them. It was them.
I don't know. It was
They
those guys.
pushed the door open, and then there was tar, and it spilled all over the house, the new house.
What?
Yeah, the guys were trying to break into a house, so they pushed the door open, and there was a big thing of tar, and it spilled all over the $1 million house in La Jolla. Whoops.
Well, that's a good way to get caught.
Yeah,
I
and
guess,
the neighbors said, well, Margot was there.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
I know. They came to our school.
Really?
Police.
Learning lesson for Margot Oberg.
I hang out with the rowdy boys. So fun, though.
Classic.
It's fun, too, being the only girl. You know what I mean, too? Like the only little surfer girl. Because you're right, I got so spoiled.
I mean, and you were probably, I mean, that's the whole thing about, I guess, in surf culture is that, you know, there's a level of mentorship that happens.
Right.
You know, who was it your major influences surfing?
Probably Mike Doyle and Corky Carroll, because we're all on that West Coast team, and Ralph Arness. And yeah, I told somebody the other day, I don't remember ever paying for anything. Like those guys would always have the money, you know, go to the, you know, McDonald's or, you know.
Ellie Barimo right
Ooh,
there.
nice.
That was a beautiful wave and needs a 2.68 to move into second. But here is Addison McPhillips. So both these surfers in third and fourth picking up waves here that could change the outcome of this heat.
She's so limber. I love the way she serves. Reminds me of somebody I admire.
Who?
Me.
Okay, you went by yourself. I love it. So we'll see where these scores end. These are important scores here, Margot, because you think about Ellie McBarino only needs a 2.68, and she had a pretty long, nice, beautiful, flowing ride. One of her best in my eyes, but this is up and riding Hannah Johnson, and it's an important wave for Hannah. No, Hannah's a goofy foot. This is actually Storer, your heat leader. No, that is Green. Yes, that is Storer. So, again, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, she was the regular footer. Johnson's the goofy footer. But we're going to see Barimo just moved into second position. So that was enough for her for the moment because we have a score coming in for Addison. This is the wave right here. Came in at a 6.43. But Addison now picks up a wave, comes in at a 6.33. Wow. Not enough. So this exchange, very important, and it went to Ellie's way. She was able to move into second. Addison now putting a good number up, but she needs more with a minute 15 to go. We'll see where this is the score that came in as a 6.33.
Yeah, pretty wave.
So that was the exchange. There
She's
was
so smooth and she pretty. Yeah, nice style. Really good. Doing off the lip over seaweed.
Yeah, the kelp there, unfortunately, I think it kind of affected her, unfortunately. This was the last wave here of Maddie Storer. It's not going to affect her situation too much because she's already in the lead. And I don't see this bettering the two scores she already has in her scoreline. But Ellie Barimo was important last wave, needed a big number, got it done. Addison picked up a pretty big number at the same time. But luckily for Ellie, she had the higher of the exchange and the lead. So she is right now in advancing position. Addison McPhillips looking for a 3.78. Hannah Johnson looking for a 4.554. This looks like the last opportunity. Who is going to get it? Nope, nobody.
Yeah, there's the tide hugging the cliff. Gosh.
As
Surprised nobody ever hits the cliff.
It happens.
It does?
Yeah, it does.
Because they're so close.
Yeah, it's happened. There's been some horrific accidents, actually, unfortunately. So, yeah, if you're going to be surfing Steamer Lane, you got to learn how to stay away from that cliff. That's it. Heat is over. And Maddie Storer takes the win over Ellie Barimo, both of them advancing, finishing third and fourth. Addison and then Hannah. And we'll move on into the next heat, heat number 4, the round of 40, the last heat of this round. But there's going to be more action for the women. We'll move into the next round as well. So stick it out. We've got more action continue at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. West Peak. That's right. Official seltzer of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Tasty little beverage, of course.
Never tried one, but saw that Brian Kilpatrick and our buddy Nick was actually the guys starting that thing.
Pardon it, yeah. So we got a new heat, round of 40, back in the booth with me here. My name's Pete Mell, alongside Adam Replogle. We just had Margot Oberg in a history lesson, and we've got a beautiful wave unfolding in front of us. A lot of speed. I want to say that's the blue jersey, so that is going to be Jesse Engel. So Zoe Shate will be in the red. Yeah. Jesse Engel in the blue. Avery McDonald will be holding it down in the white. Keikora Nauenberg. I think I said that right. Keikoa now gets a 4.0, and of course I thought that was blue, but it was actually green.
Okay. Well, it's pretty. That sheer is pretty hard to see through the glare. Right
I've been,
there.
yeah. I for whatever reason, the green hue feels like blue to me, and I end up calling the wrong color. So bear with me, folks.
Have you guys been noticing increase in the swell here in the booth?
It feels like it.
Yeah.
Definitely the tide is helping it.
Yeah,
I think the consistency has dropped, come up.
Yeah. I saw just some waves that were stretching out. Looked like some longer lines coming in as I was sitting there watching the event. Sort of feels like some maybe new energy coming in.
I like the optimism, Adam.
Yeah, gotta be.
Definitely conditions are improving. With that fuller tide, how the lane loves a little bit more water. Here we go. This is Engel. So Jesse's the goofy footer. Now I'll figure that out. Jesse's going to be the goofy footer. We're going to have Nauenberg, Keikora in the green, a regular foot.
Okay.
This one right here, right? Keikora.
Nice little inside section here at Peak. It's a little crack off the top.
How's
nice
the wave choice?
Beautiful little wave choice. And, when you weigh 65 pounds dripping wet, you're going to fly on those waves. And she did a great little job. Unfortunately, falling off on that end section.
Yeah, and of course, they are super critical. It looks like she's an O'Neill team rider.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they are super critical. You got to be able to ride out of those final maneuvers. And she did everything to hold on, but did not quite ride out. So that'll affect the score slightly. Came in 3.77 real quick. Jesse Engel, a 3.0. But, I mean, that pulled off maneuver for Keikora would have been, probably upwards of the 5s, the 6s had she pulled that last move.
No doubt. Just beautiful, dreamy, icy little conditions out there right now. And sort of when the wind turned around, almost coming out of the north, Pete, I sort of felt some warmer air. Hopefully we're able to keep that offshore flow going from the north. It does do a nice wind here at the lane.
So, again, we'll review this wave here. Again, carrying a ton of speed. But you're right, probably a full 65 pounds. So small, young woman here.
Be curious to know her age, Pete, because she definitely looks pretty young. And noticing a lot right now that O'Neill's has a lot of really good young team riders on their squad.
And women, right? There's a lot of focus on the women here.
No doubt.
That's Jesse Engel right here on her back end.
Up and out. As you can see, you really want to be finding those waves that have that wall that come through that inside to give you the opportunity. Some of the waves sort of push out and wide. As you see that little second wave right there, see that angle in coming in from the south. Exactly what you want, just a little bigger. Beautiful. This last couple weeks, it looks like we had some beautiful rain last week, Pete, so everything's really bright and green.
Lush.
Really bright and green. Some great contrast right here. And these drone shots are epic. So these are 25-minute heats. This is the round of 40, heat number 4. So obviously the breakdown a little different than the men from 96, 64 to 32. So most likely breaking down, half elimination, 50% advancement as we see a rider up and riding. Look at that power ball off the cliff. And
I don't know, Adam. I'm doing a little bit of a search here for Miss Nauenberg, and I'm not finding a ton of information. So
because she's new.
Yeah.
But it looked like Zoe up on that last wave in and out. Now she's going to be kicking and scratching to get that third position of priority. And you can see usually it's allocated by who had the last wave. But if you're able to, bridge that gap and make that gap between you and your competitor more, usually you can earn it. So let's see. Actually, yeah, they ended up giving it to Engel.
Right, because she worked harder, got it done.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to still kind of do a little research here, and Not a lot of info on the old WSL. I mean, this is her first qualifying series event, has 0 ranking.
Oh, cool.
You know, so first-time experiences, and that's what this round of 40 really is showcasing, is this first-time experiences, you know, in a professional event. And, I mean, if you're going to get one that's going to definitely put the spotlight on you and actually give you the pressure that you really, truly will feel in a professional surfing event, this is one of them.
No doubt. And you have to start somewhere, Pete. You might as well just throw yourself into the deep
Into the
end.
fire, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And put the pressure cooker up and
just see how you handle it. You know, how do you handle surfing with under 25 minutes?
The venue itself is intimidating. I mean, you think about high tide, steamer lane, south swell. It's not an easy wave. Getting in and out of the water, for that example, is not easy. It's not like there's this little pathway that says, here, get out of the water. You need to know how to get out of the water.
No doubt. Look at McDonald, dude. Pete waited for, you know, quite some time to get this wave, and it paid off. She was able to get a bunch of nice turns off, and it's still going on the inside.
Now Engel on the backhand.
Wow, able to get a little rebate after that mistake. So Engel up and riding. Great little wave here. Nice little turns.
It was kind of helpful, I think, by her paddling hard to get herself that next priority, because it maybe gave her the opportunity to grab that wave.
Yeah, if it helps, you know, you'll see as we get closer to the end of the heat. Sometimes this is sort of, you know, just trying to get that one major score that first half of the heat. Some people like to, you know, either get your 4 first or your backup first, or you try to get your 8 first. So you can slice this cat a couple different ways.
Well, let's head down to Tess. She has got the heat winner of the last heat, Maddie Storer.
We are here with Maddie Storr. She is a local Santa Cruz surfer from the east side who also surfs for O'Neill. And amazing performance out there today. You were ripping. What does it mean to you to be in your first cold water classic here in Santa Cruz on your home turf?
It's so awesome. This is actually my first QS, so it's great to be at home, and I love this wave, so it's so fun.
So I've been asking a lot of the contestants what their pre-surf ritual or pre-heat ritual, or if you have any superstitious things that you don't like to do before a heat.
That's a good question. I actually recently have been doing a little meditation before, so I'll just go do my own breath work and stuff, and that's been really helpful for me just to get focused before my heats, and so I really enjoy doing that.
Cool, I love that. Well, great surfing out there today, and we'll see you tomorrow in your heat.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, Tess and Maddie, take a little page out of Griffin Colapinto. I mean, remember, you think about it hey, there's a lot of stuff that you can do outside of the jersey to get yourself prepared, and I love that Maddie Storer, matter of fact, great performance, and you know what, breath work, a little meditation before heat, not a bad thing.
Exactly. And decreasing the amount of distractions in your brain, too. I'm sure that helps, having that
That's
meditation.
what meditation's supposed to do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Ultimately, if you get good at it and you utilize it a lot, it is definitely a very healing process. I wish I used it more. I mean, I know that if you consistently do it, it definitely has a effect on your overall mental and physical health. So right on, Maddie. Doing it at a very early age.
Nice.
Wow, that's mesmerizing.
That's beautiful.
You're going to see a halibut or a little rockfish.
Is that a flatty right there?
It could very well be. All right, join us online, the World Surf League. Yeah, that's right, worldsurfleague.com. You can see it going on. There's actually at WSL for Twitter as well as Instagram. And tag Team O'Neill. Why not? That's one of the things. That's our sponsor here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. And the conditions have arrived for these women because it is the best of the day right now. Consistent. Good wave quality, not having to deal with the kelp and the winds. That east wind that we had, just fluffing the chop up there, not there anymore.
Yeah, it's backed off, and the tide looks pretty perfect right now, Pete, for the size of swell we have.
Nauenberg with a 4.0 and a 3.77. Engel with a 4.57. Best wave of the heat. Oh, sorry, take that back. Second best wave of the heat. McDonald has the best wave of the heat, but does not have a second score. So right now, Avery is going to have to make sure in this next 13 and a half minutes, she sits with fourth priority, that she can get her second wave in.
Yeah. You know, back to that the past heat winner, Maddie Storer, read a nice little article in a local magazine, a local surf magazine that we hear, Santa Cruz Waves, and it was pretty insightful. She's actually pretty mature for a young girl. Obviously, her talking like that about doing some meditation prior to her heat, but she seems to be approaching it from some knowledge for sure.
That's so cool to see. I mean, there's
Yeah.
literally a lot of information out there now
Yeah.
at your fingertips. I mean, literally, you think about when we were growing up, there was no internet that we looked at for information. And, you know, you could start looking at people that, you know, you want to, you know, admire and
Emulate,
grow up
yeah.
being like, and you can get great information from it. Watch this replay here of Avery McDonald. This was the best wave of the heat.
And she waited quite some time for this wave, so the patience definitely paid off. And now she's sitting in fourth priority, needing a small score, but she's sitting on the best wave of the heat so far, so she's in a great position.
This is another replay here of 4.57 from Jesse Engel. Smooth on the face now with these north winds blowing. That's actually truly finally got into the bay here. And it takes time, right, for that north wind. As soon as everything kind of starts to cool down or heat up, one or the other, so that the wind actually starts to come and bend its way into the bay.
Look at, there's our, looks like that's Shailene.
Surf fan.
Looks like Shailene right there. Yeah. Aaron Peterson's young little baby right there. That's a
Aki.
local next
Aki, bro. That's Aki.
Next generation right there. Yeah.
Too funny. You know,
Yeah.
you're going to name your kid. You obviously can say that you're going to come from a surfing family when you get your nickname. Your name's Aki.
No doubt. You know, met
What?
some Currans, now some Akis.
There's a Rocky Rose.
Rocky Rose. And there's some tribute right there to Hambone, Matt Hamill right there. A good friend of ours passed away. They gave him a nice little placard.
Yeah, shocking, unfortunately.
That was shocking, bro.
Right? I mean, it's circle of life. It unfortunately happens, but it's always a shock when it does.
Yeah.
11:28 to go. Still waiting for Avery to pick up wave number 2. Zoe Shate looking to get a solid number. At this point, this is an opportunity with priority for Zoe to make sure this next choice is a good one. If she wants to stay on pace in this heat, she's going to have to put up a number. You know, probably around that 4.5, 5.5 range to be in contention. She is the number 1 seed here, being that she is in that red jersey, generally speaking, as it goes red, blue, white, green in regards to rankings. Although, you know, in this round of 40 right here, a lot of these women are their first time competing,
right?
At least professionally. I would say that there's a Scholastic Surfing Association that gives you opportunities in that kind of junior high school range. We also have some of the amateur organizations that produce you know, events up in the area here, like NSSA, the WSA we had mentioned with you know, talking with Margot Oberg about how her first competitions actually were with the WSA, and Doc Scott actually competing in the events that she was participating. It was a great little history lesson with Margot.
I wish I would have had an ear in on that, because
you know
I
what?
get to hang out with her periodically, and she is a classic.
Oh yeah,
and she's so sharp and has so much information.
Yeah, and I was just digging. I was digging all sorts of information, you know, in regards to, like, because you know, she actually truly is the first professional woman surfer ever, because she, in '69, the first paycheck ever given to a woman professional surfer was to Margot for the win.
Smirnoff.
Yeah, and so ultimately, she's the first professional woman ever, and we got to have her in the booth. It was a great history lesson, and she talked about hanging out. You know, she's from San Diego. Jericho Poplar was a big portion of her. Rel's son.
Right.
And you know, Corky Carroll was some. Remember Mike Doyle of all.
Cool.
I mean, these are all people that she grew up and if you think about at '69, that was the transition really from longboards to shortboards.
Yep.
And she was 15 years old, watching that all unfold and participating in it with Corky Carroll, and Mike Doyle, who were making those surfboards back in the day, the shortboards. So she was right there in the very start of professional surfing and the shortboard revolution.
Good
Here we
timing
go,
for
White.
her.
Ava makes the call and goes on a smaller wave, wants to get that 1.7 to turn the heat, get herself in position. Didn't want to waste time on that one. Good call. Competitively savvy there. Not going to be a gigantic number, but considering that she's sitting on the best number of the heat, she'll probably go to the lead. Waiting on the final.
There she goes.
3.37. Yep, straight to the number one position for McDonald. And now can sit back, get herself up that priority ladder, and hopefully get a few more points to add before this heat ends. Paddle here. Looks like the red jersey. Zoe. Important wave and
you just could tell what she was saying to herself on the inside right there, that was a mistake taking off on that wave, Pete.
so Zoe O'Neill, team rider, up the coast, right? Has aspirations to surf Mavericks.
Cool.
Competitively, very, very good out of this region locally. You can see a little frustration there, Zoe. It's okay. You still have 8 minutes.
I surf with Zoe periodically up north, and and she's on it. She's sharp, and she is totally on it.
I actually did a brag training
cool
with her. You know, again, that's that aspirations. She also was part of our water safety group, and has, you know, is smart. She's doing the right things, you know, very similar to what we saw from Maddie Storer, but has great inspirations, and surfing is one of those things that she really loves. At this point in time, you know, this is a learning experience. Everything's not going her way. She is the favorite in this heat, but it's not going her way, so she's going to be able to bounce back here, and this is going to be one of those growth moments to see if she can turn it around.
Well, yeah, some of the best female surfers in heats can recover, you know, from a deficit. You know, you should be able to pull that 5-minute wrap-up heat, which is basically catching 2 waves in 5 minutes. And she needs to start that campaign soon. She's obviously paddling more to the inside, looking maybe for a wave uncontested with their fellow surfers with priority. But there is also a little pressure, Pete, of surfing, say, in your hometown. She does live up the coast.
Yep, lives up there in Half Moon Bay.
But this is her home spot, basically. You know, when
she spends a lot of time here in Santa Cruz for sure. I mean, why wouldn't you? And you know, Half Moon Bay's got their waves, but ultimately, consistency-wise and condition-wise, Santa Cruz, and also competitively, right? I mean, you want to kind of surf with your peers.
Yeah, and I noticed that she was participating with the Santa Cruz Board Riders group, and down here surfing with them. And I've heard that they might be now having a chapter up there as well.
That is true. Dwyer hit me up recently. They're going to be here with a team. He's doing everything he can to fulfill it. You know, they've got to get all they need to do. That's what I said to Steve Dwyer, who has been kind of at the forefront of trying to manage that team. You know, managing surfers is like managing cats, and right. So, you know, if everything works out for them, they'll do it for you. But if it's not, then generally they disappear. Another quick one for Zoe, but yeah. So she's like you said, you know, participating in the board riders. That's a way to. You talk about a bit of coaching too. There's John Mell, who is probably doing a bit of a download from his sketchy heat. Sean Poudrev, who's just working with the Santa Cruz board riders. Matt Myers there with the yellow hat, always there for that yellow hat to make it. Nolan Raposa, little coaching download.
No doubt.
Hi, son. You know
I
was saying hi?
It's humbling having a coach because the coach is going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, and
well, you don't think a dad would be? Dad fluffs it up a little bit.
Dad packages it up in a way that there's a positive and a negative and then a positive where you can really get just direct sort of.
It's not personal, right?
No,
whereas the father-son. I mean, so that there's also kind of it's kind of cool that kind of actually what's been.
You need to have a coach if you're also a fellow surfer. I think. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Kolohe Andino and Dino could be coaching his son for sure
for a long time, right? But there was that part, and then there's a moment where you step aside, right?
And just go, hey, let Snips take over from here. You know, this is somebody to relay the information who might not have the same amount of conflict with. You know, there's that dynamic between.
There's
the
not
parents.
DNA involved.
Yeah,
I think when you start throwing DNA, which is literally, no, son, you're supposed to think like me. You know, you're my blood. You're supposed to think like me. You know, you can't have different thoughts. You know, or whatever it may be.
You should be able to read my mind.
Yeah, well, no, and I still try to speak telepathically. It doesn't work, but I still feel like sometimes there's a little energy that can get there.
Yeah, no doubt. But it is, you know, so individual that regardless of how much you want to be involved, it's still all on him or all on her. As you see Zoe right now, she seems to be panicking, Pete.
A little bit, yeah. 337 just posted for her last wave, though. So saying something that she got her best number so far, and now only needs the 4.40. So it doesn't take much. But, yeah, at this point with 4 minutes to go, you know, it seems like she's trying to work from an inside portion of the reef to get the scores instead of waiting for, say, the actual priority and to be able to give herself the free reign of the lineup. And now she's kind of having to work for it.
And, you know, I like her approach, and I like her position on the inside, actually, because she doesn't have priority, and there's these waves coming underneath the surfers that they can't even look at. And those obviously, are the ones she wants to catch. You see right there, 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in the round of 40, heat number 4. We do have...
This is the last heat of this round.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so we'll be moving into the next round, and with that, we'll be adding 5 minutes. Right now, it's 20-minute heats.
Okay.
So we'll be adding 5 minutes, and I think we're not going to get quite through the entire round.
Okay.
But we will get as far as we can. I mean, what we at time-wise? That's 2 o'clock, so we'll probably go for another couple hours.
Yeah.
Oh, the Big Wave Beach Shack.
Oh, man, I heard, wow, look at that.
That's
nice
right.
little picture of Zealand Hunter right there on that.
You could win.
What can you win?
An autographed Coldwater Classic jersey. So go down to this booth here and check it out.
Yeah, I heard tomorrow that thing's going to be cracking. It's a 2-beer limit, I heard. So
that's it, huh? Yeah, we don't need anybody getting too liquored up. That's the. Is it going to be sold the Big Wave Golden Ale?
It's definitely the Big Wave Golden Ale.
Kona Brewing, big-time sponsor of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, has been a sponsor of a lot of major events over the years. They were a big part of, the Paddle Fest that I was able to produce out of Quicksilver there, the Waikiki Paddle Fest.
Cool.
But, I mean, ultimately, they have been a big part of surfing, longboarding, still surfing, canoeing, but paddling. They love it. They love anything related to the ocean. They're all about it.
Yeah, it's nice that they're giving back like that, Pete. There's
successful. Kona Brewing is, the beer's good. It's they have a bunch of different ales, and they're all very tasty.
Aren't they all? Yep. Those are tasty. You see right now, looks like some of the boats coming back for their limits already.
Yeah,
Pete, 2
they got a couple
already
bluefin.
limited out.
Well, the surfer that was actually on that photo of the Big Wave Ale, I think was Zealand, right?
Yeah,
it was
Zealand
Zealand Hunter.
Hunter, yeah.
He's actually a bit of a fisherman.
Oh, I was talking to his dad just a minute ago. I'm like, where's he surfing? He's like, tuna's biting or something. He's out in the ocean slamming it.
Well, he had to get, he ran out of gas actually out there the other day.
Did
All
he
right,
really?
big wave here. A lot of speed being carried. Nauenberg.
Nice little bottom turn off the top combination. She's flying, Pete.
Wow, nice work. And that was the set that is going to put a bit of a nail in the coffin for Zoe Chait, unfortunately, because now Engel, both these surfers fighting for that second position, and another great wave. Wow. This is going to be interesting. These 2 scores are going to really determine second and third place, because there's your heat leader trying to improve on a 3.37. I mean, ultimately, she could be in danger as well, because Nauenberg and Engel could post big numbers and move into first and second and push McDonald out.
Potentially, but
was that better than a 3.37?
Let's see if that builds on it, or gives, or better than a 4.
Wow, and Zoe left out there with no waves, and this will be a growth moment for the young Zoe Chait.
Early on, I remember a coach telling me I can only pout for 20 minutes as long as the heat was. And then after that, if you have a problem, write it down, figure it out.
Oh, she's going. Yeah, this wave's not quite big enough to be able to. Look at, I love the determination. She's a great little surfer, too. Look at how much.
She's a grinder.
Yeah.
I don't look at that as like bad sportsmanship when you see kids get upset like that. I like passion.
Yeah.
And I like to see them.
To a certain point, man.
You want them to definitely be trying as hard as they can, and when they do that, obviously they're let down a little. Your self-expectation is pretty high.
Well, we're waiting on some numbers here real quick. They're important numbers at the end of this heat. Avery McDonald's, we're waiting on Jesse Engels, and that's actually the last one. Look at this number coming in. It is a 6.5 and moves Engel to the lead. McDonald down to second. McDonald's not going to change anything there, so we'll have that unofficially first and second. We're going to take a break. We're going to move into the next round, and with that, we'll add 5 minutes to the clock, so don't go anywhere.
All right, Rody, how's it going, bud?
Good. Welcome back, Omar. Looks like we have a great heat in the water. Let's see who's out there at the moment.
Thank you, sir. Great heat coming up right now. You got Zoe in the red.
Okay.
You got Esme in blue.
Nice.
And white, Emma Stone. And green, Sanoa. So super great heat. That last heat was rad too, wasn't it?
It was a little grind there, having looked like Zoe, unfortunately not able to get the score that heat. But boy, that was a great come from behind, a great learning experience for all those young girls. Here's the round of 32, heat number 1, Omar.
Oh no, super great. It's so fun to see the talent too here in Santa Cruz. I know you and I talk about it quite a bit. You paddle out and there's more ripping women surfers than men. As we see a surfer right here, nice slash off the top right there. Killer wave. Looks like that is red. It's hard to figure out colors.
Yeah, it's sort of black right here. This is red, so this is obviously Zoe up and riding, but a nice couple combination of maneuvers right there, Omar. But yeah, I'll agree with you, and we talk about it quite a bit, is that feel that maybe the level of women surfing has been able to grab more ground, say, than the men have been able to improve. So the women have been able to sort of catch up to some of the men. And age for age, you'll see some of these women actually competing with the men. And it's a great little hack right there for Zoe to start that wave. So she obviously watched that last heat, noticed that there was some sort of some low ebbs and flows of waves, so she started her campaign early and got one on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed I've been beach announcing all morning. That's the biggest takeaway I feel like for today is you have every swell direction right now, right?
Yep.
You have a northwest, and then you have a south-southwest, and a west-northwest coming in. So with that combination of swells, you get these massive flurries, and then it kind of dies for a second. Amazing waves, but you got to be prepared, right?
100%.
You have to have your backup score, and then you got to be ready to get another score. Wow. And when I see that picture, don't you get stoked? I mean, how beautiful is this arena? Probably one of the best places for surf competition in the world, I would say.
Totally.
You're literally looking down on people. Hello, World Wide Web out there. You right on.
All right, got a Barney shirt on. Right on, everyone.
Oh, love the Barney. Love it. Absolutely love it. And if you're just logging on, you're welcome to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. 35 years in the making. Absolutely legendary event. My name is Omar Echeverria. I'm sitting here with Adam Rapogel, past winner of this competition. He's got that coveted Coldwater title. Gotta love that. Super rad. And super fun event. It's nice that they brought it back.
100%. I mean, this really was the starting point for all of our surfing careers as far as professionals. We were able to watch the Coldwater Classic in the late 80s. It really sort of showed us exactly what we were able to do out here, because we were watching local surfers do that. As you see the Barney bench right there, that's amazing.
So rad.
Yeah, this is,
what a legend.
Steamer Lane is essentially almost, there's so many memorials around here. There's everywhere you go, you see a new placard or stuff. But a major bench right there for Sean Barney Barron, one of our tribe members, unfortunately lost his life a little early. But he left a massive mark on all of us, and it will never leave us.
Oh, dude, gotta love Barney. And how amazing was his memorial? That guy is so loved, and so loved by everyone. I mean, it's so many fond memories myself with Barney. Absolutely love the dude.
Totally.
Amazing human. And just like you said, part of the tribe.
Totally.
Part of our surfing community tribe. Wow, look at the kelp. That's a beautiful shot. Absolutely crazy right there. These surfers are doing an amazing job, too. I know we had a couple locals making their heats earlier, which is super fun to see. Maddie Storr was shredding. All the girls surfing super good. And it's exciting, too. Going into tomorrow, we're going to have more good swell. So super blessed with great swell, great conditions. We've had a tidal change of only about a foot during the day, which is good. As you see surfer right here, nice slash off the top. This is Sanoa, nice hook right there. Great surfing. You know what I love too is just how informed the women are now with their bottom turns and top turns. Absolutely amazes me now. It's just so rad to see the high level of surfing they have.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. A lot of these women have perfect technique and form. What they just lack in is just a little power. So here's giving way to a priority surfer right here. And this is Esme, I believe, right here.
Yes.
On her backside, getting a couple nice turns off. So local girl right here able to get herself into her first cold water classic. And nice re-entry on the end of that wave, Omar. I really liked her positioning off the top and rode the roof down.
Love it, love it. I know one thing I've noticed too from calling heats up top is the surfers who are patient with the wave are letting, dictating that flow. Like right here, look at the flow.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of people, will say, attack the wave, but the wave dictated her flow and she shredded it right there. That was super rad. Patient for those turns, but placing them in a great position. That's Emma Stone shredded that wave. All right, we're going to throw it down to the heat winner of that last heat. Take it away.
I kept thinking there's going to be something.
We are here with Avery McDonald. So your heat looked a little tricky. The ocean went quiet for a minute there. What was going through your head, and what was your strategy moving forward in that heat?
Well, like before my heat, there was like so many sets, so I was like, it went flat, and I was like, I'm just gonna wait, like, because I saw everyone going on like the sideways, and they weren't going. They were getting like 3 only, like at the most. So I just tried to wait for a set, and I got like a 6, so I was like, solid. Like, and then I didn't have anything, and so I was like, crap, like I need a wave. So I just went a little and got like a 3, and then it waited, and a set came at the end. So I was stoked on that.
Yeah, that was well served. So how does it feel to be in Santa Cruz? How are you adapting to the cold? And what has been your highlight of the trip so far?
It was really good on Monday. Like, I free surfed. It was really good. It was so crowded, so hard to get a wave. But I surfed middles and got like the longest waves ever. It's really cold though. Like free surfing, I'm freezing. But I'm not cold during the heat. It's like not thinking about it.
And no booties yet.
No, not surfing in booties.
Well, you're surfing great, and good luck in your next heat.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you. No booties. So much fun, though. I know I free surfed on Monday and Tuesday. It was super rad to see everyone out there just taking advantage of the surf and coming up here to the right-hand point breaks of Santa Cruz. Super cool. So stoked to have this event back. Great surfing for sure. I have a couple questions for you, Adam. What are some fond memories for you competing up here early on?
Oh, just the early days. I did the trials. I remember doing the trials early, which was a lot of fun and very similar to these young women. This event's obviously been going on for 30-some years now. So, but they will be the future of this event in the future here. So there's some early stars. You're seeing the young stars that will be most likely winning this event in the future or traveling around the world. So it's really nice to be captured here. But some of the ones that stick out to me are the ones that were really grindy. And here's the wave of Emma right here on her backside. This was a great little wave, Omar.
It was too. Utilizing that priority as well, which is so challenging, right? I mean, priority is just another thing that's in the mix. But just like you said, read that wave super well, cracked it off the top. Looks like that was her 6.83 on that wave.
Great score.
Great score right there.
And this is, I believe, white. As you had mentioned, the off the bottom, off the top combination here for Emma Stone.
Oh, look at that.
She's got great form, and she turns all the way through her carves from off the bottom, off the top. So you're looking at a direct contact with both, that rail and then this rail. I really like her approach.
Yeah, super rad. Look at that. I just love the bottom turns, too. It gets me so psyched. Look how buttery the waves are.
Yep.
I mean, you couldn't really ask for better overall conditions here at Steamers Lane. I mean, this place will throw everything at you. I know I've been here working at events, and it's pouring rain, huge, flat. It kind of throws everything at you. And during this event, we've had really good conditions. And this is White right here. She read this wave so well. Emma Stone, she got a 7.57. And I love how she let the wave right there dictate the flow. Look at that. Weighted, bottom turn, and smash.
That was a really critical turn, that last one. I really like that. And, 7.57. The judges saw it like we felt it.
Yes.
And that's usually what it is. It's a feeling. The judges will get a feeling like, whoa, or a taste in their mouth. And that sort of set the bar. That first wave of Zoe, that 4.5, was really sort of setting the stage of what the judges were looking at for an average wave. So it is really a nice spread in between. And now here we got the grenade right here. I mean, we surf with this woman all the time, and she is dial a bomb.
Oh, my gosh. And you know what I've been noticing? She has just gotten better and better with every surf.
Yeah,
I mean, her progression, over the last year or two has amazed me.
Yeah.
And dial-a-bomb, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, she really is. She has some gift when it comes down to catching set waves.
100%. She is in the mix every set that comes down at Pleasure Point where she grew up. I'm going to be super excited. I believe she got one of the O'Neill wild cards into this
cool.
round. Yeah, it's nice, right? I mean, you get to skip the trials. I mean, what a lot of people don't know is there's so much trials involved with this event. As we see Surfer up and riding right here, it looks like this is blue.
Yep.
Emma coming down the line. Look how glassy that little nugget is.
You know what I really enjoy about her surfing? She keeps her board moving off the bottom, off the top. And then when the wave stands up and gives her some time to get some board speed up and get a nice major maneuver, she does that as well. So she's reading the wave really well right now.
Yeah, she definitely is. Kind of letting the flow dictate her turns and going top to bottom, doing it super well. I know I was watching an interview with Brad Gerlach a little while ago, and it was hilarious because he talks about how the wave dictates the flow, right?
Right.
It's a surfer, not necessarily, right? Is it you stand up on a wave and you want to shred as hard as you can, but occasionally, or most of the time, you got to let the wave tell you what to do.
Exactly. You know, the judges are actually looking at both of these waves right now. They're going back comparing scores to see exactly what they want to score this wave in comparison to a relatively close number. They want to get it right, so they do some good analysis by checking out these waves. And they're using our replay for the broadcast to see those waves twice. So look at this set, Omar.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think the replay is so valuable. I mean, I believe the way that a lot of the judges do it is they write down that first initial feeling and then go back to replay a lot of the time. As you see Surfer, this was Sanoa, I believe. Oh, just unfortunately, or was that Emma?
That might be Emma Stone.
That might be Emma Stone.
No, Emma Stone's in the white. There she is there, so that you're...
Oh, there's Emma Stone right there.
Yeah, she's a regular. Come on, we should figure that out.
Coming around, smash, cracks that wave. Once again, woof, off the top.
Great little position turn right there. And again, so combination of major maneuvers right there and nice flow. Let's see if she's able to get an end maneuver here. Wow, that was a great turn. So
nice.
That was a well-surfed wave as well. So she's sitting on that 7.5. That was a... Red is on a tear right there. That is Zoe. Really like her off the bottom. Is putting her in a perfect position to really get some torque into that lip.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm not a judge myself, but Emma Stone looking to build on her 0. So I think she'll, it's safe to say she'll do that with that last wave. She shredded that thing. But Zoe too. It looks like they have a very good top to bottom combo type of style, which is super rad.
Yeah.
And we're going to dive into another replay right here. Hook off the top.
Unfortunately, just pushing a little hard right there, Omar, and blowing the tail out.
Right.
And now here's Emma on this little wave. Like I said, I really like this bottom turn. Well, that one was a little late, so she was caught behind a little bit, but right there's a nice little snap in the pocket. Comes around this section, and again, so nice couple maneuvers there. Thought the wave was sort of dying out here, but she actually gets another nice hack right there. That might even be the best turn of the wave right there at the end.
That was awesome. I love that turn. Super rad. And they're going into full replay. So judges are probably analyzing every single one of these waves. A lot of times when waves are similar too, they do that. Oh my gosh, look at that combo. That was crazy. Boom. Lighting this
up. But the judges are human as well, so they want to see these in reflection next to each other. They know what they've already given as a score, so they want to keep this in relation to each other.
No, definitely.
There's a spread here that's pretty tight too. If you're noticing this heat right now is very tight.
Yep.
I mean, Emma's got it. Well, there she is. She's sitting. She needs another wave. This wave will come in a second here, but she's sitting on the highest score and she's sitting in 4th.
Yep.
She is in the pole position really. If you're looking at, there it goes, right to the lead. 5.83 catapults her right into the lead. There's Emma Stone, Esma Brigham in second. So Zoe's got to work it out first. She needs a 4.5, and then Surfer in 4th here with priority, needing a 6.36. Those waves are obtainable, and so we could see a flip-flop here, but this has been a great heat so far.
No, definitely. And, once they do the replay, right, you can really see how similar those waves were. But it definitely was defined by a few of those turns that might have been a little bit harder, right? So you're separating Emma Stone's wave from Zoe's wave all within a few seconds, right? Yep. And super, super important too. I know the judges, I believe, a lot of them, they write down what they call their emotional score right off the bat, and then they go into a more calculated score. So every judge has their own style, but it's super important, like you said, to really make sure you have the correct score in the sport of surfing, because it can be so darn close. And these small scores separate careers. As you've known growing up, it can be heartbreak or triumph depending on 0.5s, right?
True.
So, yeah, definitely want to get those scores right. What a beautiful place we are. If you're joining us, welcome to the online commentary of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here in Santa Cruz. Such an iconic event. I was so absolutely stoked to hear some of the interviews online. Last night I was on the WSL app checking them all out, and it was so cool to see people from other countries talking about how bad they wanted to win this event because growing up they watched it.
Right.
And I'm like, that's awesome. I mean, these guys are, probably in their mid-20s. So you got to think of that. So what they're watching this when they're, 12 or so, and they're thinking, wow, I want to win the Coldwater Classic. That looks pretty cool.
Totally.
Amazing right-hand point break with this heritage like no other. Past champions such as Tom Curran, Martin Potter. The list just goes on and on. Adam Rapogel, Peter Mell, Chris Gallagher. It's absolutely insane. What a beautiful event.
I always like to bring up Kieran Horn.
That's right. That's right.
Because he should have had it back-to-back. I know that the guys on the inside of O'Neill still grill him a little bit about that, and I think they might grill him a little bit about that truck in Mexico too. But when you look at the locals who have been able to do really well here, it's obvious that the locals have an advantage because of how many locals have won this event. It's a really tricky event. It's a tricky wave. As it gets smaller and closer to the cliff, it sort of takes out the local knowledge unless you're really comfortable with surfing in front of that cliff. But as you see in between the two surfers that are furthest out right now, that is the table rock section. Everyone is sitting on that table rock little bowl right there. Right inside of them is right where the wave is going to break. That's perfect positioning. But they're definitely not sitting close to the cliff like we would be usually.
Yeah.
And so I think that is a testament to the southerly direction of the swell and also the combination that's pushing the waves a little wide.
Yeah, definitely. And that was one error that I saw a bunch earlier was people being too deep.
With priority and too deep.
Exactly. Which is so cool. You have the priority system, which is great. So if you have first priority, you can catch whatever you want. Now I was hanging out with the priority judge, so I got the inside scoop. If you do move over towards Middle Peak, you will lose your priority, or you don't suspended. Thank you. Yeah, you don't lose it, but it is suspended, which is what they do because they want to deem one spot being the takeoff spot. So they deem that the point. As you see the surfer taking off on this one, it looks like it is Sanoa right here. Boom, cracks it off the top. Nice turn, good style. Oh boy, just comes unglued.
Yeah, I was reading her mind right there. She wanted to do a two-turn combination right there, but unfortunately fell off on the second turn. Now here's Esme up and riding again. She needs to get rid of a 4.57 to get up into that first position. But right now she's sitting. Wow, I didn't realize how close it was. 0.2 of a point. What's that? 2.27 of that's a quarter of a point basically separating her. With her and Zoe, so
not insane.
Yeah. Well, there might be some defensive surfing coming to the end of the heat if this stays this close, and you'll see that somebody's going to want to hold on and sandbag with priority towards the end of the heat. When it's this close, you will be shadow boxing. Your fellow competitor if she needs a score like that to overtake you. Now, there's still quite a bit of time, so defensive surfing right now really doesn't come into play, but that's a possibility as the time runs down.
No, definitely. It's a great point you made because you have white with first priority, red with second. You can see how close they're sitting together. And that, there's a whole, psychological thing that goes on right here that's hard to explain to people who haven't surfed a heat. But, white or red is sometimes looking to push white or get them to catch a wave so they can catch the next wave.
Yeah, you're trying to bait your fellow competitor into a wave so you can grab priority and have some time.
Yes, exactly. And there's some very famous surfers that are known for doing that. So it happens all the time. Looks like red does take this one though. Boom.
Yeah. Wow. One nice turn right there for Zoe. She needs a 4.57, and just in the context of the heat, the amount of maneuvers they've done in a wave just to get the 5, I don't believe that's going to be the score. As you can see right here, Emma Stone up and riding on a dreamy little wave, nearly an outside ed catch right there. Omar, she gets some off the bottom, off the top combinations again, and you'd mentioned her bottom turn surfing exceptionally well right
Wow.
there. That was well served.
Dude, that was insane. And if you look at her score line, she's looking to better a 5.83. So I'm sure the judges will be deliberating on that one. They got to figure out whether that wave was better or worse to give it the correct score. Time winding down, though, and this is a super close heat.
Well, look at these scores, all double digits, right? So everyone's up into above average or average scores right now. Lowest score being Esme's 4.57. We'll see what happens here come to the end of the heat, but this has been a highly contested heat. All surfers are shredding right here.
Wow. Emma Stone comes in at a 6.87, dude. Nice. Look at that commanding lead. I believe that's the highest heat total of this round so far, 14.44 for the women's.
Well, it's the first heat of the round of 32, so
that's right.
Pretty. Yeah, this is a new round. So this is usually too when you start to notice this as we develop and go into deeper into the event. The ability and the skill of these women will continuously rise, and they'll start pushing themselves as well, not only against their fellow competitor, but against themselves. You're competing against a couple variables out here, as you see right here. This is Zoe's wave, I believe. One maneuver, nice little off the lip right there. And
I love that mini drop wallet. That was awesome.
Let's
Great
see.
bottom turn, too.
You know,
and this is a replay of Emma Stone. Look at her bottom turn in form. Boom.
Yeah. Look at this. Here it is from the front. Nice board speed. Like I said, almost grabbed an outside edge right there, but she really starts to get into rhythm here, Omar.
Boom. Look at that. Getting the tail loose. Got to love that feeling. That was a 1-2-3 punch combo. Those feel great. And that was her 6.87.
Yeah. Second generation surfer. I know her father as well. Lives up in, I believe they're up in the city.
Yeah.
Been around for years, you know, so it's great to see her now challenge herself, putting herself into this type of an environment and really pushing her surfing in this pressure cooker type of an event.
Oh, so cool. You know what I love about it, too? These girls have big dreams. I talk to them quite a bit, and it's they're talking about titles. I love that mentality.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to go for it, why not go all the way, right? That's how champions are built.
If you're going to manifest that, you better start believing it in yourself, you know. So you just got to start talking about it, start living it, and doing it.
That's right. I love that. So cool.
Yeah. Well, it seems like all the younger women and men are extremely confident.
Yes.
You know. I'm in my 50s now. I completely have no confidence, you know, so it's really inspiring to watch the younger surfers now, and I'm actually trying to get in their club a little bit to tap into them, you know. I notice that you're coaching and helping a lot of the youth. I'm sure it really inspires you as well. Guys like Peter Mell having kids, you know, that are surfing allows them to get back into it motivated.
Yes. No, it motivates so much, and I agree. I feel like kind of our generation or earlier generations, it was just a fight to be a pro surfer.
Oh yeah, there was no trying to help support your fellow competitor. It was actually trying to break him down and try to throw him maybe a psychological curveball to make him think, "Are you riding your gun today?
Yeah.
You want to you want to step up? You know."
Oh, I love those ones.
Yeah.
Is that your new board? It looks strange.
Yeah. You're like,
what do you mean?
So let's get back to this heat though, Omar. A minute 30 seconds remaining now. Look at the surfers in second or third and fourth right now, needing basically the same score, about a 5, just over that 5 and 6.9. Pretty big score, but that is going to be hard right now. You know, you're really going to have to surf out of your skin. If you need a 6.9, basically you're going to have to surf for an 8, hope for a 7.
Yep.
And if you need a 5, you need to surf it like it's a 7, you know.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. So down to the wire right here. Ah, boy, unfortunately, she was looking for a 5.10. I just don't think that'll be enough.
No,
time winding down, and you have the surfer in fourth position holding on to priority. So she's going to drop anchor unless a set comes, but sometimes the clock just goes quickly. You never know. There has been quite a few flurries at the end of heat, so it's just been fun.
Right, but you can look out. We're pretty fortunate to be crow's nesting or to have sort of a, you know, looking down on it perspective. You can see in the ocean right now. I can tell right now there won't be another wave ridden in this heat. It's cooked.
Yeah.
And so you can pretty much solidify the results as you see them now.
Oh boy, and that's right. You're joining us for the round of 32 Heat 1 here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I have a question for you, and it really pertains towards these young athletes. The way the qualifying series is set up keeps all the athletes on their tippy toes from top to bottom. Don't you agree?
100%. And now obviously there's very few events. We're going to wind down this heat. But there's very few events, so they have to focus on these.
Yep. All right. Back with more questions with Adam Rapogel. Thanks for joining us. We're going to take a quick break.
Dear mainland, aloha. Crunch time, double time, overtime. Shoots, maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
All right. Welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I'm sitting here with absolute legend Adam Rapogel. My name is Omar Echeverry. Got another heat. We're jumping into heat number 2 of the round of 32. We got local girl Ashley Held. It's going to be super fun to watch. Time already ticking away. No one's caught in a wave. We're down to 23 minutes. Super fun. Great surf. We have all directions right now. You have a predominant northwest swell with a combination of west-northwest and south-southwest. That's a lot to say, but looks like a surfer taking a look at this one, up and riding.
Yeah, let's see if we can identify the color of the jersey right here, but this is a great looking little wave. Looks like this is blue. This could be Noah Clapp, I believe, up and riding on her backside.
Little slash. Is that green or blue? So challenging with the glare, right?
Actually, it's green. Excuse me. This is Mia on her backside as well from the USA. Now here, I believe, is Ashley Held up and riding. And we didn't see the outside of that one, but we'll see it on a replay here. But Ashley is a dial-a-bomb. I wouldn't put it past you if that was a set wave and she did some nice turns out the back, knowing her. You know, she grovels through this inside section, Omar. A lot of kelp in there, but she sees something and tried to milk everything out of it.
I don't want to serve a heat with her.
No.
She gets such good waves.
No,
That's right.
I'm noticing also Havana Cabrero is Carlos Cabrero's daughter. So I ran into him a couple of days ago. I hadn't seen him in years. But obviously the Puerto Ricans feeling a little out of place here in the colder water. But they came here a little early to get adjusted to it. So it looks like it's going to do them well.
Ah, that's Carlos's daughter. That's awesome. I traveled with him quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute legend.
Totally.
Oh, my gosh. Legendary family.
He was scrappy, man. And you look right here, looks like a nice table rock section here. And this looks like Havana, unfortunately, not able to get out into that green face.
Little deep.
Okay, here's the green again. This is a nice little backside blast. Unfortunately, only able to get one maneuver off.
Yep, one maneuver. Previous green was a 4.33, so she gets herself on the scoreboard. All right, let's wrap it up. All right, look at this one. Little wave right here. Just 21 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Oh, yeah. No, definitely. They were going to do 20-minute heats. Now they're doing 25.
Yeah. So if there is a little inconsistent surf, it's nice to get that extra 5 minutes. As you see, Clapp up and riding on a nice-looking wall here, sort of peeling down the line. Let's see if she's able to get up to this open face.
Oh, look how aggressive she is. That bottom turn, I like it. Using that shoulder to pull her up the face, right?
Yep.
Throwing it. Nice turn right there. It looks like we've had a couple waves come in. We're still waiting on Ashley Held, her score. Looks like first Mia came in at a 4.33. Out the back, though, with priority. That's right. This is Cabrero. Looks like she's in good position on this wave. Her last one a little deep.
Yep.
Boom. Like that little check fade. Throwing it up into the lip. I'm sure her family's watching right now.
No doubt.
Guaranteed.
No doubt.
That's right. Nice slash all the way through the inside.
Looks like she's just building her confidence up and getting going. And she'll get it back out there to get another wave.
And that is green. Wow. Just like I said, flurries.
Yep.
McFlurries, they make me hungry. Good stuff right there. So still waiting on scores. Quite a few scores coming in. Judges are going to be deliberating. A lot of times when multiple waves are ridden, those guys really take their time, which is super important to make sure they deem the correct winner. Here, we're going to dive into some replays.
Yeah.
So this is Ashley Held's first wave, the local girl. Nice snap right there. Big turn. Oh, look, roundhouse all the way back into the whitewater.
It was sort of a little grindy wave for her. She's obviously a student, of surfing. She's studying. I'm sure she was out here studying prior to her heat, but obviously knows that there's been some slow heats.
Yeah.
And some slow times during the heat, so getting her campaign up and going. Just recently got a great job. She's a teacher over the hill. She's got a college degree. She is a smart gal, and good to see her out here competing because we've always known she's had the ability to do this.
Yeah, so fun. I mean, just like we said, cold water's back, so you'll really get to get an eye on those great surfers. It's just super fun.
Yeah.
Looks like this is green on
is
her
Mia.
second wave, or possibly third. Still waiting on scores, quite a few scores.
Yeah.
So I imagine right now this is the judges looking over all the replays of those exchanges.
Yeah, that was Mia again. I really liked how she went right up into the lip and cracked it. Great little view here from the drone, looking into the shoulder. And that's a great little wave. You mentioned her off the bottom.
Love
she's
it.
Pretty nice little strong stance, able to whip that board up into the top, and shows a lot of power.
Definitely.
In that surfing.
No, I think it's so great when people use that shoulder to drag themselves up.
Yep.
Kind of giving the lip some time, like right there.
Yeah.
Boom. Caprero getting a combination of turns.
Yeah, and the judges like that.
They did.
Gave her a nice little score of a 5.10 for this wave, Omar. So
nice.
Cabrero out to get some scalps as you see this rewind. And this was Mia's wave. I really liked, unfortunately, the wave, but unfortunately she didn't get that first turn off, Omar. I know she probably wants that section over again.
Yep.
But she's able to recover nicely, get some really nice turns in here, little release as well. So it looks like all these girls right now are just building their confidence on their waves, and I'm sure we're going to start to see them challenge their performance a little more as they continue on into this heat.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back with more of this heat. Let's throw it down to the winner of the last heat.
Like sit out the back, and then all of a sudden it peeks through, and you can sneak back down. All right, we are here with Miss Emma Stone. So Emma, you're originally from San Francisco, correct? How does it feel to be back in colder water competing in this year's Cold Water Classic?
It feels good. I missed home a lot, and I'm just happy we have waves. I mean, we're getting really good waves, and it's just really good to be home and get good waves.
Awesome, you were surfing so good out there. Do you have any pre-heat rituals that you would like to share with us?
Not really. I just try and keep calm, try not to stress out too much, and hang out and drink a lot of water, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Seems to be working well. Pass that one on to the younger ones. Yes. Thank you. Well, good surfing out there today. And back to you guys in the booth.
I just love that. When someone who wins the heat breaks it down in such a simple format, right? Don't stress out, drink water.
Simplify it.
Simplify it. Some of the best surfers I've seen in my life, they do surf heats that way, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it is, but it's also really easier said than done. Your head is your own worst enemy. You get in there, you get inside your head, you're cooked.
Yes.
But look at Mia right there with those couple of nice, mid-range fours, put herself in a nice position early on in this heat. 16 minutes remaining. That's a great start. But you look down the line, you'll see every other surfer right now exceeds her in their highest scoring wave. So she's going to want to nearly increase her best wave.
Definitely.
She wants to get a better wave now and put more points on the board. Mia's sitting with 4th priority right now. The local girl Ashley Held right there, sitting on a 5 with priority. I would watch for her, watch her a lot. I'm impressed by her ability to link into set waves.
No, definitely, and check it out. She's holding first priority, which is dangerous. Dial a bomb. Ashley Held will definitely get some sick ones, that's for sure.
No doubt.
And yeah, great point. I mean, they're really all, the bottom half is sitting on initially zeros.
Right.
So very easy for them to better a score, as we do see Cabrera on this one. And she's only looking to better a .93, so not much.
She's already got it. And
She
she's doing
does.
some nice snaps right here.
Boom.
And again, a nice little blast. So great positioned little turns. Not a lot of flair, not a lot of speed, but she connected every maneuver really nicely. And, surfed a little conservatively, but that's exactly what she needed to do to place that second score on the board and really take some pressure off her. Now she can sit out there for a little bit, wait for priority, and then get in the mix and really try to close this off with the stinger.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and in her situation, she was not very high on the priority, so now she can kind of relax and go and hunt down that bigger score. Still waiting for scores to come in. It looks good. Check it out.
Look at those boats in the back. Are they going to collide?
Nice.
Oh, coming in hot.
Oh, look at that. Cabrera comes in.
Wow. Nice.
A
5.7.
5.7. Look, rockets her all the way to first.
Yep.
Here's a replay of that wave.
Yeah. So the judges really liked her commitment going right up into the lip on the first turn. Saw some nice style and snap right here. Usually style isn't involved, but when you have speed, power, and flow, that usually equates to good style.
Yeah, definitely.
So some great surfing right there from Havana.
That's one thing I did. I when I'm commentating, I do try to corner judges. Hopefully I don't make them too uncomfortable, but what I like to do is go, hey, what's separating a good score from a bad score or a medium score, right? Because everyone out there wonders. And one of the judges broke it down for me very simply yesterday and said, we're looking for that extra push on those bigger pocket turns, and especially off the first turn.
Yep.
So, you saw Bud Freitas get the big score, and, it just top to bottom from the get-go.
Yeah.
And then that extra push, right? Because these guys know a lot of professional surfers have that fifth gear, and it's when they use it that will really get those higher scores.
No doubt.
So, super fun to watch. Yeah, she shredded that one, like you said, though, hitting that first turn. So important.
Totally.
And it looks like, so...
This is Mia.
Yeah,
on her
great.
backside right here. Unfortunately, sort of letting that white water grab her a little bit. This wave, very little opportunity on it. She's going to flick out and try again.
That's right. And Ashley Held is holding down priority, just being super patient. You watch the clock. Great time, amount of time for these heats, so 25 minutes. I know a lot of these surfers, a lot of them surf the amateur tours as well, because a lot of these people in these lower scored events, they surf a lot of 15 and 20-minute heats.
Yep.
So these 25-minute heats are awesome, and it's so good to watch because you can see them utilize priority, be patient, and wait for the right waves. So I love watching these longer heats.
Totally. Or do the exact opposite. Someone gets priority, doesn't wait long enough. They haven't really probably held priority at all before in the contest. So there is some pressure when you do have priority, and it really does come down to a chess game and how you position yourself out there. As you were mentioning earlier, some of the girls that had priority were actually placing themselves a little deep, and so they weren't able to get out to that green face and maximize the scoring potential of the wave. There's been an adjustment here with these last couple of heats. Some of the girls sitting more off table rock and just making sure that they are on the shoulder side of that wave so they don't get closed out on.
Yeah, super well said. I believe that was some of the biggest mistakes I saw earlier today with both men's and women's, was people utilizing priority but being too far up the point.
Right.
And when you have priority, you want to be in the best spot for yourself, right? Where you can obtain the highest score that your ability gives, right? That's a great utilization of priority. Wow, what a beautiful shot. Thanks, guys. The camera crew working so hard, so many angles here at such a beautiful location in Santa Cruz, California, Steamer's Lane, Steamboat. Up in the commentator booth, we had like 6 or 7 names. What's the official name, Adam? Do you know? Got Steamboats, Steamer's Lane. Is it Steamer Lane or Steamers? I got to look at the statue.
The lane.
The lane. Yep. And there's the lane. And then, hey, if you really want to get crazy, there's the lane, right?
There's all different little names for this spot.
All right.
Yeah,
On my way out, I'm going to the statue. That's going to be my official name right there for sure. Check out what's written on there.
yeah. Lighthouse Point was pretty well known for a long time amongst a lot of locals here. Going to Lighthouse Point, which obviously it's pretty iconic for that lighthouse there.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome museum up there too.
Yeah.
I know in our info pack there's so much going on here. It's the 70-year anniversary of Jack O'Neill in the wetsuit. That's insane. 35 years of Coldwater Classic's been coming to Santa Cruz. That's amazing. So, gosh, you're going on and on with the stats and so much heritage and history up here in Santa Cruz alongside the Coldwater Classic. Super cool.
No doubt. It was amazing growing up near Pleasure Point and being able to see Jack O'Neill on the daily. See Jack O'Neill driving around on his little bike. Had the opportunity of meeting Jack a couple of times, been into his house a bunch of times, and just was blown away by his enthusiasm and his youthful spirit. He was really into doing all kinds of crazy stuff. He had a trampoline inside of his house. It was like really narrow, but you could jump, 10, 15 feet up into the air. And
that's rad.
He was always having a great time. But let's get back to this heat now, Omar. Less than 10 minutes remaining, and you're seeing right there on your screen, still have a couple of surfers without a wave yet. And so really sort of a slow heat when coming to set or set waves, or at least the waves that they want to see these women on.
Oh my gosh, too. Look at the patience of the two surfers in white and blue. They only have one score, and they've been sitting there a solid, 10 minutes or so.
And they have two great scores. I mean, they have two really solid scores. Obviously needing only a 3.30 and a 4.03 to get into that advancing position. But if you give them both sixes, it's a flip-flop here.
Yeah, no, definitely. Nerves of steel. I can only imagine. I know that you've had that emotion. I know that every professional surfer, when you're looking at other surfers, you're kind of like, almost brings you back to the spot, right?
Right. Well, I really liked years ago, I would like to watch my other friends surf. Well, I wanted Galley or Peter Mel to be in front of me in the draw. And if they made it, it really inspired me to try to make my heat,
Yeah.
Amongst, that's why I liked hearing about the San Clemente group traveling in packs. It really does motivate the group when one guy starts doing really well. Years ago, we used to travel with some Brazilians, and the Brazilians traveled in big numbers, 10 guys, 8 guys, 6, 8 guys in a car. One guy would win the contest, they all would eat chicken that night, or one guy would make some money, they didn't have to sell their surfboard to get to the next event.
Yep.
So that's the type of person that you're competing against.
Yeah.
That's how hungry they are.
Yep.
They're willing to give it all up. I'm willing to sell my board. I'm willing to sell the traction pad off my board if you want to buy it. Because they're willing to do whatever it takes to stay on this road. And that's sort of what's nice now about seeing these younger events and the qualifying series going into that Challenger series, into the CT level, is that there's a direct road, a stepping stone now to get there.
Yeah.
We're using a lot of the board riders now amongst the California group. Every little region has a board riders group, and that's been a way for gals like Ashley Held to really sort of get some heat time, surf against other really good surfers, but also challenge herself in that pressure cooker situation, because we're not getting that a lot nowadays. There's very few events, so it's nice to see the board riders coming out, the local events, and events like this coming back. The Coldwater Classic is an iconic event here in Santa Cruz, and it has been missed for a long time.
Yes, no, I completely agree with you. It's such a polished stepping stone now as we have this heat in the water. That's right, round 32, heat 2. Ashley Held's been holding priority for quite some time, almost 10 minutes, as we see a bomb set out the back. Look at
Let's
this
see
wave.
if she even wants it. But if you were on that wave already, there's been two sections already. So unfortunately, I would say the girls are a little out of position for that wave. There is some opportunity up to the point. That would have been a normal point wave, but they're sitting off of Table Rock nearly into the slot. So, about 30 yards, 40 yards a wave that hasn't even been surfed yet before they take off.
Definitely. It's so challenging, too, when you're out there. Like you said, it's like, where am I going to sit? Am I going to be too deep? Am I going to be too much on the shoulder? Looks like this surfer got a nice little wave. Wasn't as wild as the other ones, but still getting a couple epic turns right there. It looks like Cabrero in the red. Boom, smashes it. She's looking to better a 5.10. Did she do it? Not sure.
Not sure, but she's a really consistent surfer. She's taken off on really good waves. She's given herself all the opportunity. And this is the second wave of the set. It was that first one that went right through. So Havana able to pick off the second little one. So it is a little foamy, but it's obviously not hurting her at all. She's able to keep that board moving. Judges really like to see you, too, sort of owning the wave, you know. Obviously, you talked about the flow, but there's sometimes you want to have some authority. You want to show the judges that you're in complete control of your board and sort of controlling the wave at the same time. And that understanding of both your board and the wave really comes out in your confidence.
No, so true, especially at the lane. I feel like it presents sections that if you don't attack them, they'll attack you, kind of the way I like the way I say it.
If you don't push through it, they will push back, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Boy, that could have been a missed opportunity, though, for Ashley Held. She only needed a 4.03, and that was a decent wave for
Nerves of
Cabrera.
steel. Nerves of steel for Ashley Held, and a clap here that has second priority not to take either one of those waves.
Right? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Gnarly.
But look, this is why some of these surfers only go out and catch 2 waves, Omar. Let's see what.
Wow.
6.23. So that was a pretty significant maybe error, not being able to identify the scoring potential of that wave, even having first or second priority.
No, definitely.
So Cabrera right there
extends her lead.
Puerto Rican extends her lead, and then also makes it a little more challenging for the next competitors to get up into that position.
That is absolutely awesome. Good to see. Boy, crazy one, though, right? That's so close.
You know what? This is all about the youth around here, Omar, and it's really good to see all these young, youthful kids coming into the booth. Hopefully we can get a shot of these guys, but we have the next generation of all the surfers here. Big local group of people coming down. Let's see what we got here. Look at them.
Yeah, look at the Groms. Let's hear it.
Right on. There's the next generation of surfers in Santa Cruz right there coming down. Right on. Hope we have another 35 years of this event for them to come in and show us their stuff. Oh, wow, that's Mission Hill Junior High right there.
Mission Hill, I like it.
Right on.
We'll see you guys on the podium someday. How about that?
No doubt.
There you go.
You know, all the West Side surfers, you name them, Rapboy, Flea, Barney, they all went through Mission Hill. You went to Bayview, you went to Mission Hill, and you went to Santa Cruz High. As you can see a beautiful drone shot right there.
Unbelievable, right? Gosh, you got to love it.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what we're here to do. We're here to inspire the youth. You know, we really want to. I mean, we want them to drink the Kool-Aid and come back here in some years. Like I've been coming here 35 years for the same event. You know, time after time, and it really doesn't get old.
No.
The surfing keeps progressing. They throw in a curveball. They bring in something new. But hopefully we get another 35 years of this consistently. So it's another annual event.
That's right.
Not having the 5 or 6 year hiatus.
I know, right? Hey, one of those kids could be a podium.
Oh, no doubt.
Right? I know, and it's been super exciting for me, too, having an 11-year-old. That's the junior high team.
Right.
The junior high and high school league here is unbelievable. O'Neill's a big sponsor of them, and I want to, throw huge props to O'Neill for sponsoring them, making it happen, because it's so much fun.
No doubt.
Boy, time winding down right here, though. Ashley Held, unfortunately, just needs one more wave. 2 minutes to go. She's still holding down priority. She's been sitting on that priority for a solid, 11, 12 minutes now.
More.
Oof. Wow.
That's been a lot of time sitting there. I don't think she has any more fingernails. She's chewed those things off.
Oh, man. Nerve-wracking.
Maybe we talked her up too much, but or there might have been an opportunity there that if Ashley watches this webcast and looks back, she might have seen an opportunity or two. But in saying that, she has been consistently sitting there, not even moving at waves. So she hasn't seen something she likes, so she hasn't been moving at it.
Yeah. No, definitely, and you have seen a lot of flurries at the end, so we'll just have to keep an eye on it. That's obviously her strategy. She has dropped that anchor. She's not moving until a nugget comes.
No doubt.
So, but boy, you got to look at that. Only needing a 4.03. That is so close, and Cabrera getting that wave under her, which was a 6.23. So you got to look at that and go, missed opportunity possibly. But hey, you know what? I do admire her for sticking to her strategy. 9 out of 10 times it's 8s or lates. You're surfing against yourself, and that's what she's doing right here. So
yeah. This is getting down to it. So this is unfortunate for both surfers here.
Yeah. Oh man.
Clap and Held, unfortunately, only being stuck to one wave. And there was a couple of waves that went through that could have helped their cause, because if you look what the advancement scores they need, it's in the 4s and the 3s.
Yeah, definitely.
Cabrero got that wave under them, and they didn't even look at it. Got a 6.23, the highest score of the heat. So great surfing. As you can see, one of the surfers right now paddling in. So 29 minutes, 29 seconds remaining. And just looking outside, that's all she wrote, unfortunately, for Ashley Held. And Clapp right there. This is going to be the end of their campaign.
Oh, even Clapp is only looking for a 3.30.
And it looks like she might paddle up the stairs. She's so upset.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, and I was told you can only be upset for as long as the heat was. So if it's 25 minutes heat, give her 25 minutes, and then if you still have a problem with it, you write it down, and that's it. You're done.
I like that. Where'd you hear that one? That's
I don't know.
epic.
Yeah. Well, I used to dwell on my losses a lot. Look, she got a wave right at the end of the heat.
Oh, no way. Hey, you know what? I don't
like
know.
I like that she even,
yeah.
to me, I like that she even gave it and went in there and did that. I'm sure that that's going to be a close call.
Yeah.
But I like her gumption, and she didn't give up at all. That hooter didn't go. She was nurking on the inside and see what that wave comes in.
That was rad. Well, we'll have the final results. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you for joining us.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
All right, welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Dude, speaking of surfers coming up in this event in the women's division, Caitlin Simmers, Rody.
Oh, can't wait to watch her surf.
Oh my gosh, you saw her in that commercial. Nuts.
Shredding. Women are shredding.
Yes.
So as you look right here, round of 32, heat number 3, Omar. And from the looks of that last heat, it was a relatively slow heat. So we might see fireworks at the start of this heat. Hopefully it'll be pretty consistent so you guys don't have to hear us talk so much.
Yeah, that's right. And we do have more swell on tap. So the swell should start filling in tonight, I think, hopefully in the next hour or two. So you're going to see it jump maybe a half foot as we see a replay right here. Boom, nice crack off the top.
Yeah, let's see who this is here. Can't really identify the color yet. It might be green.
That is such a good shot of the wave. See how it has a side wedge?
Yeah, that nice pushing power ball. All that energy close to the curl right there. She's staying right into the pocket of the wave. Great read right here. She comes into this kelpy little section. You can see her sort of stutter stepping over it. Left a little meat on the bones there. It looked like there was still a little section there.
Oh, yeah, boom. Look at that snap right there.
This is her. This is the same wave in replay. I really like to watch this.
Nice.
Really like. She's really low to her board. Center of gravity is really low, cocked in the knees, and she gets a nice whip off the bottom with that back arm. She's obviously been studying surfing for a long time. She's got some great form here.
No, huge. Look at that, too. I love how she's looking back at the whitewater, right?
Well, there wasn't any meat on that bone left. She did a good job. Now, here's Miller up here, the local girl, the lane local herself. So let's see what she's able to do. If she's able to use that local knowledge to her advantage.
Oh, nice. That first turn was great. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of knocked her off her feet. Yep. But nonetheless, she opens up her account plenty of time. 19 minutes remaining in this heat. So that's insane, huh?
Yeah, that's an otter with some goods. And then you got a poacher, the seagull here, the rat with wings, stealing the goods there, but right next to the surfers.
It's so rad. Oh, it looks like a good score. Just dropped in for green, 6-0.
Well deserved. I really like that score.
Yeah, definitely. I love the full positioning, too. It just amazes me how well these girls surf. It's absolutely insane. Yep. Super, super insane. We're going to be closing out pretty soon. I believe we only have a couple heats left, if I'm not correct. So right now you are watching round of the 32, heat number 3 out in the water. And this is Surfer in red on the paddle, dropping in on this wave. Take it away, Adam.
Yeah, looking really nice and oily out there. Unfortunately, pokes the nose right there in pearls. Well, I'm sure she wishes she had that wave over again because from the looks of it, that was going to be a great little score. Hopefully that doesn't hurt her confidence. She can get back out there, get another wave, and start to get some rhythm going.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's some surfers. And we're going to take a quick break and throw it down to the last heat winner. Take it away.
Oh, wait. Are you surfing today? Are you surfing today?
We are down here with Havana Cabrera. Sorry, excuse my Spanish. I'm not going to pronounce that right. Hopefully I didn't butcher it. You are coming all the way from Puerto Rico. So how does it feel to be in Santa Cruz, surfing in the cold water, and competing in your first year of the Challenger Series?
Yeah, being in Santa Cruz is very fun. There's a lot of rides here. It's just different from home because it's very cold, but I feel right at home on the rides, and
awesome. So I had a little chat with your dad while you were surfing, and he said that you just graduated from the university, and after you surf doing the QS events or on tour for a few years, you're going to go back to school and get a degree. You want to tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. I graduated from biology, molecular biology, and I really want to pursue the medicine career, and I just want to have fun these couple of years surfing and focus on just getting better, and then eventually when time comes I'll go back to studying.
I love that. So inspiring for the young girls. So thank you so much, and you did a great job out there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow. Educated and ripping.
Yep.
I love that combination.
Double threat. Very similar to, say, guys like Sean. I mean, for a guy like Sean Burns, you know, who went out and got his degree, but also could beat you in the heat. So that's a double threat. Could be your team manager, run the company here real soon.
That's right. That's when your team manager can beat you, right? Those are always good. Look at White, though, slashing back into the whitewater. It looks like a great wave for her. Looks like... is this score on the board? We're not sure yet. It's a replay, so it looks like it is.
I believe this is the 4 for Brooke right here, and she did a great little job. Kept that board just weaving all through those sections, and accumulated some nice scores. Great aerial shot of that wave right here. As you can see the kelp and the sections that she's able to deal with. And she gets a nice whip. I really enjoy when you see that nose come all the way back around into the top portion of the wave in the back. So nice full turns. keeping nice and close to the pocket, allowing herself as much opportunity as the wave will give her.
No, definitely. I mean, you think of a wave as like a moving quarter pipe, right? And you want to utilize that transition to get speed. So I totally agree. It's so rad to watch these young athletes whipping it to the end more at the top of the wave,
right?
Dropping back in. It's like they're dropping in again and again, getting tons of speed.
Yeah.
And, I like to bring it back to the idea of having fun. You're also regenerating that rush you get in your belly, right? when you're shredding a wave. So it's like you're dropping in again and again, getting that speed just like she did, getting a 4.0. That does move her into second position, but Mia still holding down first with just that one wave, a 6.0. That was a great wave.
It was. And these women have obviously realized that the majority of all the speed is at the top portion of this wave. You can't, there's some dead zone at the bottom of that wave. You're going to sort of die, lose your speed. Once again, see this beautiful aerial shot. We talked about that kelp. That's really sort of nice for us. I mean, it does wreak havoc if it's too low tide, but when it's really windy, there's some upsides to having that kelp. It really sort of dampens that wind and allows us to have some conditions here that are sort of perfect when other places are just completely blown out.
Wow, look at it from that camera angle. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, totally.
You don't really think about it when you're surfing, but boy, it just looks like there's kelp everywhere.
It does. And right now, you're noticing that they're only seeing kelp when we watch the normal front view. That only the kelp that they're running into is on the inside and over. Lower tide, obviously, off table rock, there's some kelp, and obviously there's kelp all through inside curl and get to the indicator. But a majority of that kelp, when the wave does come, it sucks to the bottom of the earth, sucks to the bottom of the ocean, and the wave passes over. So you could get your legs wrapped up in it when you're just sitting there, and as the wave comes by, it almost can, like a noose, grab your legs and pull you down. The kelp doesn't just screw with you when you're surfing. Sometimes even before you're catching the wave, it's hindering you. So for people who don't surf in kelp a lot, this could screw with you a little bit.
100%. I know when my friends would come here to compete, right? Same as you, they ask you the 20 questions.
Yeah.
And you got to give them all the honest answers. And yeah, kelp's a challenge occasionally. And it also feels super strange and kind of, just like you said, it does disappear when the waves come in. And a lot of times right where the wave breaks, there's not as much kelp because the wave breaks. Look at that wave, though. Looks like this is white. She's looking for that backup score. Oh, unfortunately, she comes unglued right there. She's just looking to do better, a 1.23. We'll have to see what the wise men say on that one. Not sure if she will. Looks like she does, so 2.73 moves up to the lead.
Yeah. And that was a little wave, too, that was coming just a little, what we call them, a little little cliffhanger right there, a little ching right off the point. A majority of all these waves, though, have been surfed off table rock. So we talked about the girls maybe being a little bit out of position with priority. So the adjustment's been made just to sort of sit to the side, allow themselves the opportunity to get to the shoulder without getting closed out on.
Boom. Looks like Blue holding down priority right here with an absolute nugget coming in. What you going to do? That's when the pressure's on, right?
Well, that's just it. She was taken directive by someone on the cliff. She didn't even look at that wave. There was one behind it. She knows that someone's telling her, hey, look, number two, which can or can't, sometimes can work for you or against you, So. Yeah. I didn't like it when I was competing. I just said, hey, let me know if there's a wave coming, then I'll judge on my own if it's a good one.
Yeah, definitely. That's all you want to know is if the other one is good. Look like she's got a great wave right here.
This is Miller right here. This is our young local surfer, Bud Miller's daughter, on a nice little wave. Let's see if she's able to capitalize. She waited a little time for this one, and she was sitting on a smaller score of a 2.5. So this is going to be a great little wave for her result here, and we'll see what she's able to do. As it comes to the inside, she still has opportunity. Here's that kelpie section I was talking about.
Oh.
But she's a local girl. She's going to surf right through that like it's nothing.
Boy, she did a great job surfing that wave. That wave didn't have a ton to offer, but she was shredding it for all it's worth, all the way into that kelpie section. The other thing, too, you don't see right here is that section literally stares directly at the judges.
And it's right in front of a pinnacle of a rock sometimes, too. So you really, out of your peripheral, you're seeing out of the side of your eye, the cliff and the rocks, and you're obviously trying to maximize the opportunity. And you said the dismount is right in front of those judges. As you see the young Miller on her backside right here, nice little snap. And again, so she was able to get a couple of really nice maneuvers. The wave stood up again, unfortunately, right there, not able to really capitalize off that section. But she weaves her board all the way to the inside, and this is going to be Kiana's best wave.
Definitely. She's just looking to build on a 0, but her first wave, a 2.5. So it'll be fun to watch what the judges are going to give it. Definitely milked it for all it's worth. She'll kick out of that wave.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at this. This is Green. She's looking to build on a 0. Scores dropping on that. That's a replay.
Yeah, but We'll see this wave again here from Kiana Miller. This is the top view of it. And you see the really nice long walls. It's sort of indicative of a south swell here. So we do have a little south-southwest swell rolling in. It's sort of picking up off the point. Majority of the waves that break there are south. So we'll see what goes on. Nice little double view here. Judge is able to see both surfers at one time. And you're able to also see if, there's a difference between setting up major maneuvers and then doing a bunch of little scribbles.
100%.
So the judges really do like to see you sort of focus on those major maneuvers, but in the in between and the transitions, fill in with those transitional turns to keep your flow going.
Yes.
And so that's what Kiana was doing there. She's moved over to the middle peak here. Here's some local knowledge. Let's see if it pays off.
Oh, nice little wave here, but a lot of those waves are super challenging. It goes into that deep section where there's just none of the wave left. But nonetheless, check it out. It looks like her previous wave came in at a 4.73. She moved up into second position and bettered her score. So sitting on a 4.73 and a 2.50.
I know those ladies.
Oh yeah,
See, those are a bunch of East Side surfer ladies right there. I believe that's Kelpie, and there's Laura, and there's
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And little Aki.
Yeah, little Aki.
Little Aki, yeah, future shredder.
Yeah.
He's only a few months old.
Classic. And those are to me, those are that's the Wally rocks down there. I love hanging out there down there like a lizard on the hot rocks, and sitting there watching that old plateau right there is the base of the old stairs that we used to walk up and down for years. They dismantled those and
the Heckle stairs.
Yep, that's where you could get kicked down those stairs, they could throw rocks down those stairs, they could do whatever they want to you. But look at this, 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And Kiana Miller getting a nice little score right there, catapulting her up into second place. So the local girl now needing a 3.58 to get into that number one position. I think she's going to want to try to improve on that 2.5 because a couple of these girls are biting her heels. Actually, Brooke right now just needs a small score of a 3.24. And McCaffrey, she obviously needs a pretty good score of a 6, which would be one of the best waves of the heat so far. Sitting on priority, it's a possibility. She's going to be given the opportunity to catch the best wave, but she still has to perform to do it. So let's see what she's able to do.
No, definitely. With time winding down, though, not a lot of waves written in this heat. Looks like it's just been a couple here and there. 8 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact. Nice set coming here, though. The pressure is on Red. Red only has one wave right now, a one wave of a 1.23. So decision-making time, as we see, she decides not to go, giving it to second priority White.
Yep, here's Brooke up and riding on a nice little wave. She needs to get rid of that 2.73. This wave's sort of shouldering off, not giving her a ton of opportunity, but she looks to be staying with it. Maybe there's something on the inside she sees. And you glance out to the back, you see another little wall. Here it is, surfer in red. McCaffrey on a nice little turn. We'll see what she does, Omar.
Oh, nice. Good hook back into the inside section. She's not looking for much. Looking for a 6. She'll kick out.
I like that, too. Kick out right in front of your competitor, grab priority, get above her.
That's right.
And then position yourself in the lineup. You see all the spectators down here. The sun's coming out. The sun's actually starting to work. After about 2 o'clock, the sun produces a little heat. It looks like a lot of the locals down here enjoying this event. And this has been a historic event. This was notorious, too, for a party time.
I know.
Years ago, there was my buddy Dane used to run the Coldwater Classic parties. And all around this town, it was a heater. If you lost in the first round of this event, it was a blackout good time.
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of a little more conservative nowadays, yeah. But, dude, this place would rage. So I'm sure that there's people losing right now preparing for the night as you see this thing. The wave was peeling, too, for about 5 yards prior to her getting into it.
Oh, nice little replay right here. What a beautiful shot we're getting from the drone footage. Slash back into the whitewater. This wave just petered out, though, unfortunately, not giving her a lot throughout the inside. As you can see, it's just dying off. She kicks out of that wave, just like you said, trying to snake priority, which is rad. And if we're seeing double replay, this is probably the judges deliberating, going over it, trying to make sure they give the right score.
Yeah, for sure, because she's sitting in that third position, Brooke is, and she needs a relatively small score, so they got to get it right. She needs a 3.24 to get into that position. Wow, like that bottom turn and hack. Wow, showing some authority and obviously pulling some really nice turns here. Kick out in front of her competitor. Somebody's obviously taking note on what exactly is going on out there.
Oh, yeah, boy, I remember it was a good point. I remember back my DJ days, Adam, when you lost. It was party time.
Oh yeah. I was a terrible loser. I'll be honest with you. I was pretty upset sometimes, but I do try to promote 20 minutes of sulking. That's it, and then
Yes.
then move on.
Yes.
But look at it. Right now, we're down to 6 minutes. It's been consistent enough to really sort of pick the eyes out of it. But it has been a challenge. There's been what, 1, 2, 3 or 4 waves, that have been just right in that average range, and there's one that's above average. So it's really a sort of a low-scoring affair right now, and could open up with one really nice wave. With 5 minutes, you could see 1 or 2 sets that could break this way open.
No, definitely. And as we've seen throughout the day, when the sets come, they generally have multiple waves in them. We saw quite a few flurry sets earlier. They would have 5 to 6 waves in them. So you cannot count yourself out until that horn blows, until the heat is over, especially at this level. And once again, if you're logging on, welcome to the Coldwater Classic here online. I'm sitting with Adam Rapogel. We are chilling. Coming up to the last heat of the day, we have this heat, which is heat number 3 of the round of 32. We're going to have one more heat, and then it's all said and done for today until tomorrow. Tomorrow we have some epic swell coming in. So exciting, the true fact that we are blessed, right, Adam, with amazing conditions and swell.
Well, we'll see. I know that the conditions are going to be good. Peter forecasted the swell. So we're going to blame him if it doesn't come in. But hey, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here now. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. These girls aren't thinking about the swell tomorrow. Boy,
No.
They're thinking about the swell today, and it's not coming in for them right now. And if you're sitting in 4th position and 3rd position right now, needing a 2 and a 3, you're biting your nails. You really are biting your nails. So this is really coming down to the wire for these young women. I hate to see somebody paddling away from this zone. Looks like Brooks paddling down the way. Would hate to see her. She's just paddling just inside of that table rock section, so she's hopefully trying to find one that sneaks inside of them to get that score, realizing that she's sitting with 4th priority and doesn't have a chance to catch a wave out there.
Yeah, definitely. But you really analyze it and you check it out. So that the top 2 surfers have 1st and 2nd priority, which is pretty gnarly. So, those other surfers are just like, oh my gosh, what do I do? They're looking for extremely small scores. Nonetheless, so time is ticking away with 3 minutes and 35 seconds. It's going to be coming to a close pretty quick before you know it, right?
If I was Kiana Miller, I'd be looking for a wave, though, sitting in 2nd priority and sitting on a 2.5. And also, our leader of this heat, too, is a 2.3. So, like I said, they do have 1st and 2nd priority, so it's not too far out right now.
No. But you nailed it. It's been a slow heat so far. All surfers are sitting on one decent score, and they all have a really bad backup score. So these last final moments are going to be oh so important as we see a little wave coming in. This looks like a walled one, so looks like that surfer that paddled all the way over white is going to get it. Can't you come around it, though? Seen a lot of surfers get stuck behind this section. Comes off the bottom, off the top. And she's just looking for a 3-2-4. Oh, gosh, Adam.
I feel for her right there.
Ouch.
Sometimes it's hard to get the smaller scores.
Yeah.
When you're really sort of nursing a wave or just going, I just got to baby this one all the way to the inside, and you end up digging a rail or two, so that's unfortunate. But she did give herself the opportunity. Brooke moved to the inside. She's still sitting 4th priority right now. I'm sure she'll go right back to that same little zone and hopes for the same situation again where another wave comes underneath her 3 competitors and she's able to get it.
Oh, you're so right, though. I've watched so many people here at Steamers Lane paddle the inside, just trying to get anything. Occasionally it's hard to get that backup score, even when there are waves, Time winds down, you sit, you anchor it up, and you end up not getting a score. So, yeah, it looks like surfers are all scrambling to get that backup. Oh, boy, check it out, though.
You know who that is? That is Jack O'Neill's son right there.
That's right.
That's Lucano O'Neill right there.
It is.
Known him since he was, a really, really young man. He's grown up looking exactly like a chip off the old block. I mean, he put a patch on him. That's Jack O'Neill.
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
It's uncanny.
Totally.
Yeah. He's got the 70 hat on. I love that.
Yeah.
70 years.
O'Neill's got a pretty strong gene over there.
Apparently.
Well, I think Jack might have made him when he was in his 70s, so Jack was still pumping him out. As you see here, McCaffrey in red, like still needs that 2.40, and she's looking at anything now. she's just grasping at straws, looking at all these little insiders. Hopefully she can make herself some space and get some opportunities. You see one of the local great shapers right here, Bob Pearson, talking to Sean Burns, I believe, riding one of his boards earlier in the contest.
That's right. Another legend.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute Santa Cruz legend. You know, I think it's also, you said he shaped some of the surfboards from, first surfboards for Mavericks, right? I mean, he pioneered that area too. Longboarding as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, the same guy was riding those longboards, Jay, and was riding his guns as well. But
yep.
At that same time, you know, Flea was riding those boards. A lot of people were riding those arrows. And this is a crucial wave right here. And that might have just done it right there. We'll see exactly.
It did.
It did.
Wow, looks like.
She did it on the wave previous, it looks like.
Wow. Coming down to the wire with just 20 seconds
so that
remaining.
That bumps Miller down into third. Yep. That's what happens in these low-scoring heats.
Wow.
I mean, a 4 can turn it.
Turn the heat.
Yeah, turn the heat just like that. So, unfortunately, relatively low-scoring second waves for everybody right there. So, it was sort of the battle of that. And,
that was absolutely insane. Thank you for joining us here. We're going to jump to a short break and jump into the last heat of the round of 32.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the last heat of the day, and this is going to be a good one. I am back in the booth. This is Pete Mel, still here with me, Adam Replogle, and what a start here for, looks like the green jersey. That's going to be Ava Wagner, Wegister, who has already had a heat today. That is the green jersey, right? Yes, it is. Finally got the color there. Oh, watch out for the kelp.
Looked like a scorpion.
So Kira Pinkerton is your number 1 seed here, and one of the standout surfers in the North American region. Has been producing big results on the Challenger Series and vying for that top echelon, the Championship Tour. Not there yet, but obviously one to look at and watch. Chiasa Murayama. She's going to be in the blue jersey. That's your second highest seed. McKenna Burke in the white. Waiting on scores for all 4 competitors. So a quick start here. Adam hanging out with Omar, talking through some heats. How were those last couple heats?
Sort of dicey. They were relatively slow. It was the battle of your backups, and majority of the people who made it through the heat made a push at the start of the heat, so they relieved some of that time at the end. You hate to be in a position at the end of the heat and need a 2 without priority, and that's been happening. So hopefully we'll see these girls adjust, get off to a little quicker start. We did see Ashley Held in a couple of heats ago with another surfer as well that only caught 1 wave. So sitting with priority may not be the best thing, and girls that have set under priority have been able to catch a lot more waves and build on their scores.
There you go, strategy. Anyone listening up who's going to be coming up into tomorrow's action, we're still going to be finishing out the round of 32. Started out in the morning, the schedule being that we will finish the round of 32 and go straight back into the women again for that next round of quarters, and then move into the men. So the first scores are in. McKenna Burke got the best of it, a 6.17. Ava ended up at the second best wave, the 4.17. Then you saw Kira, just a quick one, 1.5, and then a throwaway score for Chiasa.
Yeah, I love seeing these old names. Pinkerton, Jim Pinkerton, what a fun surfer he was. Obviously still around, but his daughter crushing it now. It's Kira sitting there on a 1.5, but you'd mentioned about the colors dictating the ranking. been seeing Kira's name pop up in finals and making a big push for this Northern America region.
At the moment, though, we have a very happy Ella McCaffrey, who actually was able to dig it out at the very back end of that heat and make it happen. So a clutch performance for Ella. She's down there on the beach.
We are here with Ella, the winner of the last heat. So Ella, that last minute was very stressful to watch, I'm sure, on all your friends and family's end. Tell us what was going through your head and what you were doing to calm yourself and get yourself in position and ready for that last wave.
I knew I needed another score, so I moved to the inside. I caught a little one, stood up, and it didn't have much of a wall, so I was sort of a little bit farther in, and that one came, and it went under blue, and I was like, less than a minute, I need to go, and I was pretty lucky that it walled up, but I was able to get 2 turns and take the lead.
Well, very well done. That was it's like at the end, that last minute was so stressful. So how's your trip been in Santa Cruz so far? Is there anything fun that you've done, or what is the highlight of your trip been so far?
I haven't really checked out much of the town. There's some really good coffee shops, though. I've had some pretty great matcha. But the waves were amazing a couple days ago. Hopefully tomorrow picks up, and hopefully we get some more good surf.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And nice work out there. Back to you guys.
Well, Ella, I will tell you right now, young lady, that the buoys are up, and hits the California buoy already. That was at 10:50 this morning. We had a 17-second interval around 5 feet, 5 at 17 for the California buoy. That's supposedly about 12 hours away, but I will say that our 24-hour buoy, it moved awfully quick, so it's going to be a westerly angle, this swell, west-northwest, and that 5 at 17 translates to some well overhead surf here at Steamer Lane.
What does that eventually translate to, though, when it comes to our buoy on the inside?
It'll be pretty similar because, and the reason is that, even though it's in deeper water and it's farther away, it really depends on how much wind is blowing out there. And on that buoy, the California buoy, is only like 5 to 10 knots of wind. So it's not really showing any kind of wind-affected extra bonus swell. You were saying that buoy, the Papa buoy, which was 15 at 14 or whatever, that was a lot of wind on that. So now you think about it, it's moved another several hundred miles in, and it's now hitting that buoy, but no wind on it, so it's a good clear reading. 5 at 17 is a pretty pure swell on that buoy because of the light winds, which I think, hopefully, fingers crossed, that we're going to see similar size. Again, California buoy is much more south than the Papa buoy too, so it's like it's a little bit more focused, and I like that reading. Fingers crossed that it translates into great surf here. So hopefully that happens. So Ella, after all that, your wish will be granted, most likely.
Yeah, and too, when you're in those slow heats, that's all you're wishing for is opportunity. And so you have those heats where you're just going, gosh, I wish I just had some more waves, and able to make it through on scraps. But yeah, once the ocean opens up, it really does give a lot of people more opportunity. So we got a little cliffhanger here.
That is green, Ava Wegister.
Yeah, and unfortunately, not coming away with that. You see she's bootyless. As she's going to look on the inside again. Could be an opportunity, but really, really sort of deep now.
Touching on Kira Pinkerton and where she sits in the rankings of the North American circuit, a lot of her focus has been in the Challenger Series. That's where, obviously, the qualification happens for the Championship Tour. We are at the back end of that schedule. She had participated in a few events already. She sits at number 8 in the North America rankings. The women have had a couple 3,000 events already, whereas the men only had 1. The women have had 2. And to be able to capitalize on those, the 2 surfers that have, Alyssa Spencer took 3,000 points, Sawyer Lindblad, and they sit at number 1 and 2 in the rankings. Matter of fact, Sawyer actually had a runner-up finish in that other 3,000 with Alyssa there. So she has 2 huge results, and so Sawyer Lindblad looks pretty much, I would say, very close to qualification already.
Wow.
Sawyer, I'm wondering if she's even here. Let me look at the draw real quick. But this is the round of 32. Sawyer, is she in the draw? No. So that says right there that she's like, I'll focus on a little of the other stuff. Oh no, no, I don't see her in the draw at all. So, wow, good wave here.
Yeah, let's see what this one does. I'm noticing a lot of people taking off on the shoulder, Pete. There's some meat on the bone behind them. This way, pushing off into the channel. So, Mariyama. on a small score right there. She's going to want to regroup and find a wave with a little more wall.
It's intimidating, though. You know, when you start putting yourself that close to the cliff, I would say it can be a bit of a challenge.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
I
No
mean,
doubt about it. We're pretty used to it. You know, you sit up next to that cliff all the time. But, yeah, it can be pretty intimidating.
Score coming in now. Maruyama is not going to change much. She's just another nominal score. But now she moves to the inside and gets one big blast off the roof.
Like it.
That's going to be much better for Chiasa.
Just going to help her confidence as well, Pete. She's going to get back out there now with a little score on the board. She'll be able to probably try to weight into that rotation of priority. Might or might not. You know, I'm seeing some of the surfers with priority just sitting and waiting, so it's easy for them to justify not doing it and sit inside and catch some waves, build your scores, and then sneak out there when you see an opportunity, an opening to get closer to that priority position.
So true. 15.5 minutes. So we've ran into 25-minute heats here. This is the last heat of the day. As you see, the sun is setting over Steamer Lane. Watching this last one, which came in at a 3.33 off of the strength of that one maneuver.
Like
her best wave so far.
Hammered that back foot a little bit, Pete. Was able to shove that tail out the back of the wave. I'm sure the judges appreciated that.
With priority with the red jersey, you can see Kira sitting just off that Table Rock section. She's eyeing something right here, making a move. This looks like it might have a pretty good line on it.
It has a line, but it has a wave
shoulder
that's
as well,
pushing,
huh?
Yeah, it's pushing up into the point more.
That's
which could look like a wave, but you know, we'll see if someone takes off on it, what they're able to do, and see if it works.
Kira drives that first cutty, and again, good arm movement, sweeping it through the turn as this wave loads up a little energy. Another little rebound, so 3 solid cutbacks, great whale work. Didn't have that lip section, which is a critical section, which translates into the opportunity for bigger numbers. But the rail work was smooth. She kept her speed very well. Great technique through those carves. This will be her best wave.
Yeah, and she wanted to start running. It seems like the other girls are starting to push away, and she wants to keep this within her grasp. There's that nice hack. Pete, you talked about the section that was vertical. It was right there. Sort of missed it, but went around it. And nice little clean rail carves. Bouncing off the whitewater nicely here, and this wave sort of backs off into the kelp. She flicks out.
Up top once again, and you realize you see, especially now with a little bit of smoother water, you know, you can see the reverberation of the cliff line and what that wave does to create that little wedge effect, and also actually creates a bit of a wave coming off the cliff, a bit of backwash.
Wow, that was interesting right there. I didn't know the situation, but obviously she knew what she was doing. Great little wave, tossing some pizzas here, Pete.
McKenna Burke.
And Burke with the best score right now in the heat, unfortunately getting a little behind. But
and then
I saw another
Kira was
surfer
on it too.
Yeah, so interesting. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, but
well, they're taking off on each other, and
but it might be okay.
Priority, yeah, no, because of the priority and the way it's set up.
We watched some interferences earlier in the competition, but that hopefully they made an adjustment of looking at that placard so they aren't putting themselves in jeopardy. But there's what you were talking about, Pete, those sideways coming off the cliff.
I mean, literally, it's like little 2-foot waves coming off the cliff.
Yeah.
And with the fuller tide like it is right now, it definitely has an effect on the lineup.
Yeah, that's why it was cool to listen to Tori Meister talk about it's even a challenge to catch the waves here.
Yeah.
You know, the backwash, it's pushing you back. It's not easily identified that this wave's going to break right here. Sometimes you have the tendency for waves to roll underneath you or to move away from you. So it is sort of tricky. Even though the contest zone is in the environment's relatively small, you still have to be pretty precise where you're taking off.
Kara Pinkerton puts up a 6.33. McKenna Burke, the 6.17 from earlier, but she moves down to second. They both need solid second numbers. Here's White, McKenna Burke, who has a 6.17, dropped to third actually after the wave of Chiasa Maruyama came in, and here's Maruyama up and riding.
Nice hook right in the pocket, Pete. Now she was able to get this on the shoulder. Unfortunately, her fellow competitor falling, but nice couple of turns right there.
Well, we'll bring you the score line here. Chiasa was able to move into second position. McKenna's last wave just a 1.37.
I'm Curious to see who they give priority over Pinkerton and Burke right here. Pinkerton just got the last one, flicked out really quick, but Burke didn't paddle to the position very fast. That was interesting. I'm seriously tripping on why Burke didn't just paddle.
And
really
she's
fast.
actually stopped now too, so she's giving up position really, and probably giving up priority position as well.
Yeah, because there it is. Pinkerton got it.
This could be important too, because Pinkerton definitely needs a second wave. Has the highest single score, but look at this bonus by moving over here. She's getting an inside wave. Let's see what she can do with it.
Let's see if young Burke's got some time on this wave. Nice hack off the top, like that projection carve. She looks like she's in a nice part of her board too, Pete, sitting back on the board and getting some nice rotation off of her turn. So nice wave for Burke right there. She needed to that wave because she sat on the best wave of the heat for a while, 6.17, and now she's going to be in a way better position.
Oh, that's she's throwing that 1.37 as her second score out the window, and she'll probably move into second with Kira Pinkerton's in that for the moment. Last score for Chiasa came in at a 4.17, so just a good solid second number, and this up and riding is Wegister.
Wow, this has been a great wave for, I don't want to butcher that name, but
Ava Wegister.
Ava did a great job on that wave right there. She really matched her style, her speed with the tempo of the wave, took her time, and finished that wave off.
Well, holding on to a 4.17 feels like that's going to be her best number. She sits in that fourth position for the moment as the score came in for McKenna Burke, which actually puts her in number one position, a 4.93, which put Chiasa down to second. Kira Pinkerton now down to fourth with the fact that she doesn't have a backup yet. But Eva, here's the replay of Chiasa's last, the 4.17.
Yeah, judges really liked that commitment. It just went right up into the lip of the wave. Nice little wrap.
Yeah, it went into her top two as we now look at the last one here for Ava Wegister, which was a 3.9.
Wow. Okay, so this is Green up and riding. Got a great little wave, and yeah, she did an excellent job on this wave, Pete.
And they still it's a 3.9. Do you feel like they missed that one a little bit?
You know, I'm not
sure. Here it is. Take a look at it again. This is the front angle. This is the judge's angle.
Yeah, you know, there might be a just right there, like maybe a little lack of commitment, a little tentativeness. But regardless, I think she surfed this wave really good. And I would have thought that would have been her best wave, to be honest with you. But here we do. We have wide up and riding.
And so in contrast, this is a 4.93.
Yeah, well, the speed and the flow here is a little different, Pete, and the operation going off the bottom, off the top too. So, you know, there is some subtle things. You know, she did really well on that wave.
2.34 needed here by Kira Pinkerton, and she sits back on that tail block, that beautiful arc. She was able to use that rail work to a pretty good number there with a 6.33, the best number of the heat. And you feel like that's probably going to be enough to at least get second and most likely go all the way to the front. We'll see where the judges post this one. I mean, if it's similar to McKenna Burke's 4.9, we would see her go to the lead. If not, at least a second.
Yeah.
Chiasa with the pair of fours is going to need to improve, as well as Eva Wegister. I mean, and just in contrast in regards to those last two waves, Eva is a little slighter in build, right? She's much lighter, so that flow, she has to utilize that speed, power, and flow aspect of her surfing as something that, you know, she's going to be working on, but she definitely had the tempo, which was there. It just doesn't have quite the dig into the board, you know, the board power because of how slight she is in build.
Yeah, and this has been a great opportunity for her to come test herself against, you know, surfers like Kira Pinkerton, who were up there on the ratings. Obviously, she is aspiring to be in that position as well, but we have to start somewhere.
5.67 for Kira goes to the number one spot. McKenna Burke now to second. Chiasa will need to post a 6.6 if she wants second place back. Eva Wegister looking for a 6.93. So both these scores are achievable. Just now looking for that opportunity with the priority with Chiasa Mairama. Kira, this is a replay of the 5.67.
Yeah, I like how she stays back on this wave, Pete. It stays right into the pocket. She knows that this wave isn't going anywhere. It's sitting right in front of her, so she just stays right on that steep part of the wave, gets a couple of nice wraps, realizes this is going to be her backup score and get her back into the heat.
It did. It got her to the lead, you know. And I say that the judges were definitely rewarding the fact that she digs her rail in and she drives through the turn, right?
Totally.
And that's pretty much the point of difference from, say, Eva Wegester, is that she's not able to drive through the maneuver, where you see Pinkerton is actually pushing on the rail and getting kind of drive and squirt through the board. And so that is a different, you know, that's that speed, power, flow element. But the power being the big part of it, because Kira's digging that rail in.
Yeah.
I mean, very similar to what we saw yesterday.
I still think they might have underscored Ava's little
That's
wave.
fine. You can,
you know?
you can.
But I go look at the judges, because I want to be one of the judges, just not one of the judges writing the number down. But they are all within range. You know?
Yeah. So
they
five opinions were all pretty close.
Within agreement. Yeah, there was no big margin of discrepancy in scores there. So they kept that right. And believe me, this is all relative to that average scoring wave, and they're judging that against her 4.17, and most likely that 4.17 of Maruyama's.
It's in that gauge, and there's different styles. I mean, Maruyama's a goofy foot, you know, Wegester's a regular foot, so there'd be different styles of turns.
Maruyama did it in 2 turns, Pete.
Yeah.
She went right into the pocket, did that frontside layback in a wrap, 4.17. As you saw Mia's wave over that longer, Ava, excuse me, over the whole duration of the wave, didn't have punctuate that one maneuver to make that stand out. But that to me this is all learning experience, and I'm learning too, Pete.
Well, you got to. That's human. If you're not trying to learn, then you're stagnant. Here we go. Kira on the inside, outside of priority.
Nice.
Again, driving through the maneuver. And now finally gets a steeper section and showcases a little bit different dynamic of her style. And a finish move, boom. This is going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yep.
Even though it was the smallest, had the variety there, which is part of the criteria. Yep. Definitely the speed and power in there. You know, innovative and progressive maneuvers. I would say there's a little progression there, especially with that little gouge.
Back, yeah. Let's see this right here. You're right, Pete. Just a waist chest eye little wave here on the inside, but still, all the drive through that cutty was really smooth. He kept all her rails clean on this wave too. There wasn't any hiccups, and that was a nice little snap as well. And she comes to this section here, and then blam, nice exclamation mark. So the judges really have something to think about now on that score. It's going to be easy for them to give her that 7.67 after her having that 6.6.
And it's comparisons, right? I mean, you're throwing down comparisons. That to me was, in my eyes, the best wave of the heat. The judges were in agreement. 7 5s for the first 3 judges, couple 8s in there, averages out to the 7.67. So now a substantial lead for Kira Pinkerton, 14 points. She can take it easy. 4 minutes to go in the last heat of the day. You can see the free surfers getting ready for that warm-up or cool-off, whatever you want to call it at the end of the day, the EGO.
Evening glass off. Look at those little lines, Pete. That is beautiful looking. Great little, you squint your eyes, that's like a right point break.
It is a right point break. Here we go, up and riding. Maruyama, very important wave. I called her a goofy foot. She's not goofy foot, regular foot. You saw that layback snap. That was another attempt at that same style of turn. Not able to complete it. Looking for a 6.6. Kira is going to love the inside going switch foot. Well.
No one's doing this.
I was going to say that a switch, in my opinion, is the future. I've been pushing it.
Oh, yeah, forever.
I've been pushing it.
Skateboarding has been able to dictate, and snowboarding been able to dictate what they're able to do.
Hasn't happened in surfing. In my eyes, there's something to be said there. I think that if you could look at, if you're trying to groom a future athlete, get them to be able to go switch foot.
Yeah.
Well,
speaking of skateboarding, I ran into Kevin Reed today. He got inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame this last week. And so that's 2 people I know in the Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
The legendary Skateboard Hall of Fame and the Surfers Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Well, KR was a great inspiration to Santa Cruz surfing here. One of the first aerialists. Matter of fact, I think he was probably
the first
to
ever to do an air out here.
And first aerial ever on the cover of Surfer Magazine.
Yeah. He told me about that cover shot today. Talked to him about it. Bob Barber's shot done on a Mike Crew tow board that was single fin stinger, 17 inches wide, 6'2".
Wow. 6'2", 17 inches wide. Can you imagine trying to ride that in a single fin stinger? I mean, the tail must have been like 6 inches wide. My feet would never fit on that.
No way. And
but he got it above the lip.
Got it above the lip, and he actually called it out. He said, "Boys, watch this. Here's what I'm going to do."
And where was it?
Right
Secret spot? Oh, at the lane.
Well, awesome. I don't know about where the cover shot was. I think he might have told me about it, but I had blanked it out. But he was doing aerials out here before people could
For
barely
anybody.
Yeah, so it's really cool to hear him get inducted to the Hall of Fame. And let's get back to this heat, Pete. 1:50 remaining. The last heat of the day.
Pinkerton in the lead. Burke in second. Maruyama looking for a 6.6. Wagster looking for the 6.93. You know, Chiasa is the one with an opportunity if the set were to come because she has that second priority. And her ability is there. She gets, you know, a solid 2-turn combo. You know, the wave that she was able to get her best score was actually very far on the inside. And a lot of bit of movement here. It looks like McKenna Burke is trying to cover her position, which is a good strategy here. She's not going to let that surfer in third or fourth get away too far away because that power position is huge. Although, look at this.
Bump out the back, so there could be
opportunity.
An opportunity, but also somebody has to make a choice.
Making a move, right? Well, right now, McKenna Burke has the white jersey. There was no suspension of her. She can actually go on this wave, so surfer has to give way. That was a Wagster with the third priority. So this is that defensive move, but actually could be an offensive move because she is trying to improve on a 4.93, and she is gaffing this one.
Wow. Hey, these women are impressive, Pete.
Very impressive. You know, young, too. That's the other part of it. I mean, if you think about the average age of the competitors in the women's divisions in comparison to the men's, much lower. You know, in the teens. Probably mid, early teens for sure. Well, at the end of that heat, strategically sound, McKenna Burke going to probably improve on her situation. It doesn't really matter because either way, she has held her own and stays in second position. Kira Pinkerton will take away the win. McKenna Burke will hold on to second. Slight change in the scoreline there, 5.0 for McKenna, adding a little bit more as we finish out the day. Beautiful conditions throughout the day. Only a couple slow heats, but ultimately, I would say that it was a pretty good lane day.
It was. You know, yesterday obviously was an A+ day. We'll give the lane today a B, and it looks like we might have a B+ or an A day tomorrow.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, but it's a great little forecast, Pete. We've had 2 great days already and seen some excellent surfing, so I expect a big day tomorrow.
Tomorrow's schedule, again, starting with the women. We're going to finish out the round of 32 for them and then go into their quarterfinals. It's not really called the quarters. It's a round of 16. There are actually 4 heats. And then we're going to move into one-on-one competition. But after the women, we move into the men. So the swell is going to be filling in tomorrow. We'll have men's and women's action at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Oh, it's happy hour.